Hey, I think we still can't hear you. Hey, I think I'm wondering if people can hear me. I'm in. Should I just lead the I'll lead the whole show then. I think Rose computer has fatigue from this marathon that she's been doing. I think that's what's happening here. Hey, Rachel.
How about now?
Yes.
All right. I just have to wear my headset. I've been wearing all stinking day because I work on the phone. So we're just going to go with headsets if everybody can hear me. So
Works for me.
I'm so sorry about that. Okay, so guys, this is Patrick, Stories from the Signal. You may have seen a few of his videos in our marathon this past weekend because he has really, really amazing videos. And I asked if he would come and hang out and tell us a story. Or I texted you to see if you had one that you wanted me to play real quick to give people an idea. Or would you like to tell us how you came about doing really making sure that you tell a story and you don't just pick up a like I'll go through and I'll dig something up. I'll be like, I got this and I got this and look, I got this, and I keep going. But you really go to that extra length to tell the story, and I'd like to hear how you arrived at doing that and how you what your thought processes are.
It was more necessity than anything else. So I've been detecting 16, 17 years, and
Hmm.
just over time collected a variety of interesting things. And about a year ago, it was like last June a year ago, I decided I really should share some of these finds. I've been watching Mel detecting videos for many years, and decided why not throw some of my stories up there. And I had no
Hmm.
footage, because I've been
Okay.
Mel detecting for so long. I had no video that I was taking while I was detecting. So I just kind of had to adapt these stories from, just from the find itself. So that's kind of where it started. But I think if you watch through some of my videos, there's kind of this thought process. You're actually like kind of peering into my mind of like when I find something, I just obsess over it. Like I want to know who owned it and why they lost it. And, if it's a mystery item, I want to know what it is or what it was used for. So that's kind of like how the channel evolved. It was more out of necessity. And also to this day, I'm not that great at video out in the field. So I've tried a
Uh-huh.
little bit of it here and there, but I find that I'm a little better and more comfortable with, I actually script everything I do. Like I'll put it in writing first and edit it. And, but the research that I do for some of these things, I'm sure other people do the same thing, but like, I'm just obsessed with like, who owned this and why did they lose it? So I do all kinds of research to try to figure that out. So it's kind of
But
how it
no,
came to
they
be.
people don't tell stories the way you do. And this is what really caught my eye about your channel is that you actually take the viewer with you. Like the
Yeah.
the one story when you guys went kayaking and you went out on the waters,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
it's like it is just I don't know, there's something that just draws you into it and really like tells more, it brings people more into the experience itself. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I appreciate that. That was a fun day with my wife. And that's kind of, another one of those glimpses in my mind. I've had tremendous luck with swimming holes. And
Uh-huh.
there's one in particular I've been trying to get to, and I just can't get there. And so I was so excited. My wife bought some kayaks last year, and we jumped in them this past, earlier in the summer. and I made
Mhm.
my way up there, and I was just so disappointed because when I actually found the location, that I'd want to narrow down where it was just covered with vegetation. So I
Uh-huh.
was kind of taking people out with me to show them like this is what you do. I mean, how many of us go out metal detecting where we have a hunch or we have in the back of our minds that hey, this is going to be a great spot. There was some old activity here, some battle fought nearby, and you get there and it's
Mhm.
just nothing. So that was kind of, I think, a dose of reality of what happens to a lot of us when we metal detect. So that was a fun day. I had a great time with my wife, and I've been in that
Mhm.
stream a number of times and different areas of it. I do have a really nice swimming hole that I've narrowed down, that I've hunted for the past 5 years, and I have pulled so much stuff out of there. So I'm eager to find another swimming hole like that, but they're a little hard
So
to
do
navigate.
you prefer to hunt above ground or in the water?
I absolutely love streams. So
Mhm.
I would say I was on a Jersey Rays stream on Wednesday night, and I saw a couple people chatting about some. I would imagine some newer to the hobby that are still anxious to find their first dimes, and talking about like getting a Merc or a Barber. And
Mhm.
I think the sad reality is, at least where I live in Pennsylvania here, all of the parks, all of the schools, they've been hunted really well. And the silvers are
Uh-huh.
really hard to find. Like I've, a couple occasions where I found a silver like on a public park, but I'll tell you what, the streams, they just haven't been hit as hard. Now I think they're just starting to really get hit. When I first started going in the streams, it was about 6 years ago. I don't
Mhm.
think I've ever seen anyone else, and now I'm out detecting with other people in streams, and I think it's caught on quite a bit. But I still think if you're willing to get in, into some of the deeper areas and really hunt around, I think you can
Mhm.
find stuff in streams. It's a lot more exhausting though. I come out of the streams, I'll spend 7, 8 hours in these streams, and the next day my legs are so sore from fighting the current, but it's so much
Now,
worth it.
what detector do you use?
So I started with a White's Prism 2 that my
Mhm.
wife bought me. That was my detector. I got like the 16 going on 17 years ago. I
Mhm.
then roughly 7 years ago got a Garrett AT Gold, which
Okay.
that thing that thing is just like a workhorse. That Garrett is so rugged, no worries, concerns taking it in and out of the water. I found a lot of good stuff with the Garrett AT Gold, and just this past December, I ended up buying Equinox 800. Um,
Uh-huh.
Main reason was my gold, my Garrett, the stock coil in it stopped working. So I have like a larger and a smaller coil, but I just felt it
Uh-huh.
was time. Now I still have that as a backup and plan to use it. I've actually, let other people borrow it when I detect with groups, but
Did
um,
you send the stock coil back to Garrett? Because you'd be surprised, even if you've had it for years, they often will cover things under warranty.
that's a good point. I didn't try. I probably should. Yeah, I, I was.
Mhm.
So I will say on the Equinox, I know that I've detected with a couple other people that have Equinoxes. They're a little upset because some of them are leaking in the water. I haven't found that yet. Like I take mine. I do submerge mine. I don't go 10 feet underwater where they say you can go, but I do often get up, just past my waist, so the controller's in the water, and I've done that plenty of times and haven't had problems. But I am finding it, some of the features on it. I don't know it's necessarily better than the Garrett,
Mhm.
but it lets me find things that I didn't find with the Garrett. I think just because it's a different machine and different technologies, but I think I equally like using both of them.
You know,
Yeah.
that's exactly why I bought the Legend this year, is I thought I could go to old permissions and I could
Mhm.
go and find new stuff.
Yeah.
Just real quick, Drum and Detect wants to go detecting with you. And
Oh,
I know
sure.
you when you're in, I don't think you can see chat. So just wanted
Um,
to give a quick shout out to who we've got in chat right now.
yeah,
And
yeah.
Carla Ainsworth is here, Chuck Valenzuela, Shannon Dalton. As I said, Drum and Detect wants to go. Now, New Horizons posted your link as well. I threw it in there first, but and everybody, if you guys could please go to Patrick's thing. If you did not catch one of his videos during my marathon, watch one. You will not be disappointed. It's there's very few. metal detecting channels where I go and I watch a video, go, I must subscribe to this person.
Mhm.
There's a lot of them that I go and say, okay, I'm going to subscribe because we're all one big family and let's all hang out and be friends. But there's only a few that it's like, damn, he's good. I gotta check this out. And that's something that, take that for what it's worth. Watch it and tell them what you think. And if you think it sucks, then like thumbs
Let me
down him
know.
and tell him he sucks. But I
Yeah.
honestly, I've seen really bad videos that I still will, say nice things about. But I just think that his are just really, really good. We're going to say hi to a few more people, and then we'll get back to our conversation.
Mhm.
I really don't want to ignore people that are coming into chat. I also kept having, and I didn't mean to keep looking off, but I had this window that kept popping up on my screen over there over and over, and it was from my work. And so I killed like a bunch of windows so they're not coming up at me because I'm not at work anymore. I don't need those. Um, so we've got New Horizons is in the house, and we've got Il Digger, which I'm assuming is Illinois and not ill. Um, we've also got the Real Misfit Mafia Queen is here. Good to see you. Papa Rouse is in the house. And Papa Rouse, I need to PayPal you. I just have got to figure out how to get it from the email into the PayPal thing so that I don't send it to some stranger in Taiwan instead because you have a long email address. And I put your name in and I got 3 bills. So I'm not sure, but I'll get that done. Bill made me some metal detecting pen holders with like little pens that look like a detector. They're very cool. And one of them is for me because I wanted one to play with on my desk. And one of them is going into the big fat giveaway. So we got NorCal Diggers here. And if I missed anybody, I apologize. Danny D is here coming out swinging. Um, Las Vegas Urban Treasure Hunter. So we got all the peeps. And I appreciate anybody who came and, oh, St. Bernie's here. St. Lucy's here. Good to see you. Anybody who popped in during my live streams this past week, I appreciate that. I hope everybody went and grabbed the playlist because that's really what I was looking to do. Not all the live streams will stay up because, like the longest one wouldn't load on YouTube. So we only got like 6 hours and 61 that was in there. And apparently, you don't run a live stream for more than 12 hours. Now we know. So that's live and learn. But I appreciate you guys being here, and I want to do the next big thing, and it's going to be I'm doing some smaller playlists, but I am creating a way that people can go to a website and grab a curated playlist of videos to watch from different creators. And I think that that's going to be something that we can make available through Google where people can get up to and then get up to it and then go and check different creators out. I think that might be really neat. So that's what I'm working on now. So,
I
Patrick,
love that you did that. By the way, the marathon that you ran over this weekend was, I kept bouncing in off, running errands and mowing the lawns and detecting and all, and it's like, oh, I got to jump back in and see what video. Like, I mean, like I said, I've been watching videos for many years, so it was almost comical in a way to see like some of the younger versions of some of the videos that like I'd seen years ago, and then
uh-huh.
just to be introduced to some of your favorite videos. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed doing that a lot. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I really was hoping that people would pick the playlist and actually take it and then pick and choose the creators that they could go off of because that way the creators are getting the direct interaction. But I was really amazed how many of the large channels came back to me and said, yes, of course you can include us. And they were so gracious and so nice about it. I mean, we had Hoover Boys and we had, um, what was it? Gypsy Jules and Meryl
Mhm.
from Metal Detecting New York, and all of these like big, amazing channels. Not Thursday said yes, and I mean everybody that I contacted was just so very gracious. And Markathon, or if he's now back to being Mark Thomas, I'm not sure. He reached out to some extra people for me too, and I added them to the playlist. And we had a few little glitches here and there because I just didn't know that you can't.
Mhm.
Apparently, you can't use
With
your
the
YouTube
playlist.
channel and upload
Yeah.
stuff without killing your live stream. So I even did that today when I uploaded my Friday video.
Yeah, I've
But
done. I was trying to keep up with the chat, so I would join your channel, but I would run the playlist. I'd figure out where you were in the playlist, and I'd go and run that in a separate window so I could comment. And I kept throwing your hashtag like digging friends in there and digging marathon. I was trying to really sell
yeah,
it. So that was a lot of fun. It was a
I
good weekend.
appreciate that. There is something strange going on with if you look at some of the Asian channels that all these women are all like monetized and
Mm,
they don't like put out crap for content, honestly. I mean, if you look at the content, it's just like, really? But what they do is they travel around like a little Asian mafia and they like and subscribe to a group of people all at once. And then they put in like Team One Love or, you know, and I haven't quite figured out what exactly they're doing. I've reached out to a few of them to ask if they would explain it to me, but it seems like, if, you know, we did the same thing, we could grow everybody's channel to 5,000 users, because
yeah.
it has this, they do is, from what I can tell, is that whenever they have a live stream, they have, okay, go see this person, this person, this person, this person, and everybody hits you like a wave, and they all say where they came from all at once. And it's like this, huge Asian nation thing, but they're doing it much better than we are, I think. And I
I
don't know.
I haven't a clue with YouTube. Honestly, I just throw my videos up there. I get out of what's in my head, dump it out in a video, and throw it up. And some of them
Hmm.
they jump, and I'm watching the analytics. They jump, and I'm like, oh great. And then the next one, I'll use like similar keywords, and it just doesn't go anywhere. I'm like, oh okay. It's more of chronicling it for me. Like I'm just interested in
Uh-huh.
kind of keeping a journal of my finds, and if I one day become monetized, that's just a bonus. But it's just fun to do.
Well, the only reason I'm doing it now that I'm really trying to focus. Oh, Chuck doesn't have a blue wrench. Let me fix that, dude. I'm sorry.
Mhm.
I have, you do too have a blue wrench. Who does not have a blue wrench? I don't have a wrench here. Wait a minute, Chuck. You do have a wrench. What are you saying? I'm sorry. I just saw that. And he says he's wrenchless, but he's not. Oh, wait. Now he doesn't have a wrench. How can he not have a wrench? There. Now you have a wrench. There we go. All right. No, the whole reason why I started doing this is that I enjoy spending time with interacting with everybody on YouTube. I spend a lot of time watching different channels. I love Monterey Magnet Man. He's awesome. I love the Totally Gnarly Treasure. Super fun to watch. I love watching Juice, although he sometimes is a little off color, so I don't always let my son watch him. You
Juice
know.
is like the polar opposite of me. If you
Uh-huh.
if you watch one of Juice's videos and then watch one of mine, like we couldn't be opposite on the spectrum.
Well, he just, it's funny because he will dig absolute crap, and then it's still funny because he like
Yeah.
picks it up and says it's a squirting liberty or whatever, and it's like a what? Wait, huh? You know. And I've always been a lot more serious when I dig things. It's just like, and what I found lately is that Eric, I have him filming stuff now too, because he used to want me to drop everything and go and basically drop everything and come film me. And I'm like, no, I'm digging to film yourself. And so he starts doing these things, and we noticed that he kept saying just a just a Mercury. When he would dig stuff, he's like, he dig it up. There's a beautiful silver diamond. He's like, oh, it's just a Mercury. And everybody else is like, what? So one of my live streams after that episode, I gave away two just to Mercuries because I'm just like, come on, that's you know,
Your
Mercury dimes are cool.
your perspective can definitely change over time. Like I know, like once you're looking for certain bucket listers and you don't have them, you're kind of
Hmm.
like when you first find it, it's the most amazing thing in the world. Like I remember this is going back to 15, 16 years ago when I started. Like I didn't get a wheat penny, and that first wheat
Uh-huh.
penny I found, I was like, oh my god, this is the most amazing thing ever. I
Uh-huh.
have a swimming hole that I have just torn apart and found the most amazing stuff in. I have at least 150 wheat pennies from this one location that after you
Uh-huh.
find that many, you're just like, oh, okay. But
Yeah.
I try to put in
I,
perspective, it's what you're finding and what you haven't found yet.
so do you have a wheat penny book, and have you filled it?
I don't. I have a
Have you made it? Made the
sitting
whole
over there.
thing
I
or no?
should do that. They come out of the stream pretty rough. Oftentimes
Okay.
you can't really get the date. They're usually smooth, but yeah, I have them like all in a Ziploc bag. I probably should go through. I do, when I get them, I'll check them, make sure there's no key dates or I'm not a coin expert, so I usually have to look it up. But yeah,
No, one year I started the Quarter Hoarder Challenge where you get the Whitman's coin book and you just try to fill out as much of it as you can. And every year he starts the challenge new. But after the first year, I was still trying to fill my book out. So I still have the same book I'm trying to fill out. And
yeah,
last year, I think I found close to 300 wheat pennies, and I still don't have my book filled
yeah,
because most of the wheat pennies we find out here are all demint for starters. And, there's some years that they made billions of them, and there's some years they made like, you know, 80,000. And,
yeah.
they're just really hard to fill. So I don't know. It's a challenge for sure, but it's fun.
Oh
And I
yeah.
started an Indian head penny book this year too, because I haven't found a lot of them, but I thought, well, why not at least fill out the book and see how good I can get, you
See how
know?
far you're going. Yeah. Now that was
Yeah.
that was one of my bucket listers until literally last year. Like I'd gone like
Uh-huh.
15 years without an Indian head, and I think I've up to four now that they
Oh
just started
wow.
popping out of the ground. And I don't know what the difference was, to be honest, because I pull all kinds of stuff in all kinds of ranges, and they just started
Hmm.
magically
Well,
appearing for me. So
they ring a tiny bit lower,
they
is what
do.
we found,
Yep.
which doesn't make sense, but it does.
Nickel. Nickel.
Now, what I
They,
haven't seen is I've yet to find a flying eagle, and I don't know if that one's going to ring differently or how that's going to work.
I have yet to
Because
find a flying eagle. Yeah. The earlier Indian heads apparently have nickel in them. Not a
okay,
lot, but enough nickel, I think that's why they ring up a little bit lower.
I
But
thought
I
they were
mean, it's
bronze.
still in the penny range, so makes no
Hmm.
sense why I wouldn't have found more than I have. But
Oh, Drummond Detect says there's less copper in them, so for whatever that's worth. And Las Vegas Urban Treasure Hunter says it's illegal to dig in our parks here.
hmm,
Surface finds only, which sucks ass. I'm sorry, was I not supposed to say that? It does. It
yeah.
sucks. I
Well, you
mean,
can say that as long as
I
I can have a drink of wine. So there we go.
oh, that looks good. I should have poured myself a glass of wine. Oh well. Yeah, I ate cheese for dinner, so I cheese and a cookie. So like the wine totally would have gone, at least with the cheese, if not with the cookie. But
Uh,
yeah,
yeah.
I was calling around to the different parks and trying to figure out the deal in North Carolina because that's where I'm going next week. And I would go to these fantastic looking sites, and then you get to find print, and they're like no metal detecting. It's like darn. I went back and forth, and I finally found an Airbnb on a homestead that said I could look around, see, be curious what's in the ground. And then nearby her, there's a couple parks, and I contacted the Parks and Rec department, and they said they just ask you don't leave holes. And I'm like, yeah,
Mhm.
I think I can handle that. So
I,
I think that we're going to at least find somewhere to hunt. I don't know if it's hunted out because I'm sure there's a lot more metal detector people in North Carolina than we have here.
yeah.
So,
I will look up their park regulations. If they clearly say don't no metal detecting, I don't bother. Um,
uh-huh.
but if I don't see it, I'd rather not call them because I'm pretty sure they're going to say no, or more often than not say no.
Uh-huh.
But that is definitely one reason that streams, like nobody
Hmm.
hassles me in streams. I've had people come up to me in parks already, but in
Hmm.
streams, no one cares or seems
Well,
to
see,
care anyway.
there's a river that runs through all of these places, and they call it the Haw, the HAW,
Mhm.
and they've turned it into this walkway trail thing that goes from one state park to the other state park, like 30 miles of trails or something. I don't know how long it is. But the thing is that the state parks, it's illegal to do anything but look for something you lost.
Yeah.
So it's like I was trying to figure out what the deal was with this other land and whether or not you could do it along the banks. They also have rules in North Carolina that you're not allowed to bathe in a river, pee in a river, do laundry in a river, dump a dead animal in a river. Um, it was like this long list of like, and it was like, really, why do you have to tell people that? But it is like this giant 2-page PDF of all the things you cannot do in a river, and some of them you're like, and you had to tell people that they really can't dump their dead animal there, you know. But it's actually a criminal offense to pee in a river there, and it's like, so and they said no swimming, no swimming, no bathing. It was just like all this stuff. And the last thing I want to do is get thrown in the pokey and then miss my flight home because
Yeah.
I will never hear the end of it from my husband. So,
Now I have my, nobody tell anyone this. This is our secret here amongst friends, but I do have my wife on reserve. So she knows when I go out metal detecting in the stream, if anyone gives me a hassle, she lost a
uh-huh.
ring. So,
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Does
it's,
she go, does she go with you?
she doesn't, no. Other than she does like to kayak. She'll go out and just like get a book out and just drift or just, sit by a bank. She loves that. So
Uh-huh.
sometimes when I'm in stream, she'll come and kayak near me, but she's never had any interest. She actually bought my first detector for me as a birthday gift,
Uh-huh.
but she has no interest in it until I
Okay.
started doing videos. And now she's
Uh-huh.
like, "Oh, I kind of get what's going through your head," so she kind of
Uh-huh.
understands, but I don't think she'll ever be out metal detecting with me. And I have a
Oh.
I have a daughter in college. She's never had any interest, and I have a son who's a junior in high school. And I tried detecting with him once, and he just didn't have the patience for it. So maybe
Well,
one day.
my son pretty much abhors metal detecting. He comes along and he sits in the car and reads a book, and he doesn't even care if it's like 100 degrees outside. He still wants to sit in the car and read a book. And I'm excited he wants to try magnet fishing, and Grandma Kelly sent him a magnet, and we're gonna try to figure out where we can throw it in the
Yeah,
water and look for something because we don't have bridges really to throw it off of, and so we have to figure out that dynamic. But I'm gonna take him out this
yeah.
fall and let him try that. I have the feeling if I get interested in it, then he will hate it.
Oh
That
yeah.
he's 13, so I think that's part of it.
I
Shannon says
almost,
he loves your idea.
I almost had my son hooked on. I went down to a dig stock last March in North Carolina,
Uh-huh.
and we did. I didn't realize this till the last day that I was there. They talked about Native American artifacts being around, and people were finding arrowheads just on the ground. And
Uh-huh.
so I was, when I'm detecting, my eyes are glued to the ground. I was just hoping to find one. And so it wasn't until the last day that they explained that, oh, there's this technique where you can sit down, and the ground where we were was pretty sandy. So you can just kind of take a shovel and slowly rake back and forth and start to dig a trench. And
Uh-huh.
eventually you hear this little tink with your metal where it hits either a shard from making an actual arrowhead, or a piece of clay. And it
Uh-huh.
was the most amazing thing. I unfortunately didn't find intact arrowhead, but I found a couple shards. But there were
Uh-huh.
people around me finding some cool stuff. So I
Oh,
almost had my
interesting.
son convinced to go down to North Carolina with me just to look for arrowheads, but it just never
So,
worked.
can you tell me a little bit about Digstock? What is that venue that they're on? Is that private land or is that like a public thing?
All private land. Yeah. So I've been to one dig stock event last March. I'm going
Uh-huh.
up to New York. They don't pay me. I pay them. So I'm not sponsored in any way, but I'm going up to New York at the end of October. They in North Carolina, they had, I think it was like 4 or 5 thousand acres of plantation farmland that they had.
Uh-huh.
And it was just, for me, it was just completely different to be in a different environment and to detect
Uh-huh.
somewhere. So in Pennsylvania, I'm in streams, I'm in Pennsylvania farmlands, I'm on people's private property. It was just
Uh-huh.
completely different to be in like a cotton field or a peanut field. Just a completely different feeling. And you start
Uh-huh.
finding old buttons, and you realize this may have belonged to a slave, or is just surreal in some ways. But yeah, the
Uh-huh.
venue is great. I've been to Bones up in New Hampshire, the best of Northeast or the best of New England. I forget what they call it, but
Uh-huh.
that I had a blast. Again, being in New Hampshire was just a different environment, but they just weren't quite as organized. Dig stock, they were like super organized. Like you knew where to detect. They had things marked off. They actually, when you went, you could pull a map up on your phone where they had done the research ahead of time and mapped out where there were houses at one point and where there was like, you know, schools or whatever. They had everything
Uh-huh.
mapped out for you, because they don't want, they don't let you know exactly where you can detect until you get there, because they don't want people, you know, sneaking on the
Pre-detecting it.
property. Yeah. So, but
Yeah.
they do this great job of like giving you as much information so that everybody's like on an equal playing field.
Uh-huh.
It was a really good event. Yeah.
So what all did you find when you were at Digstock?
Dig stock. I found. Think about this. I found a. My very first find was a love letter. So
Uh-huh.
I did a whole video on that. It was just somebody like a day or two previously had, it was this gushing love letter, and I just found that I thought it was just trash. I was gonna pick it up and throw it away, uh, but I found I found two flakes from Indian arrowhead, so that was just really amazing. I
Uh-huh.
found an Indian head. I found an item. I did a video on it, that I'm still unsure, and I got some feedback on it that's led me down a completely different path. But it's a what I thought was a Hudson token. So
Mm-hmm.
it says Hudson on it, a small disc with a hole in the center, and it says Hudson 3NC. I thought it was a token, but I couldn't really find, that exact example. And somebody came back to me
Uh-huh.
and said Hudson actually was a company that also did like kind of spray canisters. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
still trying to figure that one out.
So
Um,
it wasn't like Hudson Bay Trading Company.
that's my guess, and it still very much could be, but
Hmm.
not sure. And
Do
then
you have it here? Can you show it to us?
I sure can. I have everything here. Let's see. Yeah, well, I might as well grab this one too, because there you go. Yeah,
Oh,
it's gonna be a little
wait a
toasty
minute.
to
Look
see.
at this. A BC Treasure Trails. Jason says he's been looking for a HBC token from Hudson Bay Company token his entire life.
So
So,
that's what has me a little confused, because this, like, I've usually see they say HBC. It's
uh-huh.
gonna be a little rough to read because it's a little toasty, but
I'm going to grow
um,
you. Hold on. Hopefully this doesn't hurt too much. There you go.
there we go. So so it just says Hudson across the top and then 3NC on the bottom. So I found it in North Carolina, so it felt fitting that it had something to do
What's
with
on
the
the other
Hudson.
side?
Absolutely nothing.
Well, is there a Hudson? If you found it in North Carolina, I bet there's a Hudson Mill Company.
There's a Hudson, North Carolina. There's a Hudson Town. There's Hudson Trading Company. There was another Hudson company that I had found, but yeah, really unsure. And you can keep the screen there because this was probably my coolest find, or what I think is my coolest find from Digstock anyway. So that we found, or I found in
Oh,
a
there.
in a
Now I made you big so I could see. Sorry.
so that there I found, in one of the fields where the farmers were saying there was a lot of Native American artifacts recovered. And so there's a
Uh-huh.
piece of rolled copper that
Uh-huh.
I'm very convinced, because I've done research on other similar ones, in the Virginia area, that I believe that is a Indian bead. So that
Oh,
was
wow.
probably my favorite find. Yeah.
Now, how do I ungrow you? Hold on.
Mhm.
There.
Yeah.
See, but now
So
I do this and then I can't see chat because I'm on a little screen. My laptop's a tiny little screen, but if I put it on a big screen, then it looks like I'm looking away from you guys. So I'm trying to do it like so I can do everything. But that is very cool. The
yeah, the bead was just amazing to have found that. Yeah. Um,
So is this the Digstock location? Do they go back to the same place every year? So it's sort of like every year it's harder to find new stuff.
I've heard some different stories about that. I think some of the grounds may have been detected previously,
Mm-hmm.
but I think that from what I read from their site, because people were saying that about the New York place that they think is going to be on the same site, they do
Uh-huh.
say specifically on their site that they try to get new properties, and if they end up going back to previous properties that they will notify you, and they'll only do
Mhm.
that if there was good stuff being found that they want to bring it back
Uh-huh.
there. So um,
Well, see, I think it's amazing they can find property owners that are willing to let people do this because I mean, I go on I get a lot of property permissions, but most of my property guys, I can't imagine them saying, "Yeah, sure, bring 50 of your closest friends and hunt the hell out of my
I
land."
I think
You
it's
know?
money.
You think?
They're paying. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I mean, we're not talking like significant amounts of money, but they're definitely paying. A portion of the entry is going to the property
To
owners
the
for sure.
landowner?
Yeah,
Well,
and I would
I just
expect
I
that.
don't know.
So,
I just can't imagine that they would even buy into it. I mean, I actually one of the towns would because the lady there, she's actually looking to sell the town. She wants somebody to buy it and go live on it because it's like got the center town area is not too far off the highway, and it's got like 5 acres. So it would be a nice homestead, but it's got cellar holes all over the place
hmm,
and cisterns all over the place because that's it used to be an entire town.
yeah,
Oh, look at this. BC Treasure Trail says some HBC tokens are so rare they're worth thousands.
I don't think this one is. I did see this one listed online. Somebody had it listed as a Hudson token. It sold
Uh-huh.
for, I forget, it was like $8 or something like that.
Hmm.
I'm not so entirely sure it's Hudson though, because like I said, somebody gave me a tip after watching the video that said that it could be Sophia. If you see the tiny hole in there,
Uh-huh.
they said that they did like these sprayers. So like, remember those old fashioned, like almost look like a bicycle pump that would
Okay.
have a little disc that would, do fumigation or whatever. It's
Uh-huh.
possible that this was a disc that went to the front of a sprayer, but I'm not
Well,
sure yet.
how deep was it?
How deep was it?
Yeah.
It wasn't deep at all.
Okay.
It was in a farm field. I mean, most of what I was hunting in were farm fields, so it could be sprayer related. I don't know. I
Okay.
don't know. It's another
I
one of
don't
those
know what's going
mysteries.
on. I have weird sounds coming and I think it's from my headset. Yeah, I don't know. It's like I can hear like little spiders running around or something. It's some weird sound coming from behind me. And then it stopped the minute I mentioned it. The
Yeah.
robots are coming for me. I don't know. Sorry.
Mhm.
We
So
were on a stream
I have two
the other night and
connections. I have two connections with you.
uh-huh.
So the first is I saw your video on the Washington State token. So
Okay.
you found one of those recently, right? Or somewhat
Yeah,
recently?
I got a state tax token in my up north, like at the Hunter House, and that was like 2 or 3 videos back, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
and
I
so it
have
was
another one that I found at the town like 9 miles over from me too. I have two of them.
both from Washington State, or
Uh-huh.
yeah. So I found one, and of course my mind goes crazy because I found it in a stream in Pennsylvania. A lot of things that I find, I end up saying that, but um, so I'm like, why? Why was a Washington State tax token? This is like 2,600
How'd it get
miles
here?
away from it.
Exactly.
So I did
Well,
all
what
this
were those?
research.
What
They
were they? What were they for? I don't understand why people had tax tokens.
So in the you can watch my video, but I'll tell you it all here.
Okay.
In the Depression, right?
Hmm.
In the 20s and the 30s, they the states were running out of money because
Okay.
of the high unemployment rates. So what they did was they issued these tax tokens. It was the first time that a lot of states started issuing sales tax.
Okay.
So prior to that, you didn't have sales tax if you lived in Washington. Now, there were so many items that you would buy that the tax would be a fraction of a cent.
Hmm.
So if you
Okay.
bought 3 cents, you bought an item for 3 cents, the tax on it was a portion of a cent. So they would give you those tax tokens representing like a portion of a penny.
What? So
Yep.
they literally were like, "Here's your change."
Yeah. So if your tax was 3 cents, or if your
Right.
purchase was 3 cents, whatever the
Right.
tax rate was a
Right.
portion of a penny. You would have to give them 4 cents, and they would
Uh-huh.
give you tax tokens back that represent a fraction of a penny.
Now, what could
And
you do with them? Could you only pay taxes with them, or could you
yeah,
use it to
then
buy merchandise?
I that's a great question. I don't know that one, but I would assume that you would then use it on a future purchase where you owned a fraction of a cent. You would
Uh-huh.
pay. So
Huh.
what my guess is, and again, this is all conjecture, but it kind of makes sense. So those were used between the 30s and sometime to like the 40s or early 50s. And then they were just such a nuisance that
Uh-huh.
the stores and consumers just hated them. And so what they ended up doing was going to a tiered tax bracket, so that they would
Okay.
say, like, between 1 and 3 cents, there was no tax. Between 5 and 10 cents, it's 1 cent, whatever they came up with. So they completely
Mhm.
eliminated them. But those were used right at the height of World War II. And
Okay.
so if you start doing research, you realize that um, enormous numbers of people. I have, like, I did some research on some forts in Washington where over 1 million people would have passed through on their way to and from the Pacific. So my absolute best guess is we had people from all over the country that ended up going to fight in World War II. They passed through
Uh-huh.
Washington State. They had, R&R. They had drinks, they did whatever. They got these tax tokens and they brought them back home. That's my
So
best guess.
it would be sort of the way like kids will throw pennies on the ground because they're not worth anything. And if you have these tax
Yeah,
tokens and you are no longer in the state of Washington, they're probably absolutely worthless.
they're
Because
worthless.
I found them in
Yeah.
South Dakota, and it's like, what were I mean, why were they even here was kind of a thing. I thought they had something to do with that you got one when you paid your property taxes or something. I thought it was some proof of payment. I didn't
Um,
realize that they were
that was real estate
like small
or sales
things.
tax. Sales tax. Yep. Sales tax.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Well,
then
that's really interesting.
the other connection that I have with you is my absolute favorite find of all time is actually
Mhm.
now in your state.
What?
So I had found this is going back like 5 or 6 years ago. I said I had this hot spot swimming hole that I have found so many great things in this one place.
Mhm.
One of which was a sterling silver bracelet that had a person's first initial, last name, and military ID, and a
Uh-huh.
beautiful, beautiful bracelet sitting in the bottom of a stream, completely tarnished black. So I look up the number that was on it, the military ID, and I get a hit that matches the last name that's on it.
Mhm.
And then unfortunately, find his obituary. So he
Uh-huh.
had passed away. It was not super long before I had found this, a couple years before I found it. Um, so I then try to connect with his family because there's some surviving, children. I connect with a daughter on Facebook who 100% thought I was trying to scam her out of money.
Uh-huh.
I ended up finding his brother who lives near me. I called, actually found his name on a church directory as an
Uh-huh.
usher. So I called the church and said, "Hey, I'm trying to talk to find so and so," and they're like, "Oh, here's his phone number." And he's giving me his phone number. I called the guy, and to be honest, this was like one of those like most chilling conversations you ever had, because I said, "Hey, I found this item. Did you have a brother who served in the military?" And he said, "Yeah, he just recently passed away." And I said, "Well, I found a bracelet in a stream." And he said, "I know right where the stream is." So he and his brother, after his brother got out of the service, was living with his family. He went to college and was living in the area close to where I live now. They would swim in this stream. He said between 1945 and 1949 is when they lived in the area. That's when his brother lost it.
Oh, wow.
So,
Uh-huh.
um, so I said, "Can you do me a favor and please contact your niece because this belongs, with his family, with his daughters." So he did. And what was chilling was, like, when I found her on Facebook, she had just recently posted a picture of her father in his older years, just before he passed away. But she also
Uh-huh.
had a picture of him when he was a young man standing next to his wife, and he's in full military dress.
Uh-huh.
And just to see that photo, it's like, oh my gosh, this is the man who lost this bracelet. So of
Oh,
course
wow.
we got it back. Now she lives in South Dakota. That's the
What's her name and where does she live? Like what town? And I'll give her a call and say I'd like to see the bracelet, and she'll think I'm crazy.
yeah, that so she
I'm sorry.
no, no. So the bracelet, I contacted her when that was the first video I ever put out because I just love that story. And
Uh-huh.
I contacted her because it was a couple years since I'd returned it to her and said, "Hey, I'm putting this video together." She just absolutely loved the idea. She sent me a picture of the bracelet. What she had done was mounted it in a frame, and put, her father's name and stuff on it. And
Mhm.
it's now on her grandson's wall, his bedroom wall, which would be his great grandson's bedroom wall. So,
Oh,
you
wow.
know, it kind of puts that perspective. We were talking earlier about like just another Merc kind of thing.
Uh-huh.
When I first started detecting, for me, it was all about, oh, the treasure, right?
Uh-huh.
I got to get the silver. I got to get the gold. And quite honestly, it's really about the story. Like,
Mhm.
I've got some pretty cool coins and they're fun to talk about, but that story is just my favorite. And I
Uh-huh.
look for any occasion that I can to like get stuff back to people, even if it's, something worth a bit of money. I'd rather go back to the right owner.
That is so cool. I just can't imagine, that you found, like, you were able to find the family and get it back to them.
Yeah.
So what town does she live in again? No, I'm sorry.
You know what? I'd have to look it up.
I call her up and say, "Hey, I'm a friend of Patrick's. Can I come metal detect your yard?" And she'll be like, "Sure, come on over."
Well, yeah. And so she told me, like I made it clear to her, look, I don't want a dime from you. I don't want a check, a credit card. I just want an address so that I can send this to you. And I wrote her a nice letter, and I had like a picture of a map and an overview of where I found it so she could see where her father was and all. And
Uh-huh.
I told her in this letter, like, I don't want a single dime from you. Like, just pay it forward. Like, do something nice for somebody, do what, donate to a charity. And
Uh-huh.
she ended up she told me, because she's in South Dakota there, that she um, ran across some bikers stranded, some motorcyclists stranded in the rain. So she's like, I
Uh-huh.
was a little reluctant. I normally wouldn't do this, but she pulled over to give them shelter from the storm. I was like, that's fitting, right? So
Uh-huh.
hopefully she sat there and told them the story, and they passed on the kindness. So to me, that's
Yeah.
what it's all about.
And it's really nice they didn't jack her car and steal it from
There's
her
that too. Yeah.
and I mean,
I would have felt
pulled
horrible
over
had I found
a
that
bunch
out.
of people. You just never know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I may be just a little cynical when it comes to stuff like that, but
You got to
I lived
protect
down in
yourself. Yeah.
Rio for a while, and you don't stop when the light at night when you're driving. You don't stop at the lights because if you stop, somebody will come and hijack your car and kill you. And it's like
Oh,
it's just known that it's okay to just run the lights at random at night. It's like I think it's like after 8 or after 9 o'clock at night. It's all a free for all. And
just so you don't get
yeah,
trapped. That's
so you
crazy.
don't get, yeah. And I mean, you
Yeah.
stop at stoplights during the day, and little kids will come up and hang on your windows. They literally, if you have your windows a little open because it's hot, they'll come and they'll put their little fingers in and hang on your windows as you're trying to pull the car forward because they all swarm you because they're trying to get, they figure that they can get some money or something from you if they do that.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
just really horrifying, but yeah,
Yeah.
it's I don't know.
So do you have any experiences or stories where you found the owner or an old picture or something to go with? Like, do you have any?
Um, Gosh, I don't know. I've found quite a few things. My husband found a class ring that we
Mhm.
were in. We were actually at a ball field, and we're in the middle of a town that has three different towns around it with the letter H, and it was a class ring with the letter H, and we could never figure out which ring it went or which town it went to, much less anything
Uh,
else. Probably my favorite thing is my husband found a Civil War belt buckle in an alley, and okay, this was weird. We watch a lot of videos. We used to sit down and watch everybody else's YouTube videos before I started making them,
mhm.
and you know during COVID, when everybody was locked down, I started publishing my videos a little bit to try to give a little back. But before that, we would watch like Corder Hoarder and Jeff Plugmaster Ford and
Mhm.
Hoover Boys and guy named Dakota Detector. He's up north. Um, and so we were watching a video, and I think it was the Weekly Adventures in Dirt. You know, Ken out of Colorado, he does the little summary thing, and they pop up with a video, and somebody is just, you know, practically wetting their pants over having found a eagle belt buckle.
Mm.
And my husband's sitting on the couch. He goes, "Oh, I have one of those." And he said it exactly like that. And I went, "Bullshit, you do not." And he's like, "No, I have one of those. It's in a bucket in the garage." And I was like, "Prove it." And he went out and he grabbed his belt buckle, and it's this Civil War belt buckle, beautiful condition, eagle thing. In fact, I have it. I think it's right here. If I can grab it without knocking anything over, because I have toys next to my office all day. Yeah, it's right here. I'll show you. And anyway, so our town, the town that I live in, was founded by Civil War veterans. And my husband found this in an alley behind a house in town. And the sad thing is, he cannot remember which house he was behind because it was so inconsequential to him at the time. Remember, this is the same guy that runs around saying he just found just a Merc, right? Let me get this out here. I have my little finds box here next to the table. I don't remember why I had it here, but here, I'll grow this real quick. Oops, that's upside down. So, I mean, this is an absolute pristine condition.
Oh,
And
no way.
isn't that beautiful? And he finds this, and I would give anything to know which house he found it behind, and then find out who owned the house there and whose great grandfather or grandfather was in the Civil War.
Yeah.
Because
You see Mike chatting there? Great finds there. He's telling you what that is.
that's a model 1851. Okay, what does that mean, Great Finds? It has the back, it has the loopy thing. Model 1851. What is that?
Mhm.
Tell me what that
Mike
means.
Mike knows
Or
his
come on.
stuff here. He's awesome.
Yeah, Mike, you can come up and you can talk to us. Tell us about it if you want. I will give you a link. Um, we're just
I see in your stream there.
sometimes I
So
just post the link in general, but Mike, you come get your ass up here and tell me about this. Sorry.
I see in your
You'd think
stream
I
there
was
you
drinking
have
wine.
I see in your stream there you have Jersey Ray. Rachel's so much fun to detect with. I met her for the first time down in North Carolina, and we've
Uh-huh.
gone out a couple times detecting. And Mike, I've been out with a number of times. We're working on permissions and stuff together. He just
Uh-huh.
it's actually just fun driving with him because he
Really?
knows so much history, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. But we work well together, and I like when we
Oh,
find
that's
stuff and we're like
awesome.
we just help each other narrow things down, and we've been on some great hunts together recently. And Rachel
Now,
was with us for
do you
some of
guys
those.
live close to each other?
Yeah, he's about a half hour from me. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I actually have that. You know, you were asking if I ever returned anything, and I will show you one thing that you would think I didn't return it because I have one, but um, in town there used to be, okay, back in the day they would give people tokens to ride the railroad to come out and look at land to buy, and
Hmm.
so you would get these big tokens, and I have this one. It's not in very good shape. Um, but I'll show you real quick. This one, it says John Sloat the Dirt Man on it, and it's good for
Oh
one
wow.
railroad fare. And my husband Eric found half a dozen of these in a basement they were tearing out, and he gave them all to Sylvia Sloat, that was her father or her grandfather that was the dirt man who gave these tokens out back in the day. And I have since found like three more of these because they're all over in my town
Hmm.
in the dirt. They're just people. Apparently, they rode the railroad out. And some people just dropped the tokens in the dirt and they left them there. But yeah, we returned the ones that were really nice shape because she owns a antique store now, and so I think she has them there at her antique store now. But You know, it doesn't have the sentimental value that your story has, but I did return something, just saying. I don't know. Um, you know, a lot of times the stuff I find is just, you know, we find a lot of coins and a lot of like wrecked cap guns and, you
Uh,
know, mysterious, you know, like little bullets and things. Um, you know, nothing really, really old out here like you guys get. I mean, we're not that old of a state. So we are, I guess, if we're lucky if we can find something that's in like the 1880s, 1890s.
you want
And,
to see my oldest
you know,
coin?
absolutely. What you got? Oh, here, let me grow you. Is
Here, hold
that
on.
hold on. Grow, grow, grow. Is that one of those constellation ones or what is that?
I'll show you one of those in a second. No, that's a 1721 Spanish 2 real.
Oh, wow. That is beautiful.
Yeah, so
So
I just
how big is that compared to a quarter?
it's like the size of a quarter. Is a
Okay.
regular modern day quarter.
Okay. All
It's
right.
much thinner. Oh,
So
I'll just
how
show
does
you
it
that.
tone compared to a silver quarter?
Silver. It's a screaming silver signal. As a matter of fact, I found this and then I was like just in complete shock. And then I get a second tone no more than a foot away from it, and that one turned out to be a
Uh-huh.
modern quarter. They sounded almost identical. Yeah.
Really?
Here, I can
That's
find
weird.
the.
That's weird that they wouldn't be because it's silver silver, it wouldn't be higher.
Yeah, I'll find you. Yeah,
Hey,
here. So this.
Fostering Treasures in Michigan's here and he's new to our channel. So please everybody welcome him. I just blue wrenched him and go check out his channel if you haven't done so already. And if anybody else does not have a blue wrench, you need to holler at me and tell me different because I am not I can't see the blue wrenches when I'm on the StreamYard stream. All right, what you got there?
So there's your Nova Constelladio. Now this one is
Uh-huh.
really, really beat up. I found this in a stream. So this would be
Okay.
late 1700s. There is
So
just the
it's
faintest piece of it that I was able to distinguish what this coin was, but I can't get a date off of it. But these were
so
from the
wait a
late
minute.
17s.
Is it pronounced Constellatia or Constellatio?
I don't know. take,
I just
take your pick
wondered.
on that one.
Okay.
I have so I'm four times in the 1700s. So those were the first two 1700s.
Uh-huh.
I have just recently got a half real back in June. Actually, that was from the 1700s. I found that like a mile from my house.
Mm-hmm.
And then just a couple weeks ago, I was out with Mike and I pulled a 1700s Chinese coin. So that
Oh,
was a cool
wow.
first for me.
So how would you know it's a 1700s coin because it's in Chinese writing? How did you figure out the year?
Yeah, so I knew nothing about Chinese coins until I found that and researched it. The symbols on the top and bottom. So on the face of it, there's two symbols on either side. I have that one downstairs. I'd show it to you, but there's two
Mhm.
symbols on either side that represent something to do with currency, and then
Oh,
on the
okay.
top and the bottom are symbols representing the dynasty or the emperor of the time frame that it was made in. So that
Uh-huh.
one in particular came out of it was like 1749 to 1790 some. No idea why that was where it was.
Uh-huh.
I think somebody threw out an idea that it may have been something related to building bridges, because Chinese indentured servants were here working
Right.
on railroads and bridges and stuff.
Well, yeah,
Here's
they
my,
they they built the railroads going all the way out. So
oh yeah,
that would be um and I what you got there? Oh, wait.
that's my
You got
my
something
one and
pretty. Let me grow you again.
that's
Hold
my
on.
one and only silver dollar in 1889.
Now, how come all your silvers are so dark?
They're coming out of the streams.
Is there a way to
So
fix that and make them pretty again?
yeah, you can do something like this. This one came out just as dark, but I
Okay.
I did what you're not supposed to do is put them in boiling water with aluminum foil and baking soda, and it cleans the
Uh-huh.
tarnish up. But these are all found in the streams. I'm right
And
now up to 75 silver coins that I found
Wow.
in this one swimming hole.
So wait a minute.
Um,
Why are you not supposed to do that?
it would potentially, I guess, wreck the coin value if there's value to it.
Okay. Do you
You
ever
know,
sell your stuff though, or do you just keep it? Because you strike me as a hoarder that you would keep everything except for something that, unless it's something that you're trying to return to its rightful owner. I don't see you ever selling your coins.
I purposely don't try to keep large things because I don't want to be a hoarder like where it grows. But yeah, I, I, I keep most things that I find. I've never sold anything.
Uh-huh.
I do. I have. Now that I've been detecting for so long, I'm much less bothered by giving things back to homeowners. So, when I first started detecting, I remember talking to a couple people um, where they were like, "Oh, you can detect here, but I get to keep everything." And I remember being so new to the hobby that, well, this seems like a waste of my time. And
Uh-huh.
like, what if I find something I'd never found before? Like, I don't want to give it to them, you know? So, but
Uh-huh.
now, if somebody lets me detect on their property, I'm like, yeah, you can have it all. Like, more often than not, they'll say, oh, you can keep it. You did all the work. But, if I find history
Hmm.
and they want to keep it with their house, like, I
Well,
think that's the story.
um, Fort Sisseton, this is one of my videos I did about a month ago. We went camping at the state park, the historic Fort Sisseton. And I asked, I said, can we metal detect there? And she says, yeah, just come to the office, we'll sign a form and she'll explain how it works. And so I went and meet with the park lady and she explained that I could detect all I wanted, sign the form, but I had to give her every last everything that we dug out of the ground. And she didn't care if it was a pop can, she didn't care if it was a bottle cap, she wanted everything. And I did it the first day and I found all these really cool things. And Eric didn't want to have anything to do with it. He was like, that's stupid. You got to give
Yeah.
everything up. But this after he saw what I found the first day, he's like, he came out with me the second day and he found some stuff too. And it was just really neat. Um, the thing was they were really funny because they said, oh, but you know what? If you find any square nails, we have hundreds of those. We don't need those. So
Yeah.
I find this really cool square nail and I showed him everything else. And I said, oh, and I got this square nail. I'd really like to keep this one. And she snatched it out of my hand. And she says, nope, that one's too nice. I was just like, okay, you get that square nail too then. I just thought it was really funny. But yeah, that's where I got my Joe Louis jar, which I was sad after where'd he go? I got this. Um, or one I got one oh sorry, he's got a $2 bill in his mouth. There. I got this in a pile of dirt and I just thought it was
Oh,
so
wow.
cool. It's a Joe Louis, Fightin' Joe Louis jar that was made by a Mayo company into a bank. And it's got the bank top in the 40s. And I found it in a pile of
Ah.
dirt at Fort Sisseton. And they have the original. I went and bought this one on eBay because I was sad that I didn't have one. So this is actually a replica. I mean, it's still, the same age, but it's just not the one that I dug. But mine didn't have a jar top. So
Oh,
this one's an
there you
actual
go.
bank.
Even
And
better.
yeah, and I just keep like coins and things in it that are like my giveaways and stuff, which is I have $2 bills and stuff in here, but that I should put in a nice flat thing. But they, yeah, the sports system was so cool because they even said, I figured they were going to tell me that we could be on the 80 acres, but not inside the fort compound. But they were like, no, you can go anywhere you want besides except for the graveyard. And I just thought that was amazing, and I wouldn't want to go to the graveyard anyway. So I will
Mhm.
definitely go back there again sometime because I just think it's really fun to look for the history.
So have
And
you never detected in a cemetery?
gosh, no. Have you?
I I have, but it was against all better judgment. But um, so
Okay.
I was in the ring finders for a number of years, which if
Uh-huh.
anyone's unfamiliar with it, this guy up in Canada, Chris Turner, does this amazing website where you basically pay, I don't know what the rate is anymore. I think back then when I was doing it was like 35 bucks a year and you get like one of three spots in your area, right? So he limits basically the number of people that can do this.
Uh-huh.
And if someone were to lose a ring and if they thought about it and went online and searched for whatever, like lost ring, help me find lost ring, whatever, you're going to find his website number one. It's really, it's well written. And you can even like, if you lost it and you're on your phone and you're like, oh, I lost this ring, I'm on vacation in whatever, Myrtle Beach. Like you can click that, it knows your location and it will tell you who can come help you, who's nearby. So I was doing this for my area, and I was actually on vacation at the time, and this woman called and said that that she lost an earring at, unfortunately, her grandson's funeral. And I was like, oh, well, I'm on vacation. When I get back, I'll help you. I said, but do you know where you lost it? And that was always the key when I've helped a number of people find rings when they know where they lost it. It's like, okay, no brainer, I'll go get it for you. When they have no clue, you just don't know, and they don't know. So this woman, she really just didn't know. So she had the other earring, and thankfully it was like a nice solid silver earring. It screamed, so I was able to listen to its tone. And then she got permission. It was her church where the cemetery was. She got permission that I could go look for her ring or her earring. And unfortunately, I couldn't find it. I mean, I spent a while. The only thing is I didn't dig. And I told her there's going to be no reason to dig. She lost it a couple days prior. It's going to be, right on the surface. I'll find it with my probe if it's right there. But the only thing I found was
probably down with the casket.
You never know. Yeah.
If you didn't find it on the ground, I would guess that it probably got, it's probably 6 feet under with whoever, it was her uncle, you said?
It was her grandson. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So, yeah, it was kind of a surreal experience. I had another couple then. Like I said, I recovered a number of rings for people. It was a lot of fun. And I did it. I was hoping to find other permissions, and I would get these calls out of nowhere though. Like when you least expected it, and they were always frantic, because they're like, oh my gosh, I lost my ring. I need help. And so I had a couple nice recoveries, always happy to get them back. The last time I got a call from them, and I just didn't have the time to help people anymore. I should probably look back up because I probably enjoy doing it again. But this woman was driving on a 2-lane highway. It's like a 4-lane highway near my house. She put her arm out the driver's side window and her ring flew off.
Oh no.
And her husband called me and he's like, can you help us? I'm like I can't detect in this median in this highway. Like the cops won't let me there. It's just insane. And the kicker was, they said, don't worry, we know right where we lost it. It was at mile marker, whatever number they said, and there's like, but it may be a half a mile in either direction. There's no way I'm going to be able to find a ring down a mile stretch of a median. There's trash everywhere. Not to mention cars flying by.
There was a lady like that on my Facebook that was asking if anybody would go out to the Black Hills, where they pulled over on the side of the road when they were on motorcycles. And it was somewhere between point A and point B. They pulled over on the side of the road, and she says, I can show you more or less on the map where we stopped, I think. And it had been the previous year, so the snow had already flown, and whatever melted, and Lord knows where it was. And she was asking people to go look for it. I was like, no, not going to happen. But I don't know. That's just crazy.
Yeah. So that Chris Turner, he's a real nice guy. Like when you try to join there, he kind of interviews you first just to make sure that, you have some experience, because he has his reputation of his company on the line, but he gives a ton of great pointers, and he's actually really fun to talk to. I've talked to him like 2 or 3 times, with just some difficult, challenges of trying to find stuff. And he has a lot of good creative ideas, but yeah.
Hey, thanks, Jersey Ray. Appreciate you being here.
See you, Rachel.
And you can lurk. She's gonna lurk on the big screen, she said.
Oh, yeah.
So, and we are gonna do some races later. And if you're lurking on the big screen, then you'll know to tune in and claim your prize at the end. So I'll keep that in mind. So we have to make sure that because a lot of people, including you, are on the East Coast, that we need to make sure that nobody is crazy like tired, and we're doing it. Okay, I don't know where Hee Haw is, but I want to go detect there. I have 120 acre permission behind my house. That is awesome. And you could like entertain yourself on that for, I don't know, like 12 years or something, right? 120 acres, 10 acres a year. 12
Oh
years.
yeah, you'd be out there for a while. What you'll probably find is that there's going to be key areas of it, and then just complete dead areas, meaning like
Hmm.
just no signals. So I'm surrounded by farms, and I do enjoy going on, hunting on farms, and where you're closest to the road, it's nothing but trash. So
Uh-huh.
you want to spend a lot of time there though, because that's probably where most of the good stuff is closer to roads, closer to homes. But you got to be willing to get rid of the trash, um, and then you could be detecting for forever. This one farm near me, I pulled by the house. I got a large scent and an Indian head somewhat
Oh,
near the
wow.
house. And then
Hmm.
way in the middle of the field, for no earthly reason, I got a half scent. And it was just in the middle of nowhere.
A
But
half cent. Is that what size would that be?
a half
I
cent
mean,
is
is it the size of a dime
no, it's
or is it half a large cent? So it's the size of a nickel.
yeah, it's like half a large cent.
Okay.
Sorry to walk away from you. There's a half cent.
Oh,
And
hold on.
that's a large cent here next to it.
Oh, all right. So what would that tone as? I'm talking
Um,
AT Pro numbers.
AT Pro numbers, you're getting, I think, close to like the quarter range for like a large cent, like
Right.
close to it. Um, Probably a little bit less on the half
I,
cent there.
but it would
Yeah.
be higher than a penny.
Yeah. It'll scream at you a
Hmm.
little bit more than a penny. So
Okay.
maybe slightly higher than a dime, somewhere between a dime and a quarter is my best guess for like a large cent.
Well,
Um,
see, this is going to be next week will be the first time I've gotten to ever metal detect on the East Coast because
oh yeah.
um, I just haven't done any traveling since COVID.
Hmm.
And when before that, I would take my detector out to California, but I just don't have any reason really to go back east. And
Yeah.
we're smack dab in the middle of the stinking country. So we went to Iowa last, was it in March or no, in May, we went to Iowa and that was the oldest ground we've been on because
Hmm.
Iowa was established like 30 years before South Dakota. But I think North Carolina and those guys, I'm pretty sure they were established back in the, I don't know, colonial. They're one of the first colonies, I
Oh
think.
yeah. Yeah, you'll
Yeah.
find history there. Yeah.
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 So I would think that I could maybe get into the 1700s club. That would be amazing. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's definitely possible. I have some
Hmm.
friends from, I think they're in Wisconsin. I met them in New Hampshire at the Bones event, and they came down last spring to North Carolina, and
Uh-huh.
that was their big goal. Was they wanted old coins. They were looking for large cents. I
Hmm.
don't know, maybe like a dozen or so of them. Um, I
Oh, so
I
it's
find
just a large cent to you.
it's just a large. No, I have enough that they're. I found two in one day. I was with Mike. I found two in one day. I called him over
Uh-huh.
after I found my first one. I'm like, Mike, come on over, and he started detecting. He found one right by me, and then I found another, and I found an Indian head. Um,
Uh-huh.
yeah,
Oh,
that's not every
wow.
day though. That's not every day. That's a really good day.
I
But
just realized Hee Haw doesn't have a moderator tag, so we're adding that. I always try to make everybody in my channel a moderator. I
uh,
want everybody to be able to click on anybody else's channel and go places and check them out because, that whole thing, the whole marathon and what I was trying to do there was to put channels out there and get them all,
yeah,
so they're knowing each other. And in fact, I'm going to pull and post your link again because it's been a while since we had it up there. So let's see if it's still in my paste. Nope, that's not in my paste. That is something else. So we'll have, that's the StreamYard link in case anybody else wants to come hang out. Because I always make it so that if people want to come and hang out, it's
mhm,
okay. A lot of people are feeling, they get nervous about the idea of streaming, you know?
yeah.
And the more that you show up on other people's channels and you just try it out, the less intimidating it is.
I,
And
I,
I
I
don't know.
work
I used
I
to be
work
worried.
on Zoom all day. Some days I spend 5 6 hours on Zoom. So to me, it's a
It's
lot
just
like what
more
I'm
of the
doing
same.
at work. So yeah. But I
You know,
love talking about metal detecting and hearing other people's stories and sharing stories. So I could do this forever. But
well, I actually, because okay, I'm a woman, right? So I should like primp and prune and do stuff. And now it's just like, you guys get what you get. I don't
yeah,
care. I mean, and you just don't even, think about it. But, when you start thinking about that, then you go, geez, maybe I should have showered before I went on the live stream.
nobody,
You know,
nobody can tell.
I, you know, I, I don't know. I mean, it's just one of those things that, when you get older, you just care less. That's all there is
Mhm.
to it.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a lady today who is 77 years old, and she had the best attitude. And she was talking about all these problems she's having with her health. And she was just this amazing, positive light. And I just was like, I want to be that, and when I'm 77 years old, I want to just bring cheer to people and
Yeah.
stuff. But I want to be not, I want to be healthy. So I don't have problems. But yeah, I don't know. It's just, what it is. But yeah, I actually was thinking that I'm going to try to do smaller share lists of curated videos, but not what I'm going to do is actually only show like like a little bit of an intro of the video of each one and do an actual live stream where we show a little bit and then we encourage people to go check the channels and do like a more of a guided tour because this last weekend was just crazy when I was trying to do that. I was camping and I kept coming back and forth
Oh
from the
yeah.
river. And yeah, I was like we had no internet half the time when we were at camping and it was just crazy. But I
I
think
love
something like
watching you with the all your animals and the that tiny little cat, but an adorable. I don't like cats, but that cat was adorable.
we lost all our cats to visit yeah, yesterday.
What?
We had 5 kittens, and then there was 1, and I'm like, "Oh, crap, something killed our kittens," and I was so sad about it. And, we have a lot of cats on the farm. I shouldn't be sad, but I was like, I really liked this one, and they were just really sweet. And then last night when I went out to put the chickens up, all of them came tumbling up and came running across my shoes.
Oh,
They
good.
were gone for, like, a day and a half, and I don't know
Yeah.
where they were. They were nowhere to be found. I was outside like half a dozen times. I sent my son out looking for them twice, and they were I don't know where, but they all showed up again. So we still have kittens.
And
I
there's
was
that little tiny one that was just running between your feet the whole time. The cute
that's
little
what they
cat.
do. Yep.
And then your dog was taking over and trying to drink all their milk. It's just funny.
Yeah, we've got I don't know. I think we've got like 8 cats now. We're gonna try to. I'm gonna put a sign up in town and see if anybody wants a kitten because that's a few too many. And yeah, I can't. We have that many, I have to start spaying and neutering them all, or we're going to have 82 cats next year, right?
Yeah.
Um, but normally we have somewhere between like 3 and 6. That's about the sweet spot. So
Yeah.
hopefully we'll get there. And yeah, I haven't been streaming like this past week, the morning streams because they interfered with marathon. But we finally finished the marathon. Yay!
You got through it.
Yes, we
It was
got through it
literally
before
a
Friday
marathon.
days. Yeah, it was crazy. But you know what? Live and learn. It was actually a really good experience. We had some people that popped in, like New Horizons came, you came in. Some people would pop in and just check in now and then, see what was going on, see if anybody was in.
Mhm.
And it was really neat. And
Yeah.
Blistering Barnacles Magnets was there like nonstop for 5 days. I don't know how he ever like got a chance to sleep. See, and he's back now. Blistering Barnacles Magnets is here. He wins the marathon award. If we had like a car that if everybody had to put their hand in the car and last person to take their hand off the
Ah,
car would get to win, he would have won a car. Just
what a
saying,
surprise.
you know, because you guys have seen that. They have those contests where you have to do that stuff
Oh, yeah.
and, you
Yeah.
know, and he was amazing. And I was popping in and out, but last 3 days I've also been working because I'm trying to get all my work done before I have to do my little travel thing. And yeah, it's just been, we started it and then I didn't want to give it up. I did not want to have people
Had to
that were on
finish
the
it.
tail end of it not see it. So it was a little bit crazy. But Hey, couple shout outs. Las Vegas Urban Treasure Hunter has a 500 giveaway. You guys should check it out. If anybody else has a milestone they just hit, put it in chat and we will get some people over to you and have them check out. Patty Disharoon popped in daily and she was busy all weekend, and I appreciate that. Danny Dees came in and out too. I had a lot of people. BC Treasure Trails. I still say he wins for the best, funniest video of the marathon because his Teletubbies video I just thought was hilarious. And BC Treasure Trails, thank you for the idea of giving me hours of watch time, but that actually, because the marathon hours were not, the marathon videos were not saved, none of that counted. But it's okay because I did what I wanted. I wanted to get the videos out there. And if you want to give me watch hours, the thing to do is to run the scavenger hunt playlist because that is that one actually has a prize attached to it, and you have to find the items just like on Relic Bingo. And by the way, did anybody win Relic Bingo tonight? Does anybody know? Because I have no idea. New Horizons is on the road to 2K, so check that out as well. And Shannon says that he's now 1,000 subs away from 1,000 subs. What did your one sub leave? I subbed you. Did you get purged? That's just crazy. Now, I just think, and the reason, we talked a little bit about building before, and I like to help people build. I know Google algorithm stuff because I build websites for a living. And the whole reason why I'm just trying to build a little bit now is because my husband keeps saying I'm wasting my time. And so I'm trying to prove him wrong. And I'm trying to grow just enough so that it pays for my YouTube no ad subscription because I have YouTube Premium, so I don't have to watch ads. And I got it on. They had this 3-month trial, and it's friggin' addictive not to watch YouTube ads. I cannot go back to. I can't live like that anymore.
Yeah, I don't want to get to that point, but
it's just terrible. I mean, I gave up Netflix the minute they started putting out all this kind of iffy content. I was just like, yeah, we're done. And we gave up Disney Plus because Disney's been doing all sorts of crazy things. But I will not give up my YouTube ad free. I'm sorry. I watch too many things, and
that's your goal, is just to have it cover the cost of.
Yes, I want it to pay for my YouTube.
It's a lofty goal.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It is. And maybe if they could pay for a couple of my memberships, because I'm a member on like Swing That Thing and on Juice, and I don't know. I think I have I'm a member, I think, of Grandma Kelly too. There's like maybe 5 or 6 channels I'm a member of because Shane, Ohio River History, because he does so much for the community and because he does Monday Digs, and I'm on Monday Digs, so I'm a member on his channel. And because he's smart, he made the lowest tier of membership 99 cents a month. And I'm like, who wouldn't give $1 to this guy who's doing so much for the thing, right?
Yeah.
And but yeah, it's really I think that if you earn enough on YouTube to pay it back, and so that you're paying for things like shipping out prizes and whatever, then it's cool. And if it's enough to prove my husband has to just be quiet and let me do my thing, I'm good, right? Because he's part of Diggin. Technically, it always says Diggin is Eric and Ro, but it's me.
It's in your videos.
He comes out detecting with me sometimes and stuff, but he's busy. Like he got an excavator and he dug up the whole backyard to put in a new septic over the last couple of days.
Oh wow!
And
I was gonna say that's some pretty extreme detecting there. Yes, an excavator, but
no, I actually wanted to go over and detect that ground. There was a lot of extra dirt up there. I was like, would that be worth detecting?
Yeah, I did that. My neighbors put in a pool. I was checking all the dirt. Didn't find anything, but
I have never found when I've climbed piles of dirt, I've never found anything good. So it's not, I haven't ever,
yeah, I was on a construction site with Mike and Rachel, and
Uh-huh.
there was mounds of dirt everywhere, and I was scanning all over. I didn't come up with any, but this was a Civil War site. We all three of us came out with bullets that day, but just found that in the untouched earth. But I
Uh-huh.
was hitting all of
So
those. But yeah, like you said, I didn't find anything.
so wait a minute. When you guys were out digging, you all came home with bullets. Does
Mhm.
that mean you had pockets full of bullets and you had hundreds of them each, or does that mean you each got a bullet? I want to know.
That day, Mike found the first bullet, and
Hmm.
he called us over. I found a second one a couple feet from his, and then Rachel ended up finding two. So that's all we found that
Okay.
day. Now there was
Okay.
another
Wait a
day.
minute. You were bottom feeding off of where he just found a bullet.
Yeah. So Mike, like I said, Mike is great at detecting. Just
Uh-huh.
great to be with. He he sincerely just wants to help people. So
Uh-huh.
like that day, I hope he sees it as a mutual friendship. I've brought him to a couple hunts near me. I have a whole bunch of hunts lined up for this fall that I want to get him to in my area.
Uh-huh.
So uh, on that particular day, he was really trying to get Rachel and myself on bullets. So when he
Hmm.
found the first one, he's like, "Hey, over here, come over here, guys!" And we
Uh-huh.
we started filming and stuff, and we were. So I think it was, it was all cool. Now I've been out with him since, and I was telling you this earlier. I found a large scent,
Uh-huh.
completely toasted. We think it was a King George, but no way to know. And he came over to film, and I was like, Mike, let's check here, And he found another large scent, like a
Oh,
foot or
wow.
two where I found mine, and I was so happy for
Uh-huh.
him. Like, and then we a short while later, I can't remember the order of it all, but I did find an Indian head there, and then I came
Hmm.
upon a three ringer, and I was
Oh,
like, Mike,
wow.
we're on three ringers here. And so
Uh-huh.
then we searched a little bit further, and we're getting a little hungry. So we went, grabbed some lunch. We came
Hmm.
back, and between the two of us, what did we end up with? Like 18 or 19 bullets that day. And I genuinely think like when you're like in a stream or in a field like that, when you find something, if you're willing to
Hmm.
share and get other people around, like you find more collectively. So,
Uh-huh.
yeah, it's a little bittersweet if somebody else finds that really nice thing right next to you, but
Uh-huh.
it's the story, it's the sharing it. I was in a permission that I got near me, and I don't know if you know Billy Beeps on Facebook. She's local to me. She has a Facebook
No.
page. She doesn't have a channel, but very really nice, very positive about the hobby, and just a
Hmm.
strong supporter on Facebook. And I connected with her to go out a couple times, and I brought her on one permission, and
Hmm.
she and I were in the middle of this farm, and she had a friend with her, and I looked over and I said, one of us has got to find silver today. And like no more than 2 or 3 minutes later, she gets a signal, and she digs a half dime from 1853 or whatever the date was. It was
Oh, wow.
1850s. I was like, oh, I was so excited for her. But that's one of my
Uh-huh.
bucket listers is a seated. So I was like, but but
Well,
you got
Eric
to
found
find
one
it.
was it last weekend?
I just
He
saw
got a
that.
CC seated, and we actually went out on the site, and he was grumping at me the whole time because it was hot, and he said the site wouldn't have anything good, and the site was half scraped, and it was like solid clay. And then he gets his first seated dime ever there after
Oh,
he thought the place was no good. So it
yeah.
was just really funny. I was going to show you this real quick. Now, remember, I've never been back east,
Yep.
and I have never gotten to dig Civil War, but I have this.
Nice. Now, where'd you get that from? So, Mike, I need Mike to tell you what that is.
I think it's a three ringer.
It is a three ringer, but he knows the subtle differences.
And it was
So
fired because it's got a lumpy part on it.
yeah,
So, but yeah, I actually dug this. We have a
Wh-
gentleman in the next town over who, oh, should I put it back up for Mike?
I
Or
was gonna say,
Mike's
what is
gone.
your? Is he gone? What does your base look like? There's one of
Um,
mine.
it's
So you're
not concave.
flat. Yeah, so that's going to be telling. Um, I'm far from an expert. Again, it's one of the reasons I really like detecting with Mike because I pull these things out and he's like, oh, you know what
Uh-huh.
you got there? I'm like, no, you tell me.
I got 3 rings. That's what I know. It's like it's a
Yeah,
3-ring bullet.
yeah.
Um, and I actually next town over, it only has I think 4 people left in that town, or maybe 6, something like that. And a friend of ours owns the block right by the old school.
Hmm.
And he raises hunting dogs. He raises and trains them. He's basically trains champion hunting dogs. And so every year he comes he leaves during the winter and he comes back every summer to hunt with these champion dogs. And one time I asked if I could play in his yard. He said yes, because he plays in our yard. He goes and he hunts our land up north. And so anyway, I have found so many things out of his like yard that's been
Hmm.
amazing. You know, that's where I got my first seeded dime was out of his yard, and it was a
Oh,
coin
nice.
spill with a Morgan and a Barber half.
That's
And
unreal.
and the coin spill, I was like, I got a 99 signal, and then I pulled a seeded half or seeded dime, and I'm
Yeah,
like, wow, there's a seeded dime. This is really cool. I'm like, how on earth does it
that
ring a
doesn't make
99?
sense. Yeah.
Yes. And so I had to rescan the hole, and when I rescanned it, I got the Morgan. And then after I rescanned it again, I had a 95 and I pulled a half out of there too. But yeah,
Nice.
it's his yard has been just the most amazing thing. And at this point, my husband thinks his yard's all hunted out, but I still sneak over there now and then, and I still find stuff every time I go there. So next time it rains, um, I'll probably go over there and play in his yard again because it's close by the house and it's just fun.
Yeah. The swimming hole that I've been in, I've had Mike there,
Mhm.
and Mike's brother. Like I hit a point where it's like, I think I have everything, but I'm not quite sure. And
Uh-huh.
I, I've been there a couple times this summer, and I found 2 gold rings, and I think it was like 5 more silver coins. I
Oh,
found
wow.
a military ring, but it was like I don't know what it was made out of, brass or bronze or whatever. It was at one point gold
Mhm.
plated. Um, but I'd literally, without exaggeration, have pulled at least 75 pounds of lead sinkers out of this one spot just so that I can
Uh-huh.
find everything. So every
So,
time I go back, there's more and more, but there's little dimes hiding all over the place there.
but you guys get snow in Pennsylvania, right?
Hmm. Yeah.
Do you have mountains where you would have runoff and then the stream would get more, like the current would go faster and maybe stuff would be knocked up?
You know, Mike and I debate this all the time as far as like
Uh-huh.
how much stuff would move. My experience with this particular park, it was an advertised swimming hole. Like people would pay to go swim there, and they had boats and
Okay.
stuff, which is why I found so much coin. There was concession stands there. There
Mhm.
was a dam at one point that's no longer there, so the stream was higher.
Mhm.
Um, my experience with having worked the area and checked out old aerial photos and stuff is that the swimming hole is where I found everything for the most part.
Mhm.
There were other areas where I found stuff, I think just because of activity. My
Okay.
conjecture is I don't think coins and rings and stuff really in this stream move far. It's all bedrock. So when I
Uh-huh.
go down to retrieve coins, if I go down and I like give a quick swish with my hand, like the debris pushes away, and right there is bedrock. So
Okay.
I think these coins and stuff, like if there was enough current, it's just going to push it into rock where it's not going to go anywhere.
Now,
Um,
have you detected where people would have parked their cars to go to the swim hole too?
Yeah, so that was one of these parks where when I first started detecting, I checked their park regulations and nothing, nothing about metal detecting. So I detected there quite a few times. I found
Uh-huh.
2 mercury dimes on the grass where parking and people would have been, doing whatever.
Mhm.
I've even seen other people out there detecting. And one time I
Uh-huh.
talked to a guy and he's like, this place has been detected really hard. And I was there one time when I was expecting to go in the stream and it was just way too high. And I
Uh-huh.
decided, well, I'm here now. I'll just go and detect in the park. and somebody who claimed to work for the park came over and he's like, "You're not allowed to do that here." He got all upset with me. I'm like, "All right." Like, you could see him not damaging anything, and
Uh-huh.
I'm not going to push anything. So I was just like, okay. And lo and behold, the next year, all of a sudden there's a regulation about no digging in the park, no metal detecting, only surf. They
Oh,
basically
geez.
don't say you can't detect. You can search for something that's on the surface, basically. But
That's funny because we were at a park and the lady was staring at me from across the street from her house. And she came over, "What are you doing? Are you digging holes in my park?" and everything else. And I was like, "No, we're metal detecting," which is perfectly legal there, right? Well, it turns out the lady was the mayor of that town. And
oh
I was
no,
just, we detected around for a little bit and then we left because I basically told her what we're doing is not illegal. And
yeah,
and walked away from her because she's all like, "Well, what's your name? What are you?" And I said, "What's your name?" "Well, I'm so and so and I'm the mayor of this town." And I said, "Well, nice to meet you, Mrs. Mayor." And I just walked off. I was just like, yeah, I dared her to call the cops, right? But the funny thing about it is I've never been back to that park because I'm sure they have a regulation now that's probably in the city ordinances, you know.
yeah. It's a
So I don't know.
I
But
really
she was
wish.
totally like a Karen about the whole thing. I was just really, ugh, you know.
I mean, I really wish there was a bit more cooperation between townships and people that metal detect. Like, I think it's a bad rap because of there probably are people that either leave trash around or dig holes and don't properly fill them or just mangle the grass. Like, I
Uh-huh.
get that, I would imagine like if you're running a park, you don't want people to come in and wreck the park like that. But I don't know. I think there's so much opportunity to be found for like, finding things and getting it back to the city, getting it, like
Mhm.
it'd be nice if they paid you somehow for, if you found things and,
Well, no, I'm okay with just being able to video stuff. Half the stuff I
yeah.
find, I'm happy to give it away.
Oh,
Every
yeah.
now and then you find something that is like when I found my first capped bust quarter, I'm not
Mhm.
giving that to anybody. That
Yeah.
one is like, I'm keeping that one. Hey, just real quick, Lost Boys Recovery is in the house. Good to see
Alright.
you. AZ Mort Squad is here. Good to see you. And AZ Mort Squad, I think, just hit 1,000 or is very, very close. And Nina Claire Teresa is here, and it's good to see you, ma'am. Nina Claire is one of those gals that I was telling you about, where they cooperatively go around to different channels and check them out. And I appreciate your being here. It's good to see you. I still would like to know how that works, and I would like to create our own Treasure Fam hashtag and run around all over the internet and bury other channels in love and to get them to come back and bury us in love. I think that would be really good because extending past the treasure family and getting to in order to get to the next level, you almost have to be beyond the people we know, right? Because we've got what 25 people in the stream now, and I've got 1,500 subscribers. And if you look at the people that come and repeat over and over, I'd say there's like maybe 100 of us that are real like hardcore. We metal detect or we magnet fish, and we all know each other, and we're running around, we're watching each other's videos, right? There's this core group, and if you could somehow take that core group and like harness the power of that group, we could make
Yeah.
everybody grow. I think it
Do
would be
you
really
do
cool.
you have, any, like, YouTube channels that you like outside of the metal detecting arena? Like, are there any?
Yeah, yeah, I do. I watch a lot of homesteading channels. I
Mhm.
watch like Me Gardener, Michigan Gardener. I like his channel. There's a dude in California that gardens. I like watching him too. He's really, really good. And he's like eye candy. I don't remember his name right now, but he's really interesting and easy on the eyes. Just saying. Um, you know, let's see. I watch a show. It's Bear Independent. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He
No.
does he does a lot of like homestead survival stuff, but he's also well trained in firearms, and
Mhm.
he's very interesting to watch. And let's see. I'm trying to think. It's really I think more and more it's things that are like outdoor traveling things I like.
Yeah.
Um,
There's probably a lot of
it really,
crossover.
yeah, there's a little bit of crossover, but it really is like there's a gal. that I was watching. She's like a van life gal, and they came over to the US and they rented a van, and then it like blew up. It like burst into flames.
Oh yeah.
And I watched the whole video, and it's like, and then they went and bought another van, and they go like, it's cheaper than getting a hotel. You come over here, you buy a used van, you drive around in it for 6 months, and then when it explodes on the side of the road, you go get yourself a new one, but it's still cheaper than a hotel.
I
And
guess it's
you
probably
know,
true, actually. Yeah.
and especially with all the COVID restrictions, anybody who still travels, I am fascinated by that
Yeah.
because I miss that. I used to travel a lot when I was younger, and now it's kind of a lot harder to get out. AZ Mort Squad, are you at 1,000 yet, or are you getting close? You guys speak up. So I don't know. I try to keep up with everybody. It's oh, here, Danny D says if you like walking streams in NYC, there's a YouTube channel called Yo Ang. She and her husband walk around New York and stuff like that. I have been watching these guys walking around Vegas and Disney World lately. And I don't know why I do that, but I've been watching those, and I've been watching this one guy mow lawns. And there's something about watching him. He goes door to door, and he goes to the crappiest looking house on the block with the overgrown lawn. He knocks on the door and he says, "Excuse me, can I fix your lawn for you for free?" And then
Send it my way.
and then he goes and he does the entire video, and it's like a 3-hour stream while he's doing the entire lawn. And it's fascinating to watch, how he transforms these lawns from being absolute garbage to these beautiful like things. I mean, and then he goes and he gives them his card, and he says, "If you really would like to, I will maintain your lawn, and I'll do it really reasonable. Here's my card." And I guess he gets business that way. But it's not grassy ass lawn care. It's a different person. And I just find those interesting. What about you? What kind of videos do you watch besides
Well,
treasure hunt?
I'm intrigued by DC digging there watching hobo videos, which I think that's cool. um, yeah, there's I can't remember his name, but there's a guy in New York that, let's see, a polyglot. Is that what they polyglot? That like he just can pick up languages super fast, and
Okay.
he'll learn a language and then go into like local streets and different stores in New York City and talk to them in their native
Uh-huh.
language. And it's just so funny to watch the reaction of people seeing this, white guy come up and talk in like, whatever language he speaks with them. And he learns these obscure languages. So
What's his
um,
name?
I can't remember that. It's like Zhao Ming. Like he has some Chinese name. He lived in China for like a year and he
Okay.
adopted whatever that name is. I can't remember what that is, but I'll find it and send you a link at some point. Um,
Oh, you just reminded me. There is a dude that says something like "sing for free and it'll make you smile." He's a black dude, and he stands on the subway with a big sign, and he
oh,
gets
wow.
people to come sing karaoke.
Uh-huh.
And I love him. He
That's
gets
cool.
drunk people, and he had like a bunch of drunk girls in New Orleans singing for him. And he just like anywhere he goes, he sets up this whole thing with a big sign that says "Sing with me for free," and he just plays any song that you can create. Um, you could think of. You name the song, he'll play it. He's that good. And
Um,
I should put his link because I think that would be really fun to what he does. If he was ever like standing at the side of the road, which would be really surprising in South Dakota because we're a
yeah,
very homogenous area up here. But I would totally stop and sing with him. I'd be like,
that'd be
yes, I
fun.
want to sing with this guy.
Yeah.
It would be fun. So, but yeah, I
Um,
would love it if you figure that out. Message it to me or post it on. I will start a thread on my community tab, and if anybody has like some oddball, like non-treasure um, creator that you watch, put it up there. Let's check them out. I think that's that's actually kind of fun. Oh, Lost Boys, I don't think it's gonna be no time at all. I think it's gonna be a long, long road. But I am doing a shout out short thing that if anybody wants to do a shout out short for me, they'll enter to win a silver treasure hunt around at the end of the year. We're gonna do a big Christmas giveaway, and I'm hoping that we can come up with some cool prizes and do stuff. I was actually looking at whether I should pick up a simplex. They had simplex treasure, whatever they're called, detectors. You know those things, the long ones with the coils. I was thinking about buying one of those, and I just don't know what it would cost to ship it out. If I bought one and gave it away, it'd be a fortune to ship,
Oh,
because
probably.
that's the only thing.
I
Yeah,
don't know if they copied right. I just put his channel there, but it's like in all these Chinese characters. Um,
let's see.
Zhaoma NYC.
Oh my. Yeah,
I don't
that
know if
does come
that.
up with Chinese characters. And it did come up. And he's got
Yeah.
5 million people.
Oh yeah, he's huge.
Interesting.
Like I said, he just walks around and he picks up a language and then goes out and
Yeah.
talks to like shop owners and restaurant owners, and they.
Now, the
It's so
weird
funny.
thing is I'm already subscribed to him. I don't
Oh,
know
are you?
why.
Well, there you go.
Yes. Maybe
Yeah.
it's like the, I hope I'm not going to offend anybody, but I'm going to say it anyway. Did you know that is anybody here a Mormon? Because apparently you become a Mormon after you die. They add you to the Mormon Hall of Fame after you
An
die. There's
automatic
the caves.
subscription.
And yeah, there's these caves in Utah that add you to the rolls. And maybe he has some magic way that he subscribed to me when I've never even been to his channel because I'm subscribed. I'm
Maybe.
just saying.
The other one that I do like, which actually my style of video is actually kind of maybe some of his video, bled off onto me, is Baumgartner Restorations. It's this guy
Okay.
who restores paintings, and he's as
Okay.
calm and serene as can be. And I'll just watch his video in the background, and he literally is taking, like, somebody brings in a oil painting, and he's
Uh-huh.
literally slowly taking it apart, and then he'll sit there with a cotton swab and just slowly get the debris and the dirt and the old
Uh-huh.
varnish off of it, and then slowly retouches it, and it's just a thing of beauty to watch him do. It's kind of like Bob Ross. Yeah. Baumgartner Restoration. It's a
That's
if
like
you're if you're
the
ever
late night
stressed
candy
up.
people that I watch these ladies make candy at night.
Oh yeah, there was
Have
a
you seen
channel I
this,
was hooked
Nikki?
on for a while. Yeah.
I'm posting. This is the Sing With Me guy, and I'm seeing if I can post a link here because I thought I copied it. Here it is. It's Guitar 5000, and he's just really funny because but he's also got like 1 million people or something.
Hmm.
He had 7.2 million views on his last video. So, but he only has 649,000 subscribers. So everybody watched this video twice that was subscribed to him.
Probably.
So, congratulations. New Horizon just hit her 2K, and that is amazing. I I have so much respect for the people who have really taken the time to build their channels, and like Andy at Lost Boys too. He gets out there and he's been doing it for, I don't know, years, I think. And it's like you grow organically and everything just keeps falling together. I actually kind of started really putting out videos this year, because before that I would sporadically drop a video like once every 3 or 4 months. And what I would do is I would just hoard footage on my phone. And
Mm.
then when I ran out of room, I hoarded footage on the other phone. And
Yeah.
it's like, I'm trying to get these things cleared because they've gotten so full that they won't download a video when you make it. It won't. Like I had to throw away Chrome the other day so I could get the video to come out, because they
Really.
they have well, I use a program called InShot,
Okay.
and you make the video and then you say download it, and if you don't have enough room on your phone for the downloaded video to come down, it fails. And
Okay.
so you basically have to have a little extra space, and I would like free up one little bit at a time. And it's just not working. So I threw away a bunch of stuff the other day because I was getting frustrated. I have
Mm.
a Fort Sisseton video in here that's 40 minutes, and it's going to take a huge amount of space to download it, I think. And I have to get
Uh,
that out of there. And then once I download it and it's on YouTube, I can throw it away in the phone,
right.
because I don't need to keep the extra footage. You guys don't want to see stuff more than once. So once it's up there, it's done, right? So, okay, Trevor the detective says that somebody hops on trains across the country, and I kind of want to know who he's talking about. Did you catch that?
I did
Let's
not.
see. Trevor the detective, find the dude and post the link because that's this is like the when you have the late night and nothing is going on and you're looking for weird shit to watch on YouTube. That's when I start watching like these odd streams, and I think that it's fun. Always Dagan's in the house. Good to see you. And I am. If anybody doesn't have a blue wrench, please speak up as always. Oh, blistering barnacles. These are iPhone 7s, so don't, my husband got me this when we got married 6 years ago because I was still using like an old Pantech phone and didn't really think too much of it. Oh, and by the way, you guys, last week you said you wanted to go see a high school football game. Mobridge is ahead 20-14 in the beginning of the fourth quarter. That's what you're missing. My husband texted me. And I was not going to bring you guys to a high school football game in the rain. It wasn't going to happen. So, New Horizons, there is nothing wrong with filming everything on your phone. Those phones are good. I've bought cameras left, right, and sideways, and I still always default to my phones because they work and they're always in my pocket. So there's nothing wrong with that at all. The only thing wrong with phones is that you always have to charge them. They lose power too much.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, that and my phone in particular, like I can't get wet. So when I'm in the streams, I have actually a real old GoPro that's my son's that he just doesn't use anymore. So I take that with me when I go into streams if I'm going to do any stream footage. But other than that, I use my phone is just the easiest, and the quality is really good on it. But then I do everything on iMovie then on my Mac.
I had a little phone, I don't know where it is, a little camera that you could clip on, and it was supposed to wireless stream and the whole thing. And what it does is it interacts with your phone. So it uses your phone to do the wireless. And I went to get it hooked to my YouTube account, and YouTube blocked that manufacturer for security reasons.
Really?
So I was gonna return the phone, except for I had footage in, or not the phone. It's a tiny little camera that you just clip on. It's got like the GoPro housing, so it's waterproof, and it's literally like the size of my thumb. It's like this small thing. But I think I missed the window to return it because I had footage in it. I hadn't figured out how to get it out yet.
That's
So
strange.
I may own it
So they
forever.
somehow know it was a security breach. Like if you were, I guess it would only matter if you're live streaming, right?
Well, it's they wouldn't let they would not let the manufacturer of this cameras, actually, some Chinese company, and because of the different Chinese companies have different ties with the Communist Party and blah blah blah. And Google is funded originally by DARPA because that's where they got all their money. And so between the two, they just said no, we're not. They don't let them in. So it's too bad because that was the big play. The big reason I wanted to use this was I figured I could live stream with it. But no, I use my iPhone 7, and I have a really dorky hat cam that like straps it on like this, and I walk around like this. And
Yeah.
actually, technically, it's this side of the camera. I walk around like this.
Oh yeah.
And you
Like
can
you're playing
tell
that game.
what's that game?
And there's some game that where you hold your phone up and it has like words or whatever, and you have to guess the word or something.
Oh,
It looks like you're doing. Yeah.
well,
So
I am. Yeah, I actually, when I'm talking to homeowners, you could tell they're always looking at me weird because I have, the hat cam on. So
because
a
you're
few
doing that.
times when I'm talking to one, I'll just take my hat off and put it down. Everybody complains, but it's like I can't like stare at you and talk to you with this, like it just doesn't work. So.
Well, like I said earlier, like my, the stories I create, they came out of like years of detecting where I had no footage. So I still kind of am in this mode. Like I have to remind myself when I'm out detecting to try to get some footage, right, of something I'm doing out there. But my story is more like after I find it, like I'll come home and I'll take all these different angles of it and, the find and try to do research about it. So I do very often forget to actually start footage when I'm out there, which I have to constantly remind myself. But
Well, the one thing I don't do enough of is do the live dig where you're actually showing when, I usually whip out the camera the minute I flip something up and it's shiny.
yeah,
And that's where I think you kind of lose people that they're not on the journey with you. So that's why I'm trying to do a little more hat camming where they're walking around aimlessly with me while I'm
Hmm.
looking for a signal, which I think would be boring, but people seem to like. It's like they're more like they're going metal detecting and less like you're just playing show and tell.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Now,
So
do you know Brad, the Green Mountain metal detecting?
not
He's a,
personally,
he's
but
in.
I would.
I don't know him.
He's
Yeah,
amazing.
I did get to meet him.
I,
I met him in New Hampshire. He's a really nice guy. I talked to him for
uh-huh.
a good 10 minutes or so. But I
He
do
does
know that
that thing where he goes hiking and stuff, and he shows all this
he
beautiful scenery.
he does. He does great footage, and he does the
Mhm.
drones and stuff like that. When I was up in New Hampshire, he was flying a drone around getting aerial footage. But I know he does like he has a setup when he thinks he's on something good. Now I would imagine this would slow you down considerably, but he
Uh-huh.
does a camera on the hole and a camera on his face all at the same time
Mhm.
so that when he finds something good and he pops it out, he can go back and forth on the video, when he's editing it to, you know, not only show you the experience of what's in the hole, but his reaction. And when he
Mhm.
starts talking, like it's all there. But I imagine it
Like,
takes a while to
can
set all
you
that up.
imagine how many hours of crap footage you would get for that?
No. If you do that on every hole you dig, and you never know.
Uh-huh.
You just never know when you dig a hole. I was with Mike a couple weeks ago and the I was just so exhausted and he stopped to dig something and I got a
Mhm.
signal and there was a lot of in this stream we found a lot of can tops, just old aluminum cans. And
Uh-huh.
I heard this signal and I'm like, I'm ready to go. Let's just go. But then Mike stopped because he was on what he thought was a good signal, which turned out to be complete junk. I ended up with a heel plate, this beautiful, fully
What
intact heel plate, which I've never found before. And I was like,
uh-huh.
this thing is amazing. If I were filming, I wouldn't have thought I would have thought for sure that was going to be a can top just based on how many we found and what it sounded like. But
Well, see, and that's my rule of redundancy, which I made up. It's just because I studied economics and they always had these, the marginal returns and this rule and that rule. And I think that, if you dig a 50 and it's a bottle top and you dig a 50 and it's a bottle top and you dig a 50 and then you find another 50, it's going to be that same thing that,
yeah.
you're going to, it sets that precedence. And, so
So
it's amazing that you would find something good after finding all the crap signals. My husband found a class ring after I dug like 18 bottle caps out of the exact same stinking area. And
mhm,
then I gave up, and then he goes back and says,
boom.
"Look what I got, big gold class ring." So,
Yeah.
you know,
I've started a little mental game with myself, and I unfortunately haven't brought it all together because it's all scattered in my garage and stuff. When I come home, I just throw junk on my floor. But
uh-huh,
mentally, I said to myself, you know what? I want to see how many pull tabs I can find.
uh-huh.
So when I find a pull tab now, mentally, I'm like, okay, I'm just going to throw this in my bag. I'm happy because this adds to my collection.
How
Because
many pull tabs have you found?
I have no idea. I have no
Oh,
idea. I mean, I started a jar at one point, but now
mhm.
it's just in my garage where I need to clean all that up and figure out how many I have. I don't know.
My
But
a friend of mine, he one year he said he was going to make a necklace out of beaver tails. That was his whole thing. The pull tabs with the ones that have the actual ring
yeah,
pull.
the older ones. Yeah.
Yep. And that was his whole goal was to collect enough to make a necklace out of them. And I was just like, yeah, you go nuts, have fun.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
it's like I don't want those. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, we have the same problem here where we keep like everything. Um,
Mhm.
I do, the real junk I will get rid of, but we can't put it in the pit because it'll just make a molten mess at the bottom. So I have to dispose of it differently.
I
We
do.
save all of our lead and we melt it down and
Yeah.
repurpose it because it's got lead has actually got several uses. So
Hmm.
we save that stuff, but not, yeah, you'd be surprised. I have all these things I want to make into yard art that I find different pieces. Like, here's a nice round thing, and it looks like I could turn it into a sculpture of an owl. And I have like buckets of things I want to solder together and turn into art. And I think that would
Yeah.
be fun. And,
Yeah. Yeah.
so it's hard. I mean, this is, as I said, we're all hoarders, right? I
I
mean,
yeah. I one of the reasons I do like again in my garage I have this pile that's just continually growing. Is every once in a while I find something and I'm like, I don't know what this is, but it might be something good, you know,
Uh-huh.
and you know, I just don't want to, you know, I just don't want to like necessarily throw it away, and I don't want to necessarily put it in my collection. It's just,
Uh-huh.
it is what it is. And several times I've watched videos where it's like, oh, that's what that is. Now I know. And then I go dig it up. I go rooting for it. I'm like, that's what that
Uh-huh.
thing is. Yeah.
I saw that the other day. Somebody pulled something out and said, "This is a parasol slide." And I was like,
Yep.
I have found so many of those. And
I
who
have a
knew,
couple of those
right?
myself. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You know? But yeah, that's one of the games I wanted to play at one point was name that relic and just have people like pick them up and see who could respond fastest with what it was. But then there were some that nobody could ever just figure them out. It was literally just crazy. So
Do you want to play Name That Relic? I'll,
yeah, let's play name
I'll
that relic.
I'll share a video. You'd asked me about sharing a link. I'll throw it in the chat. Let me find my channel here. Can't even find my own channel. That's how bad I am here.
I put your channel in the link. It's right
No,
here.
I got it. I'm just joking here.
Okay.
Um,
I can actually
so,
pull it
all
up
right,
on screen if
I'll
you
let
want.
you pick. Either a video on a mystery item, or there's a video on a ring with a hidden secret. Which one do you
Um,
want? They're both like, the one's 5 minutes, the one's 4 minutes. We don't have to watch the whole thing.
no, I'll let which one would you rather describe? I guess that's the
All right. Well,
question.
we're talking about mystery items, so I would love if somebody has this item here. So let me copy the link.
Okay.
Copy link, and I'll put it up here in our channel or in the chat. I actually
And
had a
I
whole lot of fun doing this video. This is one of
okay.
these.
And I'll actually do this is I'm going to put us on share screen and I'll pull it up if you're okay with it being in the stream.
Absolutely.
We'll
Yeah,
do it
absolutely.
we'll do it the same way that we did our the marathon. We'll actually and it's kind of funny cuz I'm going to see if this works. I'm actually on a headset, which means you guys will not be able to hear anything.
Oh,
Or I could turn the headset off and you could see if maybe you can't hear me anymore. There's those two options.
oh, yeah.
Hold on. I still have a camera over here. I think this thing has a microphone on it. So I might be able to do this because, yeah, I think I have to do is I have to change the mic first when we do this. And I have to click on the link. See, this I can show that, but it's not letting me click on it. So let me figure out how to do this here. Hold on. I think I have to go back to digging.
I don't think I could share it, could I?
I think if I had made you a moderator on the channel beforehand,
Oh, no, wait.
I
I
might
have
be
the
able to.
share.
Do you have a share screen window?
I do,
Okay.
but I think I need to get. Let me see if I can do this here. Figuring out what I found. Oh, there we go.
Okay. Now, can you share do you have a share screen?
I do.
Okay.
Share screen.
And I'm going to shrink us. We're experimenting, guys. We like the way we like to learn on
Chrome
the
has left
fly.
permission to capture your screen. Oh,
Okay.
it looks
I
like I have to
think
go
I
in the
can give you
system.
permission. No,
No, I
hold
think
on.
I have permissions, but Chrome is just not letting me.
Let me see
Is this it
if I
here?
make you a member of my channel real quick.
I think it's because of
I have to grab your email real quick.
it looks like it's going to make me reopen this. I do have the option where I can share my screen, but it's not letting me. To unlock the screen by selecting the lock in the bottom left corner. Open system preferences. Yeah, it's saying I have to quit. I have to restart. I don't want to do that.
Restart the computer or restart the
restart this. Let me try it one more time here. Share screen.
I did just add you as an admin on your email to my channel, which was interesting because I had Mike on here as an admin before, and he actually could go in and chat as me. It was weird.
Yeah, I think I would need to restart Chrome. But well, anyway, the link was of we were just talking about like mystery finds and.
Well, here, why don't we'll try my way. Hold on,
okay.
You guys can. We're gonna open a window over here. Oh, look, I got lots of windows. This was the one where I was still looking for places to stay, but that's a good window. And then let me get your thing real quick. And close out Guitar 2000. I always have 87 windows open because I'm awesome.
I do too. My windows are insane.
Okay, we can put this over there. Close that out. And it's loading.
Are you going detecting anytime soon?
This weekend, definitely. Yeah. Tomorrow, I have to work part of the day because there was a whole bunch of people I didn't call today. Just didn't happen. I tried. It was not going to happen. And then tomorrow night, we got some rain today. So I'm going to try to go up tomorrow afternoon. But then tomorrow night, I'm live streaming the Free Love $1 thing. So I have to be back by 6, I think, for that, unless I move it. The Free Love $1 thing, we basically are going to decorate 30 envelopes with sayings and color them and the whole Free Love $1 thing. And then we're going to send them out to 30 people that come to my stream. And then you guys have to go out and put them on a random windshield on Free Love $1 Day, which is September 25th. And it's in honor of Mike Motorbike Morris, who used to do random acts of kindness for strangers. And his sister is going to come up on our stream and share the story.
Oh, nice.
And stuff. Nice. And then we're just going to wheel spin, and anybody who gets wheel spun and sends me an address, I will send out the Free Love $1 thing along with the digging sticker. And then you guys have to go out and spread the love, because we don't have that many windshields in town to go put them on anyway. It's not as, we usually would wait and do Free Love $1 when we were in like Bismarck or somewhere like with a real city.
Yeah.
And this way I could spread it all over the place. And you can go to Facebook and you can type in Free Love $1 and find out all about this event. And she says she should have it posted now, because she says she posts it after Labor Day. We used to do this every year when my kid was growing up. We would decorate envelopes. We would usually do 5 of them, and we would go and put them on strangers' cars. And let's see if I can find Free Love $1 real quick. And yeah, I just thought it would be neat to share this tradition. It's really fun. I mean, if you have kids, it's just a really neat thing to share. Like, here, this is the Facebook link for that. Now, I've got your thing up here, and all I need to do is change my sound. So give me just a second to figure out the sound thing. And disable the headset. And you guys are going to tell me you can't hear me for a minute.
I'll let you know. Yeah, I found this on Facebook. That's really cool. We can't hear you.
Okay, give me a second.
Now we can hear you.
That worked?
That worked. We can hear you now, yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, that was a lot easier than we went through last time.
There we go.
And I'm sitting here with that stupid headset on my face until my face was formed. So that's awesome. But I don't know. Who knows? Okay, we're going to share screen. And we're going to share stories from the Signal. And then we're going to make it big. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to mute. I'm going to make it full size. Unless do you want to stay and commentate, or do you want to?
Doesn't matter.
Let's see.
I pretty much am commentating the whole time, so.
Well, then let's make it full screen for just a minute. You can still talk over. You can hear me and we can hear you, but we're going to make it show. And I hope you guys enjoy this. This is Stories from the Signal. And I should start at the beginning.
Unfortunately, I don't think we're hearing it though. Yeah, Ro, we're not hearing the audio on it.
Can you hear it or no?
No, we can't.
Okay, hold on. I can hear it, but you guys can't hear it.
No, I can't.
Okay, let me check my settings. Because this is exactly the way that I was playing audio before.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Default mic is this thing.
No, unfortunately, we can't hear it. At least I can't. Hey, Ro, can you hear me? I could tell you what I'm saying. I could probably go look up the script on it. Oh no, wait, we heard you for a second, Ro. Anyway, so I don't know if she can hear us, but this was the, I was talking about finding things that you later find out what they are. I was watching a video, actually Green Mountain Detecting, and he found an animal trap that this was actually a part of. And here I'm describing, this is how I detect in the streams. Most of the streams near me are like down to bedrock. And so you can like swish the dirt away. And on this one particular day, I found this particular item. So I'm not sure. Ro, can you hear? Oh yeah, click that, Ro. No, we still can't hear it. But in this one stream, I started finding these items, and they just popped out like one after another. They were like all relatively close to one another and maybe like 5 feet off the shore. And it just made absolutely no sense as to why I found all of these items. I actually took them to I had done an exhibit in a local historical society and actually included them. And I'd put a sheet out hoping to find, if anyone knows anything about them. And the most common response was it was like a latch, and it just didn't feel quite like it would be a latch. Like I'm not sure what it would be a part of or why it would be in a stream. I actually had them taken to a fishing shop and thought because it was found in a stream that it could be fishing related. And Drum, you're maybe right on to where I ended up with this. The other very common thought was that these were car door shims, and they kind of look like some car door shims, but I was never able to find like an exact match on them. And here you'll see in a second, there's a train relic that I had found nearby all of them. which is actually a really fun thing to find. So the train relic you're going to see is from the mid to late 1800s. I've actually found 2 more of those this past summer and a pin to go with. So I was throwing out a conjecture that maybe they were shims somehow related to trains, but still doesn't feel totally right. And then lastly here, I'm going to show another piece of some metal that I have found nearby, and they're drum detect. That's what you were saying. So there's these multiple scraps, and that one part reads Columbia High Voltage. So it's possible it was a terminal strip jumper. So maybe there was some electrical appliance or something that got dropped in the stream. Just makes no sense at all why I found them. And, here I'm basically saying that, it's like quite a mystery as to why these things were in the stream where they were. And, I do hope one day to really know what they are, but I'm not sure. And it almost feels like when I find loads of railway track pins, it almost feels like somebody had a box of these things, whatever they are, and just walked in the stream and dropped the box, and the box like rotted away, and here we are. But and I think we're coming up to the very end here. I was commentating the whole time. We can't hear you now. No, we can't hear you. You might have to go back to the headset.
How about now?
Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Okay.
We couldn't hear the video, but I was commentating the whole time. I almost had that script memorized.
Well, I actually heard both, and I wanted to hear what you had to say, so I muted the video on this side because you said you couldn't hear it.
I gotcha.
So I went with that. But that, I could show this to Eric. I bet he'd tell me what it is. Because
I'd love to find out. Yeah.
And they're brass, you said?
Yeah, I believe they're brass. It's just so odd to have found them. It just drives you crazy when you find these things. And I wouldn't care if I found 1 or 2. I would just throw them in my scrap pile. But when you find that many, you're like, why? Why did I find all these?
Well, that's why I love that one song that Whit Hill does about how'd this get here, because that's exactly half the time. It's like, how is it possible this stuff all ended up in the ground? What we're going to do we are going to do a giveaway because everybody who hung out with us this far deserves one. Yeah. And we are going to, let me pull this up real quick. We're going to do a horse race. Because that you want Patrick, will you commentate my horse race, or are you gonna say that's awful? What?
I'll give you a shot if you want to.
Yes, this is my new favorite thing to do is to ask my guests to be my horse race callers, because what it does is it actually kind of puts you on the spot to do something entirely different. And it's sort of like that Drew Carey show where they had the improv.
Whose line? Yeah.
Whose line is it anyway? That's exactly what this is. So
if my wife wasn't sleeping, she went to bed a short while ago, I'd pull out my guitar and play some guitar for you. So
that would be amazing if you would do that.
I'm not an expert guitar, but I do play the background music on my videos. I have so much fun.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that is so cool. And then you don't have to worry about being demonetized or anything.
I don't have to worry about it. Yeah. Now I do take inspiration from popular songs, but probably most people wouldn't recognize it as the popular song anyway. So I think I'm pretty safe.
So I have to ask if you would rather call a duck race or horse race.
Oh, maybe ducks. Ducks are fun.
You want to do duck race? Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was doing this to Edward the Trash Talker would come up on my channel. So since he was here and he's into sports, I would have him call the races. And I just thought that was really fun.
Now we're going to have to get a little more clever than this because I know I've got several people in chat, but if you haven't chatted lately, you're not going to come up automatically for me. So, so we're going to have to add some names as we go.
I live in a pretty cool town, Boiling Springs, Pennsylvania, and you know, a fair amount of history here. The history definitely comes up in my videos.
You said it's called Boiling Springs?
Boiling Springs, yeah. There's a man-made lake that is formed around a spring that looks like it bubbles, thus the Boiling Springs. But you know, it's just the pressure of the water coming out. It's not actually boiling, obviously, but one of the things the town does is every year they have these duck races in the Yellow Breeches, which is one of the streams that I very often metal detect in. And so they have little rubber duckies that, you know, you buy and they send them down the stream in the winter, get some kind of prize or whatever.
Okay, guys, everybody comment now so that I can cut and paste the list again. Because every time I look over here, there's more ones coming up on the list.
You've got quite the following, row, that you have people hanging out with you at on East Coast here. It's 11:20.
Yeah, you know, it's like I like to play stupid games for stupid prizes, and so do other people. I think that's why. And you know, one of these days I have a new idea for a game that we're gonna play, and I just haven't figured out what the prize is yet. But I was playing with quarters the other day, and I realized that all the fronts of the quarters look the same and all the backs of the quarters are different. And we're going to play Guess That Quarter. And then we'll just, you know, like, and I actually remember to do this. I put a quarter in here. Where is
like the state quarters, you mean?
Yep. So here, I'll show you. This is just for fun. And guys, since I got to make you comment anyway, we're going to do this real quick. For a wheel spin, for the first person who puts the quarter that they're looking at here in chat gets a wheel spin.
Oh my gosh.
So, which quarter is this? Put your comments in chat.
Wow.
And Jimmy says Delaware. The answer is not Delaware. And Chu says Cools. The answer is not Cools either. You got to guess a state that this quarter belongs to.
Gotta go.
And everybody gets to guess until. See, Patty also said Delaware. Marty says South Dakota. Story says Pennsylvania. Patty says Texas. New Horizons says Missouri.
Ooh,
I see Florida. I see
that's not a bicentennial front, though.
No, this is definitely not a bicentennial. This is definitely one of the new quarters. You just have to guess which one it is, and whoever guesses is going to get a wheel spin. Blistering Barnacle says he never held a quarter. Okay, if Blistering Barnacles guesses the state correctly, I'm going to send him a quarter so he can hold it. I'm still looking. See, I thought this. Oh, we got a winner! Ding, 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 ding. Stop. Hold on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I was going to pin it. And Danny D's got it. It is the Alaska Kodiak Bear Quarter.
That's the second alphabetically. How did it take that long to guess?
I don't know, but you get a wheel spin because you did that. And I'm keeping my quarter, but I'm going to give you a wheel spin. I could send you the quarter, but it's like grubby. I saw that on the table, and I hadn't seen a Kodiak bear in a long time. I was like, that's really cool. And then I thought, you can't see on the front of the quarter, you can't see which one it is. And this is, again, stupid games for stupid prizes. But see, now I have a whole bunch of names I can post into the now I can copy and paste and get everybody into the duck race. So we'll go back to full view, and there we go. So this thing, what I do is I don't really like typing that much. So what I do is when you look in your participants list, which is in your chat, you get to grab all the names that way. And it's going to have too many because there's spaces in between. I got to kill the spaces, and then we'll see how close we are. I'll read them off, and if anybody got left out, you have to speak up, and then we'll put you in. Coming Out Swinging has too many words in his name, so it comes up long.
That's what you were hoping. Was it Stickman the other night?
Possibly. I actually have Traveling Fool said he would help me with my dilemma about getting Nightbot to work. You know, the more people they figure out how to do stuff and then they share it with each other. And I think New Horizons said that she wanted a tutorial on how to do something or other with duck races and stuff. But yeah, basically all I do is I select the names. I copy and paste them because now they're alphabetical. And because they're alphabetical, does the bear have 6 claws? Mint error. I don't know because it's dark in here and because I am half blind. Let me see. Does the bear have 6 claws? We're going to take a picture of the bear. Oh, you know what? Here. We can do this. You guys will like this even better than a picture of the bear, but I have to put a nice piece of paper down on top of my messy calendar. I have a magic.
I think you cut out on us. Your volume.
Better?
Yep.
Okay, so share extra camera. Oh, it says that I have to upgrade for extra camera. So I stop camera. I'm going to go away, and then I'm going to settings, change camera. And let's see if this does something. Can you guys see something? No, it's not doing anything.
No.
Oh, start camera. Okay.
Yeah.
And then grow it. And then turn the thing upside down and sideways. And I don't know. Does the bear have 6 claws? That's what we need to know. I can get closer to it. I can't tell. I would think that this would zoom it in. Oh, here, I can full screen this bad boy. And yeah, I can't tell if the bear has 6 claws or not.
I wonder which paw you're supposed to look at. I would imagine it's one in particular, maybe that 4 one.
Well, I actually have a microscope for looking at coins and stuff upstairs, and that we would be able to look in the detail. But this one, I can't tell diddly squat. So we'll stop cam. We're going to switch back to mute, and let's see. I have to start the cam. No, I have to change it. Hold on.
Yeah, I carry magnifying glasses with me when I'm out in the fields because I cannot read dates at all. Like these are just reader glasses. I can't really see my screen without them. So I don't use them when I'm metal detecting, but I cannot read those coins. Bro, I think we may have lost you again. I do not have the ability to start a duck race, so all of you waiting for a duck race competition. We need Ro. Ro, we can see your screen, but we cannot hear you. I am going to have to look up this bear claw thing. Ro, we still can't hear you. Oh yeah, look at that. Extremely rare. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't see where the 6th one in this video is, or this image is. Hey, Ro. We can see your Diggin logo, but we cannot hear you. And I was looking forward to commentating this duck race. I don't know about everybody else. Whenever they do these duck races or the zombie races, my character always like goes off the back of the screen, like it's nowhere to be seen. So, Drum, where are you located? You said you go through my town. Oh, Mount Holly. Nice. I have friends that work in Mount Holly. You didn't recently find Trap Tag, did you? Ah, I know the people that you found it for. They live just up around the corner from me. The Kufas. Yeah. Oh, that pieces it together. That's really cool. Well, I'll do some show and tell. Let me go grab some items while we're waiting for Ro. Here you go. Here's one from your city there. I absolutely love finding trap tags. I have a whole bunch of these. Yes, that one came from, I think the Yellow Breeches is where this guy came from. And here's one from my hometown, Boiling Springs. And another one here. I have a couple of these. I don't know if anyone else finds trap tags when they're out in the streams. They're so much fun. I mean, more often than not, I do find them in streams because I think that's where they put most of these traps. But they're so much fun because you can literally find like who the trap tag was from. And I donated one time to the Historical Society, and they actually found photos of the person, which makes it just so much fun. Trying to think what other goodies I have. I have all this stuff like nearby here.
Now, can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. I was doing show and tell for everybody.
I know. I actually thought about just staying back here and hiding and making you just go on the spot because you perform very well under pressure. Under pressure, you're doing really awesome.
There's a nice Conestoga bell that I found up in New Hampshire.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I was super excited to find that one. Yeah, a little crack in it like the Liberty Bell. But
So you call that a Conestoga bell?
that's a Conestoga bell. Yeah, it came off of a Conestoga wagon. Um,
Okay.
and yeah, I want to eventually do a video on these because I have like an actual cowbell here, which maybe was
Uh-huh.
a goat bell, is my guess. The Conestoga bell, and I've got a whole bunch of. I know a lot of people find these, but a whole bunch of the Croto bells and jingle bells. I
Uh-huh.
love finding these. There's a nice big one
I
I found.
have never found a crotal bell. That's one on my bucket list.
Yeah, they're just so. They're usually, I mean, they can be damaged. I have one over here that's like half broken, but
Uh-huh.
they're just beautiful. I think they're when they come out
What do they
intact,
ring up as? Do they ring up as like
super high,
quarter-ish?
super
Okay.
high. I mean, it's going to depend on the size of it, obviously, but it's brass,
Mm-hmm.
so it's gonna. And then they almost always work. Like all of these here, they still work.
Mm-hmm.
This one here doesn't. This one's missing its thing, but
Clapper.
yeah. And then this one here this was one that I was super excited to find again in New Hampshire. I found this where everybody was parking. And I just can't stop detecting. So everybody had left for the day and I'm still detecting where everybody had parked. I'm thinking, well, all this stuff was covered up, but that's an ox knob. I know that they're
What?
somewhat,
I
they're
have
somewhat,
one of those.
you have one of these? Yeah, it's an ox knob.
I thought it was like the end of a cane.
No, they,
Okay.
like there'll be like some threads in here, a little hard
Uh-huh.
to see, but they would literally screw it on the end of an ox knob. The ox had its horn.
Yeah. I
So that,
thought they screwed that onto a cane. I have
yeah.
one of those somewhere. It's like out in the garage.
See, that's what I was talking about earlier. You save your stuff because you just don't know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's an ox knob I found up there. What else we got? Oh, this is, I think, silver plated. Always fun to find silver plated spoons.
Oh, that's nice. Does it have writing on the back?
I believe it does. Yeah, there's definitely writing on this. I'm sure I'd looked it up at some point.
Hold on, let me grow you because I can't see.
Mm-hmm. Make sure I have it
Okay,
positioned
now
right.
hold it up.
Yeah, there's definitely writing on there.
It's W. Rogers, yeah, or W.R. Rogers.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's plated because of like some of the edge here has like it looks as though I'm quite certain this one's silver plated, but yeah, they're fun to
That's
find.
so cool. There's a guy that that does treasure hunting. It's called the Man with the Yellow Hat. Have you ever seen him?
I have not.
Okay, so the Man with the Yellow Hat is he's like an alcoholic, right? And he goes metal detecting, and he decided that if he spent his time making jewelry and things out of his finds, that he would stop drinking. And so he has here, let me see if I can pull him up real quick. He actually, and right now he's on a kick to lose weight. Anytime he makes himself accountable on YouTube, he succeeds. So he decided, here, it's the Man with the Yellow Hat. And I bought a ring that he made out of a spoon that he found in the ground.
I would love to find a spoon ring.
Yeah.
I have of all the rings that I have, and I have my little bowl of rings and jewelry here. This one here is my absolute favorite ring of all of them. This I found in New Hampshire as well at the Bones event. And you can see that little crease on the inside there where it's like folded over. There's like a crack in there. There are several six-sided stars in there. And the words God we you can read at another section. It's gonna be like,
oh, so it's one of those coin rings.
Yep. See right there, you can almost see the stars showing up like right. I have to hold my hand really still, but like right here in this crack. There's little stars in there. It's gonna be really hard to see. On my video, there you can actually see the one. But
and where did you find that?
And this one I found in New Hampshire in a field. I had a whole lot of fun doing this story, imagining like who lost it and who made it. And I got this cool. This is a sterling silver guy. This I found in my hotspot swimming hole.
Oh, wow. I love that.
Yeah, this one's really cool. It was a pin at some point. The pin's gone, but that's sterling. I had 2 days where I found 2 gold rings.
Uh-huh.
So those were super fun. Trying to find them. Here's one of them. That's a class ring. And then where's my other class ring? Found like a little bowl here of all these golden jewelry gold and silver that I found. I can't find the other class. Oh, here it is. So one of these guys, I found both of these on the exact same day in a swimming hole. One of them is rather old. One's from like the 1920s, and the other one's from 1955, I believe.
Hold it up again. Wow, those are beautiful.
Yeah, so this one here, I was actually able to find the owner in a yearbook, and I found a picture of him wearing this ring. But unfortunately, he had passed away, so wasn't able to get it back to him. And his wife had passed away as well. But
you didn't find like his great niece and the. No, sorry.
Yeah,
I'm just teasing you.
I should have tried, but yeah.
You could have put it on Craigslist under Lost Connections, and then.
Yeah, so I did several videos where I was trying to get stuff back. Now, a lot of my rings, I found this one this year. Oop, there's a little gold ring. Sorry.
You know what? Patty is reminding us we got to do the duck race, and then we can play Show and Tell some more. And, and I don't want to be rude in any way, shape, or form, but Patty's past her bedtime. So she's she's quacking here.
Let's do it. Let's do the ducks. Sorry,
so Patty. We're gonna do. No, it's okay. It's yeah. It's like we gotta be sure we got everybody in, and I'm going to go back to my stream because I was playing at the man. It's called The Man with the Hat, because when you put The Man with the Yellow Hat in on YouTube, you get a bunch of Curious George cartoons. So he's just the man with the hat, not the man with the yellow hat. That was my bad. I just yeah, I don't know. But yeah, we lost a few when I lost my signal. We lost a few people. We do have Danny D gets a wheel spin, and we're gonna do 2 wheel spins and then the silver. That's what we're gonna do it. And so we get 1 wheel spin for Danny D, 1 for a race, and then 1 for silver. And let's see here. Who is missing? And let's just read the list. And if you're here, say aye. No, I'm just sorry. We got Blistering Barnacle Magnets, Chew coming out swinging, Danny D, the cool scratcher fan, DC Diggin, Drum and Detect, Dwayne Norvell, and after Dwayne Norvell, Hot Mess Fishing, Jimmy Licari, and then after Jimmy Licari goes Joe the Bud Files. And Joe, I appreciate your being here. Joe is an amazing historian. Bud Files, they live in South Dakota too, and they drive around and look at cool stuff. And sometimes they take a special machine out to listen for ghosts in towns. They have a spirit machine, a box. I don't know what they're called, but they can listen to the spirits with this box, and they go into these ghost towns. And
do you have Stickman? Do you have Stickman on your list?
Let me just go down real quick. We're going to go through here alphabetically. We haven't gotten to the S's yet, so Stickman, just hold your horses. Just Be Cool, Carla Ainsworth. Las Vegas Urban Treasure Hunter. I Am Pop-Up came in. See, you see this? You see? Oh, you don't see this. Hold on. That's not helping either. Let me share screen. I'm like reading something you guys can't even see. That's helpful. There we go. Do that. And we'll go side by side with that. Okay. So I was putting the names in, and then they disappeared. And the system does that a lot. And when it does, your names are still there, you just click on done, and then you click on edit list, and they magically come back. And I don't know why, but the first couple times I made them disappear, it freaked me out, and it shouldn't.
I would say.
So just letting you know. Okay, so we added Joe the Bud Files, and then we have to add I Am Pop Pop. And then we go down here. We've got New Horizons, Joe, Patty DeSharoon, Trevor the Detector, and that's the last one. So Stickman would be between Patty DeSharoon and Trevor the Detector. Although technically he starts with an M because he has a much longer name, but his name is Stickman. That's just the way I'm going to do it. I got Dwayne Norvell is in the house. I have 19 on the list. I got 22 in. So who am I missing? Now's the time to speak up, and I need to put in stories. You're not in there, but you get to be in here.
Oh, I got the prize of getting to talk with you all night. So
yeah, but you still get to be in the race. The only one who doesn't get to be in the race is me because that's just weird. I'd win every time, and then you guys would say it was rigged. Drum and Detect is in the house. A Spirit Box is also a band. My wife just saw them. Oh, cool. Okay, so who am I missing? If you guys have something to say. I got 20 in the house, 20 in watching. So somebody just, had a heart attack. They're laying on their kitchen floor, and if they win, they have to claim within 24 hours. All right. And we're going to do is we are going to make this full screen here. Nope. How do we do this?
And we need to keep the time short so people can get to bed.
Yep.
And also, I don't want to commentate for long.
Well, I usually will do 222 or 333.
222.
You want 222? You
Perfect.
got it.
Yeah.
Coward. No, I'm sorry. All right, let's hide Danny's comment right now, and we'll do 222.
Alaska's still winning.
And
this is going to be amazing.
All right, and since we have 2 minutes and 22 seconds, I shuffle twice. If we do 3 minutes, 33 seconds, I do it 3 times. What are you laughing at, Hot Mess Fishing? Ready? Good luck, guys. And Patrick, it's all you.
All right. Somebody needs feathers. I don't understand why, but I'm going to say that Stories from the Signal. Stories is going to drop back at a rapid pace because Stories is always slow in these races. I think these guys are actually heading upstream, which is just amazing. Hot Mess started out great, but is turning into a hot mess and is dropping way behind. We got Jimmy coming ahead. Jimmy's showing a strong game here. You could tell he's been practicing in the off season. But New Horizons is looking to New Horizons, trying to come through. But we got Las Vegas pushing through. Now, Las Vegas is used to being up all night. Las Vegas is used to doing crazy things. So Las Vegas is definitely going to be a top contender. I Am Pawpaw. I have good feelings about I Am Pawpaw coming through. I love I Am Pawpaw's outfit, and he is lighting up the way with the bright red nose there. Oh, the screen just got bigger. I love it. The pack is just too tight at the moment to really call. We've got who we got there? Danny D, the Cool Scratcher fan, is definitely falling behind. Danny D did not really practice for this race. I really think that we need to have practice in the off season. I think there's not enough practice going on with these ducks is the problem. We've got a mermaid there. Now, you would think New Horizons, the mermaid duck, would do well with that whole mermaid fin, but I think New Horizons is going to drop. The amazing thing about these races is it always comes down to the wire. You never know who's going to pull through in the last couple seconds. Oh, we got Bud Files. Bud Files is way off the screen and now is looking to make a comeback. I'm feeling pretty good about Bud Files at the moment. I am no longer feeling good about Bud Files. Stickman is doing a really strong game, but Ainsworth is not to be reckoned with. There's a really good chance that Carla's going to come through. And oh, would you look at this? Here comes stories. Here comes stories. Nope, we're gonna get Marty. Excellent, excellent job, Marty. The only one.
Congratulations. That was awesome. You did a wonderful job.
I try. I apparently was
Awesome.
practicing in the off season on my commentating.
You know, the only thing you missed is that naked ducks swim faster.
Oh, I wouldn't have known that. It's like Donald Duck over there with the hat and no pants on.
All right, and we've got Marty V, and since we're running late tonight, I'm not going to make him claim for this one. He just has to claim within 24 hours. I'll just make a note. And I need a piece of paper to make a note on. Sorry. That thing is still quacking in my ear. If Marty V does not claim, then Joe from Bud Files gets his prize. And if he doesn't claim either, then Stories from the Signal gets the prize. That is a spin on the prize wheel. And we'll go ahead and that is my email. Yeah, that is email. That's right. I actually can edit this and make the grab the playlist and watch along metal detecting marathon thing can go away now. So I can make it scroll on the bottom of the screen here. There we go. And then we show there, and then we don't show there. So, okay, so did Marty V show in the house, or is he gone? Oh, he is. Yep, add it to the package. You got it. So you have a wheel spin, and so does Danny, right? Danny D got the wheel spin. Now we're gonna wind this up. We are going to race again. We're gonna make sure that I didn't remove anybody because I'm pretty sure everybody's still in. Did anybody walk in the last minute? Is the question. And you did a wonderful job, Patrick. I am impressed as all get out.
You're not gonna make me do it a second time, are you? Maybe I will get my guitar out and play.
Or would you rather do your guitar than have to call the race again? Is that what I just heard?
Maybe.
Because we have one more race. We got a race for silver.
My wife is gonna get upset. I'll wake her up.
Well, you know, you should, because the duck race music is coming through my head. It's not coming in.
That's my little intro song there.
What kind of guitar you got there? I want to see. Hold on.
It's a Paul Reed.
Stratocaster?
No, it's a Paul Reed Smith.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have a built-in amp?
I have a little amp sitting here next to me. That,
cool.
Does fun stuff. Like you can play backup bands. I'd have to set it up to do all that, but yeah, that's fine.
You know, the last tenants that moved out of one of my rental houses left me a Pony amp in the closet. I was just so thrilled because I needed one.
Oh yeah.
Uh-huh. But I have a little pig nose guitar that's got a built-in amp, so that's the one I usually play. Are you guys ready to have a race? I'll tell you what, Patrick's going to play music on this one, and I'll call it. But we're going to go with 333 because I want to have enough time for you to actually play good music. And what was it I was thinking would be a really cool metal detecting song the other day? Oh, One Way or Another, Pat Benatar. I was thinking, no, but I was thinking the way it says one way or another, I'm going to get you. I'm going to, you know, you could have people running around metal detecting. And,
Yeah.
Yep. Sometimes I have these weird, like stray thoughts about what songs would make good metal detecting songs. So we're going to set it for 333 and good luck, everybody. Going to go shuffle 3 times. We got accompaniment by Patrick. And then we don't have to hear the quacking. Ready? And good luck, everybody. This is really cool. And we've got Just Be Cool is taking a lead in the front with number 12, and he's a red spotted duck. I think he has monkeypox. I'm not sure about this, but I think that is a symptom of monkeypox right there. Choose coming forward is a purple duck, and it's early in the race yet, so it's anybody's game. And we have Trevor the Detector is the naked duck today, and you know naked ducks do swim faster. But DC Diggins coming up, and he's got a mohawk. New Horizon says her dang duck starts strong and then flops. Everybody is neck and neck. We got Carla Ainsworth, Hot Mess Fishing, Patty DeSharoon, and Marty Verstles all neck and neck, except for somebody's fallen back, and it's Patty's fallen back, and she's a little old man. I don't know about that. Hot Mess Fishing is the Queen of England, who died at the age of 182 yesterday, but she's still swimming in the duck race. And we've got coming out swinging is still in the race. Joe the Bud Files is showing his true colors here as a pink striped duck today. And Trevor the Detector is holding strong. I'm willing to bet whoever Stickman is wearing a little beanie hat, and he's coming up from behind. It's going to be somebody coming up from behind. You know that. And we've got Joe the Bud File says he's Peking duck. Okay. New Horizons is the dinosaur duck, which is one of my favorites. And for some reason, Mr. Trump duck did not make it into the race tonight. He must be busy giving a rally somewhere. So who's going to win this thing? It's hard to say. Carla Ainsworth holding strong. Hot Mess Fishing is the Queen of England, and she's holding strong at 182. And we've got who's a leg in here behind. Somebody's going to come up from behind. You know that's the way it always works. Drummond Detect says he's stuck as Great Green Duck. And Danny D says that her duck did not eat his Wheaties this morning. Stickman, you're coming up strong. You are sitting in the front now with your beanie, and you are Winter Duck, I guess, is what would it be. Now, we also don't have Batman Duck is not in the race tonight. Superman Duck is missing along with Trump Duck and Santa Duck. No, Santa Duck is here, and today's Santa Duck is Stories from the Signal. And we got 24 seconds left. We're anybody's game now. We're going to see who falls ahead and who falls behind. Stickman's holding, and Hot Mess Fishing is holding as well. Got Dwayne Norvell is inching forward with 10 seconds left. Let's see what. Oh, somebody's coming from behind, and it is Marty Verstel's going to take it. Watch this. Marty Verstel won again. Congratulations. And Marty V, you won the silver. Congratulations. So we've got some winnings on the prize wheel tonight. And we're going to see who won last on this one too. We're going to send out a participation trophy for the lamest duck in the pond. Ooh. We got Marty Verstles, Digging with Marty, followed by Hot Mess Fishing, followed by Just Be Cool. Trevor the Detector came in 4th, and Job the Bud Files came in 5th. It goes on, but who wins the participation trophy? It is Stickman. Oh man, Stickman was like coming up from behind. He was holding strong, and I thought he was going to come in first. And he gets a last price sticker. And what's cool is I got new stickers ordered, and they're coming on Tuesday. And so you're going to get one of my new stickers when they come, because I think they're thoroughly entertaining. And I'm going to see whether or not they're on my phone so I can show you. Da-da-da. I lost the phone. Oh, here's a phone. I sent a picture to Patty. She said she wanted to wait for the new sticker. And I'm kind of proud of this because I was Nope, it's not in here. I was actually waiting on Park Rat Pat to make me a sticker, and then they had a great deal on the stickers at, gosh, what was it? Sticker Mule was having a really good deal on big old stickers, and so I wanted to order, and he didn't have it done. So I went on to Canva and I made my own stinking sticker. And I'll show you because I'm just really proud of this because I don't know. I'm not very graphic. And so when I can come up with things like that, I'm overly thrilled. But
Mhm.
I'll show you real quick what my new sticker is going to look like. And you guys can tell me if you like it or not. And
I'll have to send some your way.
definitely, when you send me stickers, not only do I make clever coffee cups out of them, if I like them enough, I also make, I put them in ice packs for other people and stuff. And I don't know if you saw that I grabbed the sticker, I grabbed your channel sticker and I made it, ignore those
I did see that.
ones,
That was
that's
cool.
not it. This is my sticker.
Oh, that's really nice.
So thank you.
So
Because I'm always saying that I had to dig one more hole. So I put there's always one more hole and I put the digging just the digging who's it's in the middle. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, because I make that part of my intro sometimes.
I
So
have, yeah, I have two versions of stickers. This is one
here, let
with
me
my
grow
logo
you.
on.
Hold on. Grow, grow,
And
grow.
then I have
Okay,
another
now
one.
show.
There we go. Stories from the single.
Okay,
With my
that's
little L
cool.
there, that's a little metal detecting
Metal
device.
detector.
Yeah. And I
Cool.
have
And
another
what's
one
the
that I have a little tagline that I'll often comment on other people's
uh-huh.
videos where I say, keep digging up those stories.
Uh-huh.
So that I have another sticker that has that tagline on it. I'll send you some of
Cool.
those.
That would be really cool. Yeah, I have I order stickers whenever they have a sale. That's the deal. It's like when they have like the really good sale. And then I just use different like crap I find laying around. So like
Mhm.
this one is oh here, I gotta change the thing to side by side. This was just that's off the corner of my videos. And
Oh, yeah.
you know, it's just the corner watermark. So I made it into sticker. And then I have my bullet, made that into sticker. It was like whatever's laying around. I started with my circle logo, but it's just boring. And I just felt inadequate when I had just a
Mhm.
plain like it was just too corporate and not like snazzy enough. And so my new sticker is like hippy dippy, you know, and I just like it because it's that way. So
Mhm.
I don't know. If my husband knew what I was spending on stickers, and do not tell him, I would
Oh,
be in so much
I
trouble.
won't.
He would think I was just being wasteful because I might be. But stickers are fun. I don't know. All right, so we've got some wheel spins. And did I see messages? Um, Stigman, what messages do I need to see? That's because I haven't mailed them because I am super lame, but I've got them all on the table and I'm going to get them out. And I always send a note when they go out. I let you know, and I will get on it because I mail everything together. Because if I mailed each price separately, I would go bust. So I have them all, and you will get them. I promise. Okay. And it's better to email me than to put that in the live chat if you want to complain that you haven't received something yet. Because if you email me, I respond. All right. And I got one last time before this, and one person gave me the NASA button. My email is sent to you before Rope. I don't understand, but again, email me. All right,
I,
dear? Okay. So let's go into prize wheel spinning, shall we? Because I have to share screen. Oh, how do we do this? And you know, like I finally got Patty's prizes out, and then I left half of them away because I am not as organized as I should be. So she sent me what I owe her, and I'm sending her out more with the new sticker. And it all eventually gets where it needs to go, I promise. But life is not a race. Okay, and these are races. That's not what we need. We need to go to the wheels. Oh, this is it. You go to you put them on your page so you have the things that you like. And thank you, Blistering Barnacles. I appreciate that. And if I receive your email, I will. If you email me with your address, I will send some your way as well. As long as I have to send them across the pond, they have to be under 1 ounce, because then they get the magic airmail sticker, and it works. Okay, so I have Danny D's up first, and she gets a wheel spin. We'll load the list. You're sweet, thank you. Danny D just wants me to send her a poker chip, and I don't have one for my channel. But there's a challenge coin on here, and there's all sorts of other prizes. This is the big ass prize wheel that we use for Relic Bingo and for any time we do extra races, and it's got all sorts of different things on it. And I buy tokens and things from eBay. I buy like copper rounds, I buy silver rounds, and there's t-shirts in there. Delek from Note to Macro sent me some Note to Macro t-shirts and patches. She also sent me a digger bag and a digging tool, and I'm going to save those for one of the bigger giveaways because they're going to cost a fortune to mail. There are Starbucks gift cards on here. There are Amazon gift cards. Mercury dimes. There's a Kratos keychain. Basically, the only thing I have to do is be careful that I take things off if they've been won, if I only have one of them. Somebody won the Whit Hills album last week, but it was getting around to it. But I can get more of them, so I still have that on there. Indian Head Penny has to go because one went out last week, and I think that unless I start going into my private stash of Indian Head Pennies, where I think we're getting down on those. I did buy some wheat penny rolls that had Indian penny ends, but I haven't really looked through them yet. I'm saving. Coin rolling stuff should happen in the wintertime when you can't go
off
detecting.
season, yeah. Don't you have JC, you had a $50 roll?
Mm-hmm. Yep. I've got a $50 roll, and it has
the Franklin.
Ben Franklin's on both sides, but we don't know what's in the middle.
Yeah.
And I don't remember where I got this because I know that there's a bar that they had a bunch of these at the bar that you could buy that had it was like random whether you would get actual silvers or other stuff in them. But I don't remember where that came from. I also have some unhunted wheat penny rolls, and I have a whole bunch of unhunted quarter rolls, but I just don't think coin rolling is a summer activity. I think it can wait because South Dakota, we're dead in the middle of winter. I'm going to kind of run out of things to show you guys, unless you just want to see chickens shivering in the snow, because I have those. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully I'll get enough footage to last me through, till when we can't detect. And we have, if the weather holds, I can detect up until like December, till the ground freezes. So even if it's cold. All right, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to start the name picker. Danny D is up. And good luck. And you got a Sitting Bull Husky token. That is awesome. That is actually a one of a kind. And so we need to make sure it comes off before we respin. I have to save it because that's the Husky tokens. I did get some, a limited number of them, but they were all unique. And I have to be careful not to give away two of something if I only have one.
Oh, I'm looking that up now. The Husky Oil Company. That's cool.
Yeah, I actually have one over here somewhere. Is this it? What's this? Nope, that's my drinker cigar token. I'm looking right here because I have some of my cards. I actually have these too. These are my Nevada Goldbacks. They're part of the big fat giveaway, and they're actually gold. Wow. And
that's cool.
I got a Nevada one and I got a Utah one. I think this one's a Utah Goldback, and they're really pretty on the front. They actually are they're designed like a dollar, and they're like I don't know, like 1/100th of an ounce of gold or something ridiculous. But
Crazy you can get it that thin.
it's actually gold, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's let's see here. I was looking for one of my Husky tokens. Let's see if I have one here. I have a shell token. Nope. All right. So congratulations. Send me your mailing address. And same thing for, oh, who did we say was last place? Because whoever was last place got a
Was it Stickman?
Stickman. That's right. Okay. So Stickman, I will add the last place sticker out for you. Okay. And we'll go ahead and continue. Now we had 82 names. Let's see if it goes to 81. It does not, because I should have left it the other way. Okay, so we're going to hit this. We're going to find the Sitting Bull thing and take it off. And then hit save. Wild Bill Hickok, here's Sitting Bull. There's like all these different Western guys. And one of them went out last week. But again, there's only one of each of them, so we have to be careful. Save that. And next up, I got Marty V. And then finally, Marty V will spin the prize wheel for the silver as well. Thank you, Danny D. And you got 2 foreign coins. Actually, 2 different foreign coins. Notice it says 2 different ones. That's different than just 2 foreign coins.
Yeah.
And I don't mean these are not like Canadian pennies either. They're actual foreign coins. Although, you know, Canada is actually a foreign country, but it's not that foreign.
That's right.
Just saying. Okay. And then we're going to go here. We'll go back over here. And we will load the silver wheel. And on here, I put 15 silver coins. And we have, I think, 8 of them have gone out. So this will be number 9. And next Monday will be number 10, I believe. When there's 5 left, that's the 5 roll over to the Big Fat Giveaway. And then we're done with this. Okay, we have 7 left on here. So this one will make 6. And then we'll have 5 left after Monday. And so, are you ready? Good luck, Marty. And there's still 2 halves on the wheel and the big Mexican dollar. Oh, you won it. Congratulations. I'm going to grab that so you can see it because this is cool. Be right back.
1961.
We have a dining room table in there, which I was going to use to do my Free Love $1 envelopes. But right now it's got stickers and prizes all over it because I need to get my mailing stuff done. But let me show you. This is, oh, here, let me grow this. This is what you won.
Oh, wow.
And it is a silver Mexican dollar from, I think it's 1961. Let's see. I'm sitting here in the dark, and it's like super fun trying to read this. But
that's what the wheel said, 61.
Then it must be 61 because I don't have a bunch of these laying around. I actually thought this was kind of cool. And really on the back, yeah, it says Estados Unidos Mexicanos, un peso, 1961. And so I guess a peso was a dollar. So that's the back. And it's got there, the Mexican flag has that same eagle with the snake and stuff. And that's what's on the back. So kind of cool. I thought it was neat. And really it was cool. The biggest coin on the whole wheel. Because if you look at it, this is the what a half looks like next to it. So.
Oh, yeah.
And we still have a Walker and we still have a Ben Franklin on the wheel, along with We have a Barber dime, Ben Franklin half, Washington quarter, Roosevelt dime, Mercury dime, and a Walking Liberty half. So we have the dime trifecta is still on the wheel, plus 2 halves and a dollar. One more of these will go out on Monday, and then all the other ones will roll over to the big fat giveaway. And we're going to save this so that it's it didn't work that way. Okay, we save it by deleting it now, and then we have 6 names left. So we go ahead and save that. And that is all of our giveaways right now. This is our, I'll show you guys. This is our silver Tatanka. It is a silver buffalo nickel. It's minted. It's not U.S. mint, obviously. And that is what keyword Tonka puts you in the running for on any of our live streams, on the outside of a live stream, or on any video in April. Why do I keep saying that? It's weird. On any video that is in August or September, that puts you in the running for that. And we also have another walker up for grabs in the keywords. We have 2 different rounds in the grabs for it, and a couple other things. You just have to watch the videos and the live streams, because I drop keywords all the time, but I only do them in like randomly on stuff. I think one video has it where it's written, and usually it's just people. I'll just tell people, drop this keyword and you'll get something and stuff. So that's
Nice.
just some, again, did I mention I like playing stupid games for stupid prizes?
Yeah.
And Danny D, if you want, I will send you the Alaskan quarter to go with your prize. It's up to you if you want it. It's just a quarter, but
Well,
I
no, there
just
might
thought
be
this
6
would be.
claws on that. That thing is worth a lot of money.
I don't think there's 6 claws in it. I'm going to have this under a microscope, but no, I just thought it would be kind of a cool, like this video on the duck races and all that stuff. They have like stupid things in there where you can play rock paper scissors, or you remember the Chevy Chase movie, it wasn't the first family vacation one, it was the second one, I think.
The European vacation?
Um,
Or Christmas vacation, or
it was the one where they went to the Indian casino, Vegas Vacation.
oh yeah.
Okay. So he goes and he lost his shirt at a regular casino, and his brother-in-law says, "Oh, I got some money. You just come out to my trailer park." And they dig up all these cans of odd money that his brother had saved for selling a kidney here and a toe there or whatever. And he says, "Oh, you can't go to the Strip. You're going to lose money. You got to go to my casino." And they go to this Indian casino, and they're playing like stupid games like rock, paper, scissors and stuff. And they were playing war and just things are not like casino games at all, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of what this is. It's like, guess the quarter is just like totally this random stupid game. But I don't know. I was entertained for like a few minutes, and hopefully you guys were too.
It's like, you find those when you're out metal detecting, and you're like, oh, and you're trying to figure out what state it's from when you're looking at them. It's fun.
Well, what I really like is that we can still find bicentennial quarters.
Yeah.
And they used to be no big deal back in the day, right? Because, I got them in allowance. But now they're like, shit, they're what, 50 years old or something. I don't know.
From the
They're
70s,
almost
right?
50.
77?
76.
76, yeah. You don't see them. Yeah, you don't see them like in change very often.
And I found a bicentennial half. It was like a Kennedy half, but it was a bicentennial one.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's really cool, But the new dollars are weird. The new, like, they have the little presidential dollars, and they're just like not interesting at all.
Yeah, I found 2 of those. I think they're really rare to find though. Like metal detector.
You found them in the dirt?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
I found a Lincoln and a John Adams.
Okay.
And I have one of those Sacagaweas as well. I found that one years ago, but people don't use them.
Like 4 Sacagaweas I all found in the same yard,
nice.
Along with a whole boatload of clad. And I'm just thinking drunk people were stumbling in and out of that house and were just dropping money out of their pockets.
That could be. Yeah.
back in the day, you remember when people smoked
Yeah.
and they used their ashtrays. This is like people don't even have ashtrays in their cars anymore. Then they would use their ashtrays, and sometimes people would use their ashtrays for both cigarette butts and change. And
Yeah.
then they would pull their ashtrays out of the car and just throw it on the lawn to sort through and get the change back out. And I have found so many times where I found just a boatload of change in front of somebody's house, and I just figure that they just dumped their cigarette butt filled ashtray on their lawn,
That
and
could
that's
be.
how the money ended up there too. And
That
it's
could
all
be.
70s money at that point,
Yeah.
which is the right genre for when it was hip to be smoking and stuff.
Yeah. I
Which
never thought about that.
yeah, I'm sorry if I offended anybody who still smokes in the chat, but you know what I mean.
Don't smoke.
Well, you
Yeah.
never know, what sort of stuff you can, really tick somebody
I,
off about.
I do think that like I have a theory that like if you go into a park, which I don't do a whole lot anymore, but if you go into a park, I have this theory that you're gonna find more coins right around the parking lot. And
Okay.
like I can't tell you how many times I've gone to like a public park. You go and you walk around and you think, oh, over by that tree or over by there, and you find nothing. And you come over
Uh-huh.
by the parking lot and just go right by where, because people reach in their pockets and pull out their keys and lose their change. I
Okay.
think that's going to go away. Like people
Uh-huh.
I don't have change anymore. Like I don't use money in anything. Like I use a
Really?
credit card for everything. Yeah, I don't
So you use a
have
credit
change.
card, or do you now pay with your phone? Because I go places sometimes and they all want you to do Apple Pay, where you just
Yeah.
wave your phone at stuff.
Yeah.
And
So like change is going to be gone. And as far as like I do think people lost a lot because they would reach in their pockets to get keys out. People
uh-huh.
don't have to do that anymore, right? You can just walk up to your car, and if you have your key in your pocket, it opens. So
Oh yeah.
I think
Which is like my favorite
there's a lot
thing.
less
I
change.
got a rental car that you had to actually put a key in it. I just thought that was just prehistoric. I hated that.
Yeah.
You know. But yeah, I don't know. When I go to parks, I always go to where the trees are because it's hot here in South Dakota. And
Yeah.
hey, Brad, good to see you.
Yeah. see you,
So
Brett.
I go for where I think somebody would have sat in the shade.
Mhm.
And a lot of times, if I go around trees, I find like vehicles, like little cars and things, because
Oh
the
yeah.
kids would have played in the shade.
Yeah.
When I go too close to the parking lot, I usually find a whole lot of beer bottle caps, and the bottle caps that ring like you think they're going to be something, and they're not, and they
Yeah.
shouldn't be because they're rusty and they should show up as crap, and they still somehow manage to fool your detector and tell you that it's worth digging, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Well, you got to dig it. You got to dig it. You got to.
but
I do
you
a
know,
lot of I do a lot of like when I'm just completely can't think of where to go, or I'm just waiting for permission or whatever. I'll go hit we have a lot of streams by us, and when it's not nice enough to get into the streams, I'll go hit all those little pull-offs that people park in, like fishermen park in them. I find tons of stuff. It's usually just gravel, and it's usually like you find stuff right below the surface, but I find a lot of good stuff in those little pull-offs. Those are, again, I think it's because people reaching in their pockets.
So what kind of good stuff? Define good stuff? Because like when I look for stuff, I look for history. So when I go places, I still cannot quite wrap my head around going to parks unless there are parks that are old, because like I would be miserable if I was living in Las Vegas and they don't let you dig with anything and you have to look for stuff that's just sitting on the ground. I'd be just really sad.
Well, then you're definitely going to private properties then. But yeah, I mean there's some parks I don't hit them as much as I used to, but a lot of our parks here are just used to be farms. So I can find stuff. Like there's a park that's a mile from me that, again, if I'm just, lacking a permission at the moment, I'll go and just because I want to just get out of the house. And I find musket balls there. I found a large found an Indian head there.
Oh,
just never know what I find around here.
So how do you get your permissions? When you say you're lacking permissions, so you go hunting elsewhere, how do you typically get your permissions?
I have a bunch of permissions lined up at the moment. I'm just waiting
Uh-huh.
for the fields to clear out.
Okay.
So right now I feel like I'm
Well,
lacking permissions because I'm still in streams, but how I get
okay.
them is a
Yeah.
variety of ways. I do some door knocking,
Mhm.
and I tend to like if I go and door knock, I'll sometimes take items that I found locally and
Uh-huh.
talk to them about them, but I try to really listen to their stories because
So
like if you just
you
go in
go
and
door knocking, you actually knock on somebody's door and they open the door and you talk to them?
I've done that, yeah. I've done that a
Okay.
couple times, yeah. Yeah.
See, and I have never done that
So
because I first of all, I think that I'm going to disturb them in their house. And
you will.
second of all, you don't know if somebody's going to grab you, stick you, and throw you in their basement, keep you forever. So no, I don't do that.
Well,
I just,
they're probably not
oh,
planning that. They're probably not sitting there thinking someone's going to come to my door and ask to metal detect, so I'm getting my basement ready for them. But and
well,
it very well could
but
be
you're
different
a
for
guy, so
it
yeah,
very well could be different for a female. I get that hesitancy. Um,
I
I
have had homeowners invite me into their homes, and literally, like one guy, every time I go over there to detect his place, he's like, "Yeah, come on in," and I stand in the doorway like, "I'm good, we're good. I'm going to stand here on your porch. I'm not going to walk in your house." I just, you got to have that extra safety. So I tend to bug people when they're out, like doing their lawns. I'll
yeah,
drive around and I'll like find the guy that's out, and I'll find the guy that's like out mowing or sometimes just pulled up to his house or whatever, and I will just stalk them that way. But I
yeah.
wait till they're outside. I don't
It,
usually knock
that
on the
is
door.
easier for sure if you see them outside. I had one farm that's literally a mile from my house, and somebody had tipped me and said, "This guy's really nice. Go talk to him. He'll let you." And I've been there like 3 times, and that's where I found the half cent I was showing you, and
Mhm.
one of the protobells I found on his property. He's super
Oh,
nice,
nice.
and he's like in his 80s, and like I just sometimes just go over and I'll say, hey, do you mind if I come detect tomorrow, bring a friend or whatever? And
Mhm.
he just has all these stories for me, so I just stand there and listen to him, and I enjoy the stories he has. But I had one permission I did where there was an old train station that I found on old maps, and
Mhm.
it's now a farm. And I went and looked up who the owner was. Now, the owner didn't actually live on the property, he was like several miles away.
Uh-huh.
So I found all that. I tried contacting him through phone numbers and stuff, but I couldn't find a good phone number. So I did just blindly went up to his property. I drove on a long dirt road to get to his house. So I was
Uh-huh.
committed at that point. When I came up to his property, I found it on my map and I turned in and I realized, holy crap, his house is way down there. I'm on his private road now. And I pull
Uh-huh.
up and I see them in their house, this family, and they're going about their business and their kitchen doing whatever, and they all stop and froze and look out at me. And it's a family of Mennonites that own this farm that I went to. And
Oh.
I get out of my car now and I'm like, what's the worst that's going to happen, right? I'm just going to go up and talk to these people. And this dog comes after me. And this dog is like circling me and barking.
Uh-huh.
It's a small thing. I wasn't sure if I was more afraid of it biting me or me stepping on it, but it wasn't happy with me being there. The
Uh-huh.
guy that then I'm like kind of now trapped. This dog is just circling me. The guy comes out and he's just on his porch, like 20 yards away, and I'm trying
Mhm.
to say oh hi, and I'm like, is your dog friendly? Or he's like, I don't know. I'm like, what? So I eventually started talking to him, but I could never get closer than like 10 feet from him because his dog kept backing me
Uh-huh.
off. And at one point, his daughter comes out and she's chasing the dog around and they're like dancing all around me. And meanwhile, I'm trying to say, like, do you own this property at such and such location? And,
Uh-huh.
he didn't care. And after a while, he's like, oh, go detect. I don't care. I was like, okay, I was going to be there tomorrow with a friend. He's like, I don't care. Just be respectful of the land. I'm like, okay.
Oh, that
But
is awesome.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
we actually I ask everybody that I meet almost if I can come play in their yard, and then I figure out later where they live.
yeah.
And because if they're open to it, then there's always something to be found.
Oh, yeah.
Um, But
Yeah.
yeah, we actually, the last place I was detecting with a friend, and after I made the video and I posted it, he posted it to some people in his family, and one of the members of his family pitched a hissy fit and said that you showed the house and somebody will know where it is and blah blah blah, and I was just freaked out. And
Wow.
it was like, the house was just a plain white farming house on a patch of land, and you would not, I mean, it looks like, I don't know, 500 other houses in South Dakota, honestly,
Yeah.
you know. But
I, I,
and you just never know. Like, even if somebody's nice about, like, we had a permission, but then somebody else in the family said no, 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 and it's like, so that's the probably last
I
time we'll
get
be
that.
there,
Yeah, I
you
get
know.
that this farm with this nice old man, he was telling me his son was a little upset that I was there. And he's like, I don't care. I own this property. You're more than welcome to come here. You've been really nice. I take them. I do often, like, if I get a permission like that where I've talked to somebody out of the blue, I'll take them a small gift
Uh-huh.
card, $5-10 for
Okay.
a local gas station or something. That
Uh-huh.
actually cushions the blow if, like, I think they're more inclined to say, oh, you keep whatever you find, right? If you've given them
Uh-huh.
something. So I do that. I do one of the streams I was on earlier this week, I think Jersey Ray, I think people were chatting about like little kids coming up and talking and like you kind of want to like go about your business, but I try to be as super nice to like anyone that comes up and talks to me. I have
Uh-huh.
gotten permissions just because like somebody sees me in a stream and they come over and like, what are you doing? What do I always stop and like, pull the headphones off and talk to them. I got permission at what he claims to be the oldest still standing home in our town. There's
Oh,
no
cool.
date on it. They don't know how old it is, so they think it's the
Mhm.
oldest. I had a great time metal detecting at his house. I've gone to like civic association meetings, and people are like, oh, I just saw that video you did at his house. Can you come do my house? Can you come? And they just
Oh,
want me to come
really?
and detect. And some of them are like, you can keep whatever you want. Others are like, I'm like,
Uh-huh.
oh, you can have it. I don't care. So I've gotten some good, I don't know. I mean, again, I'm in a kind of cool little town where I think people are really proud of the houses they have.
Uh-huh.
And the more history that you know about their houses and the more you're willing to listen about the history, I think
Uh-huh.
that helps. But
Now, do you ever, when you listen to the stories, do you ever video or record their stories?
yeah. So the one house I just did, I actually went and talked to him. He saw me in a stream, and so
Uh-huh.
I went back the next day, not necessarily to detect, but just to talk with him, and I just wanted to see his house. He lives in a beautiful
Uh-huh.
old stone house. I've never been in a stone house like that before, like in the interior. So it's just really cool to be in there, and I went in and I was, he was talking. I wasn't really taping him or videoing him. I was videoing the features he was talking about because then I do
Uh-huh.
an, an overlay because I have another video that I'm probably going to wait until the video to do, but um, I stumbled upon in a library last winter an old book that had just historic homes from my county, and
Mhm.
I took all these pictures of it while I was in the library, thinking like, oh, these are, it's just cool talking points. Like, if I go to one of these homes and show them, oh, you're in this book. But then I was lucky enough to, in a bookstore, stumble upon somebody had an old version of that book that they tore apart and made individual prints out of. So
Uh-huh.
I now had this print that I bought for like $10, and I recognized exactly where this was, and because I'd
Uh-huh.
been in the stream detecting around it. So I went and talked to the guy and said, oh, I found this beautiful old print. It's obviously of the house, and it's actually a mill that this guy owns. And
Uh-huh.
and he didn't have that exact print, so he was super excited. And I said, this belongs with your house. You're more than welcome to have it. And I said, do you mind if I come back to, like, I would love to see this mill. And he invited me back, and I videotaped, we were walking through this thing. We probably spent like 45 minutes in this mill.
Oh,
One of the
cool.
most unbelievable things. Like, I took so much footage, and again, I'm just waiting to put that video together, but
Mhm.
it was just breathtaking. This mill and this guy's like passion for this history that he owns. We went in and it's not functioning anymore, but it still has a lot of the pieces that were part of the mill. And he's doing his best to reconstruct things. Like he finds stuff and tries to figure out where it belongs. And so he actually has like tools that were just thrown about. And over time, like he's like seen this like this like wall spot that has a nail in it, and it has a little outline from the sun fading it.
Oh, where the
And he's
tool was.
able to like put the tools back where they originally belong. It's just more mind blowing than I would have thought. And
So
I'm
what kind of
super
mill
excited
is
about
this?
that.
This is like a paper mill
It was
or a
a
lumber mill?
that one was like a grain, flour, corn mill.
Okay. All
And it
right.
was really cool because it over the years, so there apparently at one point was a famous book put out by this engineer, I believe in the 1800s at one point, that revolutionized a lot of techniques that these mills were doing. So his mill actually predated that. And so you could see information in the mill where at some point it was expanded to now include these innovations. So they made more headroom and they moved things around. But I mean, the system was just amazing. Like he actually took me down the race where the water would have come through the foundation of the mill has since been diverted. So this last operated in the 60s, but they moved the race away. But he was able to take me down into the race in the basement of it, and you could see the workings of how the water would come through. Knock my mic over. How the water would come through and spin the gears, all the turbines, and they had all these levers and stuff that you could use to like engage different wheels that would send the motion up through the mill. And then he gave me a tour, like going all the way up to the top floor where they have, like, if they engage certain levers down there, there were now gears up on top that ran ropes through pulleys where the farmer would come up with his unprocessed grain and they would tie it to the ropes, and they would use the mill, the power of the water, to lift these bags all the way up to the top floor. And from there, they just processed all this grain all the way down through the mill. So it went through all these chutes. So like different farmers had different bins, so that you went down to the next level and all of it was sorted and organized based on the farmer. And then it would go down further chutes where they would like run it through these drums to get like it would filter out. And then they would run it through the actual stone mills. So they had these stones that would grind it, and you'd have this processed flour. And all the way down in the basement, then this would all end up bagged, and the farmer would pull his cart up, and they would just literally hand the bags right out to this ground level door. That just the engineering and just so amazing.
So wait a minute, the farmers would take the stuff there, get it ground, and then take it home again?
Yep. Or whoever was picking it up. But yeah, so they were, that's how we defined this whole process. And maybe somebody else would come and pick it up and actually sell it. But
that's really cool, though.
It was unbelievable. And, just number one, sharing with him the print that I found, was certainly a way and a way to talk to him. And he was more than excited for me to come and detect. So I detected the stream, and I also got to text. So the house that he lived in was actually a chauffeur's house right next door to the mill. And it was owned by this rich family who had the chauffeur living next to the mill. So I got to detect all around the chauffeur's house. And unfortunately, it didn't find, I so desperately wanted to find like an old coin or something that belonged with the commerce of the mill. For him to have, just for me to have the story. But I'll tell you what, just walking through the mill was amazing. It was an unbelievable experience.
When you detected there, how was the ground? Was it dry, or was it pretty rich and lush and conductive?
Yeah, so I hit the stream, obviously was the stream. And then when I jumped out and hit the grass at that point, I'm trying to think when it was. But yeah, it was the lawn was fine for me to, dig into. Like it wasn't like really dry. Like right now we got a little bit of rain this past week, but before that, like the ground around here is very clay. It's very solid,
Uh-huh.
so it's hard to dig into in the middle of summer. I don't do much
Well,
land
and
detecting in the summer.
I often will go back if I go to a property that I expect to have stuff and I find nothing, I will often go back when the ground conditions change
Yeah,
because sometimes it's just a matter of, you're just not going to find it if the ground conditions aren't right.
yeah.
Um, and so I was just wondering because it's like you'd think that there would be something
Yeah,
there unless it had already been pounded, right?
you just never know, right? That's the thing. And I don't know that he's owned the house that long that, people have been detecting since like the 80s or so. So if somebody came
Uh-huh.
along and had the same idea I did, but
But I
yeah,
mean, people back in the 80s didn't have good detectors.
um
So,
yeah, I wonder because yeah, so this is actually is this the mill? I think the one on the cover of this book. I bought this book.
hold on. I'm going to grow you again. Water-powered mills of Cumberland County. Well, that's very cool.
So this was like an awesome investment because it goes through and locates like within the streams where there's like, so we have like two major streams that run through that I detect in all the time, the Connedaguinet and the Yellow Breeches, which is right down here in the south.
Uh-huh.
But like here you can see, so this is the Yellow Breeches, all those green dots on there,
Right.
those are all mills.
And did you put the dots on there or that was in the book?
No, this is the the
Okay.
Historical Society did this. That one of the guys who actually wrote this book lives like right up around the corner from me. But
Interesting.
they go through and they pull out like all the old maps that have the markings, and then mill by mill, they talk about it, and have old pictures. And so for me going into streams, like there's a whole bunch of places on here where I just would never have guessed that there would have been some activity. As a matter of fact, where I found the Spanish 2 real that I showed you earlier from 1721, turns out I didn't know when I found this, but turns out that a mill was right there. Like,
Oh, really?
yeah, it's
So
marked in the
how
book.
prevalent were mills in your area back? I mean, was there
They,
like one on every corner or how
according to
did that
these,
work?
yeah, according to the maps in here, they were littered across like I said, there was two major streams that came through with a lot of runs that came off of them. But I mean, this book lists probably like 100 or more in my county. Yeah, they're just everywhere.
That is very cool. I was actually, when I was looking, I was trying to do some research for North Carolina, and they have some places that are called mills, but some of them are housing complex.
Oh, that they were converted into housing complex?
Uh-huh. Oh,
Yeah.
Anita is here, and it's her birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yep. Anita, if you come up, I'll let you pick a birthday prize. I did this for Patty's birthday, and I did this for Jack Galman's in the house, Marion, North Carolina. Good to see you, Jack. I actually did finally figure out where I'm going in North Carolina. I'm going to be in a place called Haw River, and that's where I'm doing my deal. And I'm making you be big on camera. There, I disappeared.
Now are you going to detect in the actual river? Do you do stream hunting at all?
I'm probably not going to detect in the river because don't you need a scoop? We're gonna have Anita come up too. So hang on, let's do this. Birthday girl!
Hey.
And she's got a tiara on. Happy birthday. Guys, this is Madtown. If you guys don't know her, it's Madtown Magnet Fishing. And Dana D collects poker chips and would love to have a poker chip. So if you haven't, I haven't seen one from you either yet, but I know you're busy. So
I know we've been busy, but now since it's gonna start getting colder out and stuff, we'll be able to be like shipping out. We've been really, really much busier, just getting back into the swing of things after our vacation. So,
would you have to make up time at work?
No, I got paid vacation.
Oh, nice.
I know, it was awesome.
See, it could be just my own insanity that whenever I'm away from work, I feel like I have to make up the time just because I have to make up the time.
No,
You know, it's just it's my own thing.
I work
I don't
retail.
know.
There is no making up time.
Oh, I guess not. You're right. I have to pull up my thing so you guys chit chat among yourselves. Patrick, have you met Anita, by the way?
I have not. No, happy birthday.
Nice to
Okay.
meet you.
Yeah.
Okay, so Patrick is Stories from the Signals, and he has an amazing channel. He is a storyteller that goes out and when he finds things, he has to dig till he finds the real, like how it got there, what it's really about, and then he tells these beautiful stories. And he's
Oh, I
returned
love
things that
that.
are, and I'm going to put his link in chat because I'd like you to check him
Okay.
out. He was actually, we did our metal detecting marathon last week, and he'd pop in
I
and out of
know.
that. We got to know each
I
other.
popped in and out of there on occasion. Yeah.
Yeah, and so did I because I was camping. So, but
Yeah.
it, overall, I think it went well. I just think that I need to be, if I'm going to do this again, I'm going to do it really differently. I think the way to do it would be to actually do little small clips and not the full videos,
Okay.
and to do an intro for each one and show a little bit about what they are, and then encourage each person or each group to go to that channel and to do it
Oh,
like
okay.
raid style instead of doing it like, here's a video, hit play, and I'll see you in 2 days.
I see. Okay.
So, and you live and learn. I mean, that's something that we just,
Hey,
you
you did it
have to
this
learn.
way. You did it this way first, and then see how it works out, and then you do it a different way if you want.
Well, and you know what? I had like almost 500 people download the playlist.
That was a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and so even though in the individual chats people were coming in and out, and you wouldn't only get like a few people here, a few people there, I had a lot of likes on it, and I didn't save the video right, so we don't have like the replay, and so I don't get those watch hours either. But I don't care. We got something going on. What I'm going to do is I needed to do 2 things. I needed to pick up Stories from the Signals and put his link up so you guys can get it.
So I just subbed there, Anita. So Madtown, what's Madtown?
Madtown is Madison, Wisconsin.
Nice. And I gotta ask you. So I was asking this the other day in one of the chat streams. So I have not magnet fished.
Oh,
so,
that's a shame.
Well, I'm just metal detecting all the time, but
I know,
so,
and I kind of just picked up the metal detecting when Swampy was visiting, because he was here for the magnet fishing event that we had in March, and so he came out to our house and metal detected with us, and he had an extra detector, and Dawn the metal detective was here staying with me for that event for like almost a week. And so yeah, then we had a lot of fun. He showed us how to work that, and yeah, it was a lot of fun.
So when you magnet fish, then do you I imagine you have to lose magnets when you do that.
I haven't lost one yet.
You haven't lost one. So
no.
do you ever get like stuck on something that you can't?
So this is my advice to anybody who is magnet fishing. Is first off, get yourself a magnet that is a smaller magnet. I have the Kratos Apollo 950. So it's a smaller magnet. It's about this big, but it's magnetic on all of the sides. But it's also small enough to, if you don't know what it's like on the bottom and there's a lot of rocks or something and you get caught in between some rocks, it's going to pop right out because it's smaller.
Okay.
But if you have something big like the Titan, like my boyfriend has, which is a 360 magnet, it's not a clamp style, but it's a 360 magnet. And what he does is, because we have 2 of the 950s, and once we find out what the bottom is like, if it's not too rocky, then he'll be able to use his Titan and feel good about not worried about getting stuck.
Well, couldn't you get stuck on? So I've pulled out like some train relics and stuff,
Sure.
and where I found this one set of relics, I found this. I think it was like a coil, like a large spring, maybe for
Yeah.
a train, but it was fused with the bedrock. Like I could not budge it. I was
Sure.
trying to get it out with my pickaxe or whatever.
If
But wouldn't
something
you
like that is fused with bedrock, it will pop off. You just have to change your angle
I gotcha.
a little bit, and every time you change your angle, it'll give you a different so that you're not going to stay on something completely stationary, especially if it's just right there. That's like being stuck to a rock, basically, because
Yeah.
it's not going to come out of that rock, obviously. But yeah, mostly if you get pretty almost parallel to that rock or that object and just yank it, it'll pop off, just because of the fact that you're pulling it a different way instead of like at like a 90-degree angle. If you're pulling like that, then it doesn't want to come off because it's pretty strong.
So it's almost like if you had like a magnet on, like a really strong magnet on something, if you pull it this way, it's going to be really hard. But if it slides off,
right, you can get it to slide off, or like it pops off because it's like you're pulling it at a weird angle, and it's like, oh, I'm not that strong that way. So
I gotcha. So you've never lost them. Some of the other people in the stream,
we haven't lost any of our magnets yet. But I can see how you could lose your magnet if it were stuck. If you got stuck underneath a bridge, we've helped somebody get theirs unstuck from that sort of situation. We had to tie our rope to it and then walk around, like, because we were on a bridge, and then we had to walk around and down to the bank, and then my boyfriend, like, he yanked it a few times. It slid along the bridge because we were at a weird angle. Yeah. So it just kept sliding along the bridge, going, "Yep, flying okay."
Yeah.
So, Anita, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What is your next planned vacation? Because you did Florida. Are you going to make another metal detecting one somewhere else? Like, where are you going to go detecting in, or maybe go see Grandma Kelly and go magnet fishing with Grandma Kelly?
That's way the other way. We would love to go see Grandma Kelly on the coast there. I don't know yet when we would be able to do that. I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying when are you going to go. I'm saying what do you most want to do as your next vacation? Or would you go to one of those things where they have like a dig fest or whatever, where they have the seated hunts?
Never done that, and I don't know how those work, really, except for the fact that
they're like a candy scramble
or something. Is that right? They plant things, or?
Well, they don't really plant them. They more like just throw them out in the grass, and you just run around and pick them up. And actually, the Detecting the Heartland would be the closest to you, and it would be next year in probably May,
I think you
June
mentioned
somewhere. But the thing about when we went to that is they had the candy scramble where they threw the coins out and you just tried to pick them up, but you also got to detect the entire area, and that's where I found the cool stuff. I mean, when we were doing the detecting with everybody, there were people way better at running around picking stuff up than I was.
Okay.
But we went over to the old farm after everybody else had hit it the day before, and I still picked up 2 silver quarters and a seeded dime that they missed.
That's cool.
So
the only silver I've ever found has been at work, and today I found. There you go. I found a 1930 wheat penny.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Congratulations.
in really good condition. Look at that. That's
found
pretty
it at
good
work?
as far as the writing goes. I can read everything.
Uh-huh. No, did you
So
find that at
that's
work, or you found that?
Yep,
Were
found
you,
it at work.
were you metal detecting or looking through the cash register?
No, just they're in circulation sometimes, and I
Mhm.
find them
Really?
at work. So, yeah.
Oh, wow. You know, when I found a wheat penny, I was detecting with some little girls, and I showed, I let each of the little girls, their sisters, have a wheat penny, and they went over
Yeah.
to their mom and they gave it to their mom, and their mom had never seen one because,
Yeah,
you know,
and they're
she's like 20 or something. And
I
I
mean,
mean, you
sometimes
wouldn't
you
think.
haven't seen them because you're not looking all the time at the backs of pennies. You don't always look. So
So, are you, is it your birthday right now or not till after midnight? Because it's almost midnight here.
it is my birthday according to Eastern time.
Okay.
So
Well, I have a little.
over on Squatch's live, we celebrated already.
7 more minutes.
Oh,
Yeah, otherwise
okay.
normally it's Central time.
Did Squatch like make you a cake?
Nobody
Did they sing you
sang
happy
really
birthday?
creepily like Marilyn Monroe.
Well, I actually have a little something for you for your birthday.
You do?
I do. And this is a new tradition I've been doing. I started this with Patty Disharoon, and then we did this with it was Carla as well. No, anyway, I have a little game for you to play because remember we
Okay.
talked about this. I like playing stupid games for stupid prizes.
Cool.
So
I
I'm
love
going to
that.
share screen, and
Okay.
you get to play a special little stupid game for a stupid prize.
Yay, stupid games. Say hi to Brian.
And I'm going to share that. Go super full screen
That's
on
Brian.
this.
Uh-oh.
And you get to pick a treasure chest. You can pick number
Ooh.
1, number 2, or number 3. And whichever one you pick, that is your birthday present.
Number 2.
You pick number 2. Okay. So
Number
now, this is just like the Let's Make a Deal. You did
Yeah.
not pick number 1.
Right.
So you did not get a pair of ladies' digging gloves.
Okay.
You also did not pick number 3. So you did not get a Simplex t-shirt.
It's the
All
car.
right.
It's the
And
brand
so-
new car.
You did pick number 2, and happy birthday. And you get a $10 Amazon gift card.
What?
And just email me, and I will shoot it over to you. It's an e-gift card. So
Oh,
happy
awesome.
birthday.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm not going to sing for you.
No, you don't have to sing. It was creepy enough when Squatch sang like Marilyn Monroe. You know they can see you, right?
I could totally see just a little bit in the background. Just a tiny bit. Hi. Is that Brian in the background? I could barely see
Yes,
him.
it is. Here, I'll do this. He can have privacy with his anti-shirt right now.
His anti-shirt
Okay, now you have a blanket on.
or
Okay.
he's sans shirt. Is he sans shirt or anti-shirt?
He was sans shirt.
You
But
let
now
him
he
in
has a
half
blanket.
naked. You stop that.
Well, he's in bed, so
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
All right. So you should be getting your birthday back rub in about another 4 minutes, right?
We're going to Magnet Fish with Rusty Magnets tomorrow.
Oh, how fun.
I know. I'm
So
excited.
are they in wait a minute.
They live in
Where are they
Fond du Lac.
located?
They live
Okay.
in Fond du Lac, but that's not where we're
Okay.
going.
Now, when you guys go magnet fishing, do you have to find a bridge or something to throw the magnet off of?
You can do it off a bridge, or you can do it off the shore, or you could do it from a kayak, or you could do it from a dock. There's
You're
lots of
starting to
options,
sound a little like Dr. Seuss.
but it's true.
What is that Dr. Seuss thing? When I will not eat them, Sam, I am. I will not eat them on a
Right.
boat. You could do it on a roof. You could do it on a hoof.
Right.
Yeah, okay, sorry. I need there's something there. Backyard Hillbillies, good to see you. We have
Hi.
I have High Tones Drifter. It's morning now from Austria. And
Austria
you know
or
what?
Australia?
No, he's in Austria. And
Austria,
you know what?
okay.
High Tones, if you want to come up, oops, that's not the link anymore. Hold on. Because I've told him before he can come up on my stream, but the timing is never right. So this one's for High
Oh.
Tones. If you want to come hang with us, we'll go to 4 squares. I actually had to pay to upgrade my StreamYard so that I actually think I can go up to 9 squares, but then it's just craziness. I don't know why anybody would want to.
I think it's 10. I think it's 10 for the StreamYard if you are just the normal one. I think you can have 10.
Well, why would you do 10 though? Because if you do 9, you got the Brady Bunch.
Oh,
You
yeah.
could, yeah.
But if you have 10, where does the extra one go? How does that
the
work?
option. That's the option. They're like, you can have 10 people. So
Oh,
it's
High
like,
Tones Drifter says give him a minute, which means he has to put his pants on or something.
It might be because of games, streaming games. You'll have teams of 5,
Oh, okay.
so you can just play both teams with 10 people.
that's weird.
Yeah. Well, we're going to go 4 up now, Edward, but I'll let you know. I'm just trying to get High Tones to agree to put his face on camera because I don't know. It's funny because I really want to get.
It sounds like a girly thing to do. Is like, let me go put my face on. Give me a minute.
I think he's putting his pants on. That's what I think.
Oh,
But,
I don't know.
You know, I want to get Blistering Barnacles to pop the cherry and
I
come on up
know.
sometime because he
Blistering
was
Barnacles.
awesome. He was being in my
He says
stream
he's
like
going
on
to
and off,
sleep
and he was being awesome. So now you actually have a simplex, don't you?
Yes, I have Simplex
See?
Plus.
All right. See, I thought that was an
Bag.
appropriate
bag.
option for you
I do have a
was
hat.
a simplex,
Okay.
but that's okay because now you can get whatever the heck you want. It works too.
That is
There.
true.
I got to get some of this stuff off screen because it was too bright there. I
There
was
you
like,
go. I know mine is a little bright, but if I turn this
Well-
off, then it's way too dark.
no, that's too dark. I actually have it dark behind me because otherwise you can see what a mess the basement
Yeah.
is, and it's
It's
considerably less glamorous if you can see what's behind me.
Mhm.
So we just don't do that. But, yeah, and when I work during the day, I usually have that light behind me on, and then if I jump on a Zoom call,
Mhm.
I will go shut the light off real quick so they can't see what's behind me either. And a lot of times with my work, nobody will go on camera. They're so funny. Everybody's all like, "Oh, shy," and I haven't put my makeup on, and I'm like, I don't care.
I don't have makeup on either. I don't care.
Yeah. Well,
I have a
and
tiara.
I do like the tiara. I think it's totally you.
This is something I got because we cosplay Princess Bride together.
Okay.
So this goes
And-
really well and fits better with my wig on. So
Now,
it's
what is
really
they always said something in Princess Bride. There's a
as you wish.
As you wish.
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Everybody knows that one. Yeah. So it's a good one to do.
Yeah, okay. I knew there was
So I have
something. It's
two
been
outfits.
years since I've seen that.
I have the red one, and I have the one at the end too. The blue.
Okay, so when you say you cosplay it, is that like with a group of people, or you just go out to dinner
Brian
dressed
and
as
I
Princess
do
Bride?
it. So he dresses up as Dread Pirate Roberts,
Uh-huh.
and then we go to. We haven't lately, but we used to go to the same anime convention that
Oh,
was
cool.
the Wisconsin one.
Uh-huh.
And they used to have it where?
It started in Eau Claire.
Eau Claire,
Wisconsin,
yeah.
And then in
It got a little bit bigger, and so they went and they moved it to
Chula Vista.
Chula Vista in the Dells. But then that's
There's a
almost-
Chula Vista there too?
Yeah.
I didn't know
And then
that.
it's almost a little too big for that because they have it in 2 floors separated or 3 floors? 2 floors?
Yeah.
It just
the
didn't
convention
flow as
rooms were
well
were on 2
because
floors.
everybody wasn't together.
Uh-huh.
They were.
So
It was weird. So, but I don't know. Maybe they've made it better. But like, it got canceled. Or I think 2 years in a row for COVID.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know.
So I have to ask you, do you also dress up for Halloween?
I do because we get to do that at work.
I've done it. Sometimes.
Okay. And what do you do for Halloween? Or what will you
I
be
have
this year for
several
Halloween?
different cosplay costumes. So I can wear one of those, or I have ones that are simpler.
Okay.
Just depends.
So do you also dress up at home just to entertain your boyfriend?
No.
Oh. I just had to ask. Everybody else in the chat was thinking that. You know, it's
No.
just not me. Oh, okay. So Las Vegas Urban Treasure Hunter says it's time for bed. And in fact, I think our late stream is starting to fade a little bit. But I really want High Tones Drifter to get his little butt up here so we could chit chat for a bit because I think that would be good. I am going to stop screen on that because we're not playing any more prize things. Everybody shows up when they know that there's going to be a duck race. You know how that is.
Yeah.
And I will tell you guys, since you're here late, that if you use the keyword Morgan Freeman, that one is back in play, and that is for a copper
that?
round
Oh.
with Morgan Dollar copper round. And there's
Morgan
also
Freeman as in
a
the actor?
walking.
Freeman.
Yes, Morgan Freeman is one of my keywords, and so
Good old
is
lady Freeman.
there's a Walking Liberty quarter or Walking Liberty who's it $50.
Huh?
And that's in play, but I'm not going to tell you the keyword right now.
Okay.
And we got High Tones Drifters in the house. Look at that.
Yay!
Hello. And that's in play, but I'm not going to tell you the keyword right now.
Oh, mute your YouTube.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good evening.
7 o'clock here in Austria.
It's so good to see you.
Yeah, how are you doing, everybody?
Oh, we're doing great. It is midnight here, so it's Anita's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you.
And Patrick's staying up till 1. He's
It's
1 o'clock
1
there.
here.
It's midnight here.
Patrick's going metal
It's 1
detecting tomorrow. I have
o'clock.
to get to bed
1
soon.
o'clock. Wow.
Oh, Patrick's probably had enough of us, but he's been awesome as a storyteller tonight. I've really enjoyed his stuff. I am working on the next big playlist, and you're already in it, Patrick.
Love it.
Anybody else who wants to be in it? But we are going
Patrick,
to.
Where
You guys
do
just have to
live
tell
at?
me you want to be in it. And he's in Pennsylvania.
Oh, thank you.
Boiling Springs, Pennsylvania.
65000. Is that your telephone number?
Pennsylvania
What's that?
5,000. I get that joke.
No.
Okay.
What is that? I don't get it.
It's a reference. Yes.
It's
To
a song
what?
by Glenn
It
Miller.
is a song, yes.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought it was like the It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia thing. Somebody was talking about that
No.
the other day.
Hey,
Ooh,
look
what
at
you
that.
got there? That's
you see
party.
that?
I can.
Make it
That
bigger.
What
is-
is that?
That is a Roman coin, Emperor Vespasian.
And you
Ooh.
found
wow.
that?
Yeah, I found that and I cleaned it up. And that's what it looks like cleaned up.
How
So
do
that
you
is
clean
about-
it?
I've got a tumbler, a rock tumbler.
Does everybody
Wait a minute.
in Austria sound
That's
like that?
that's a gold coin, and you stuck it in a rock tumbler.
No, it's not gold. It's not gold. It's bronze.
Wrong.
Oh,
I
okay.
wish it was gold, but I'm happy.
It
with
looks
that.
gold. It's
Yeah, I know,
beautiful.
it's
I,
sweet.
I thought it was a gold
Beautiful.
coin. I'm like, you stuck it in a rock tumbler, and it came out like that. That'd be
I
amazing.
thought it was a Sacagawea at first there.
That's about 1,950 years old.
Whoa.
Wow. And how deep was it?
It wasn't that deep. Maybe. Well, I better tell you guys.
Surface
eventually.
find.
About 6 or 7 inches. That's all.
Oh, that's kind of deep. I mean,
Yeah,
that's
fairly deep.
yeah. So you were going to tell us it was 9 centimeters?
No, no. Well, when I grew up, obviously I grew up in England. I live here now in Austria, but I grew up in Nottingham in England, where Robin Hood comes from. And
Okay.
when I grew up, we was in feet and inches. But of course, in the 70s or was it 80s, they changed everything. And of course, it's always been meters and centimeters here. So I work in both, so it don't make any difference.
So how many centimeters is that? Because I want to know if I was even close in the conversion.
Oh,
If you said 6 to
centimeters.
7 inches, it's got to be like
Yeah.
11 centimeters.
Yeah, something like that, 11 or 12 centimeters. Yeah.
So
So
if you have everything's in centimeters there, do they change the metal detectors so that they read in centimeters too, or
yeah,
does it not?
on the screen it tells you centimeters. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Unless you buy a Garrett,
Mhm.
which
What do you
I've got.
swing?
Sorry.
What do you swing? What is your favorite detector?
Oh, I've got shoulder problems here, so I swing a Deus now,
A
very
Deus.
light. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
The minute you
I've
said
got-
shoulder problems, I figured it had to be a Deus.
Yeah. But I've also got a Garrett.
Uh
The
huh.
AT Pro was really good for silver hammers. You know, that
Okay.
like, really good for finding them. And I've also, and for deep stuff, I've got the Equinox 800. I
Well,
found
you
some
have one
really
of everything. You have the smorgasbord of metal detectors at your house.
Yeah, and I've also got an underwater one that goes to 60 meters, which is about 200 feet.
Oh
'Cause
wow.
I'm a scuba diver as well, and I go underwater metal detecting occasionally
Uh-huh.
now. But not so much now because I'm getting on a bit in years. So, but
Thank you,
I can still
Edward.
dive.
Well,
So
that's amazing. So tell me about this underwater metal detector. What is it? What brand is it? And-
it's a Garrett. I can't remember the name of the model now, to be honest. Sea
Mhm.
Hunter, it's called.
Oh, the Sea
Garrett Sea
Hunter.
Hunter.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it
It's
goes to 200 meters. That's pretty
no
significant.
200 feet. That's 60
Oh.
meters.
Oh, okay. All right.
So a meter's about
A yard.
1 yard, 3 inches, and 3/8 a
Uh-huh.
meter. So so there's not much difference. So if you times it by 3, like 60 meters, it's 180 foot, and all the 3 inches add up to another 20 feet. You know, or so it's getting on for 200 feet anyway. I've got some other pieces here that you might want to look at.
Come here.
This is I don't know if you-
Oh,
there
you know what?
go.
Let me grab. I'm gonna grab your. Oh, that's beautiful.
Oh wow.
It's got the swastika in the middle. Is
Yeah.
that a Medal of Honor for the
Yeah,
other
no,
side?
it's World War II. It's called a Mutterkreuz. That means
Wow.
Mother's Cross.
Okay.
They had 3 types. They had bronze, silver, and gold, and each one represented a different amount of children being born. So if a mother had 2 kids, she got or more, she got a bronze Mutterkreuz. If she had 4 kids or more, she got a silver one. If you had 6 or more, you got this one, which is gold.
Wow.
It's not really gold. The gold's worn off now. But
Yeah.
when I turned it around, there was a little bit of gold on the back.
Wow.
What do you do if you had 10 or more?
I don't know. I bet you get a platinum one.
I just wondered.
Then they gave you a padded cell because you're crazy.
Who, me?
You know, back in the day, women would have like 12, 13 kids.
I know.
Right?
I've seen it throughout my
And-
genealogical tree. It's crazy.
Well, I think it's because the kids would die of things, so you had to have extra ones just in case. You had like backups.
There's some evidence of that in my tree, like some like
Wow, look at that. That's
That is-
beautiful.
you
You
can
won't
see a
believe
lot of
what that
kids
is.
that died very young.
That-
Hold
and
on, I
so
want
then
to show
they have
this.
more. But like
What? Is that a bracelet?
No, it's a Roman draw handle.
that's
And
what
it's
I was,
gold.
I was thinking. It looks like
No,
a drawer
it's
handle.
bronze. I've
How
only
come all
ever,
your stuff looks like it's gold?
well, because I clean it.
He's cleaned
Okay.
it, and now it looks gold.
It's beautiful. I was like, that looked like a gold Cleopatra bracelet or something.
Yeah, I thought it was that first, but I did. I normally research everything I find, and
Uh-huh.
and that turned out to be a Roman draw handle.
That's
But
beautiful.
actually, if you look at that piece
Yeah.
there,
Yeah.
it's actually missing there.
Missing over there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, Patrick, have you met Jeff?
I have not. I was just checking his
Okay.
channel out.
I just put his link in.
Mhm.
So Patrick is Stories from the Signals. Jeff, if you've met Patrick, I'm introducing you so that now you guys know each other. You can be friends because you
I
both
do,
have
Patrick.
something really in common is you actually do research on what you find
Yeah.
That's
instead
cool.
of, like me, I
Yeah.
just, my husband just throws stuff in a bucket in the garage until I mention that,
do that. If
so
you guys go back, you'll see where I detect in America too. In March, I was in
Mhm.
Florida detecting.
you were hanging with Rob, weren't you? You went and saw
Yeah,
Menarda
yeah.
Rob,
Yeah, I went
but
and
you
stayed with Rob
you
for
did
2
not
weeks.
come up to South Dakota and visit. I'm a little hurt.
I know I can't do everything at once.
Oh, I guess. I don't know.
I'm quite familiar with the states.
I'm not there. I'm not that far from you, Ro. I'll come visit you.
You could come anytime, or I'll meet you halfway. We can meet in Minneapolis, or not Minneapolis, but Minnesota, halfway somewhere,
Yeah, somewhere.
and then start just knocking on doors.
Right?
Because
Hey, can we dig in your yard?
that's what I do that, and people say yes. It's really kind of scary. But
Sure, why not?
look at that. That's beautiful. Look at that.
Oh,
Yes.
the
It looks like
picture's
an
not very
earring,
good.
maybe.
It is an earring. It's a Roman earring.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow.
Where are you digging to find all this stuff?
Hey, well, he's in Austria.
I know, but where?
Ah, secret.
Secret.
Well, see, no, what I figure is that we'll just do like a charter thing, and like 10 of us will show up at his doorstep one day and be like, "We're
Hey!
here. Let's go detecting."
Well,
We
I've
want
got some
earrings.
I've got some news for you. I used to
What's that?
work for two US companies.
Uh-huh.
So I'm quite familiar with the States. I've traveled to the States. I've lost track of how many times for well over 20 years. In fact, I had a meeting in Manhattan on September the 12th, 2001. That was the day after the towers got hit.
Oh
Did
my.
you
I've still
go?
got that ticket. Yeah, they wouldn't let me in because everything closed down in the States for a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
So,
they did.
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
I
and
wouldn't
was
let you
there-
in either. You look kind of sketchy.
Sketchy all the way.
I'm sorry.
I was
I
in
couldn't
New
resist.
York 3 weeks ago as well. Went back to where the towers was. So I've been in the States
Uh-huh.
twice this week. This year.
This week? Okay.
This year.
Do you
And,
always travel with your detector when you come out to the States?
Not always, but a lot of
Okay.
times I do. Yeah.
And the
yeah,
Expedidus
I
is
just-
really small. You can just carry it on. It breaks down to practically nothing.
I found some good stuff when I was in Florida. Found a beautiful silver ring and a beautiful silver pendant with stones in. But I never got them stones checked out. I should do. I gave it to my wife, the pendant. So,
You're never getting it back now.
No, that's it. It's done now. But I get on well with
that's the one
Americans. I like
thing.
Americans,
Here.
and I get on well with
Everything,
Americans.
that I find, if it's wearable, it's mine. Everything my husband finds, if it's cute, it's mine too. So,
Right.
Well, it works the same here.
uh-huh. And he was really funny. He found this ring. It was like this turquoise ring. I thought it was kind of ugly. And he found it. He says, "Here, you can have that." I was like, "I don't want that one. I want this one." And I still wear the one that I picked as a Claddagh ring. And it's just really, it's just a plain silver ring, but it's like I wear it whenever I travel because it like reminds me that I'm not detecting and stuff. So it's just fun. But
Yeah,
so you,
I'm always
when are you
happy-
coming to the States next? Or do you have any plans?
I was debating whether to come over in November because I go to Dallas quite a lot because they have these JFK meetings, and I'm into JFK big time.
Ooh.
Okay.
In fact, I had Lee Harvey Oswald's girlfriend stay here with me 2 times.
Is she? What was her name?
Judith Very Baker.
Wow.
Okay.
That's not his wife. That wasn't Lee Harvey Oswald's wife. He had a girlfriend. And that's who it is, Judith Very Baker. And I got quite friendly with her. And I met Robert Groden. He's the guy who started off all this JFK stuff, conspiracy stuff. I met Roger Stone, who you probably heard of, who got arrested by the FBI last year, was it? Or the year before, involved with Trump. Yeah, I'm a big Trump fan. So if you're not a Trump
do you know
fan,
any of the, do you know Q?
Sorry?
With all the stuff you know about JFK, do you know Q?
Q.
You.
He's a conspiracy guy that everybody says they don't know who Q is, and I'm just wondering if you know Q.
You mean the
No,
QAnon?
I don't.
Yeah.
No, I don't know him.
Because we were watching a lot of these conspiracy channels, and they were, there was this one guy, Simon, that would come on and say, and this is going to happen on this date, and the day would come and pass. It would come and go, and whatever he said was going to happen didn't happen. And then he'd say, "Oh, well, they changed their plans, and now Q wants to do this."
I know people like
And then
that.
you can look at him and go, you're FOS. You are so FOS.
Yeah.
It was really interesting to watch him.
He's a Trump fan, but he's one of these conspiracy theorists, and he's saying, "Oh yeah, the army's going to come out and grab all the Democrats and put them in prison," and I say, yeah. So let me know when it happens. I'm still waiting. And I'm a big fan of America, and I'm always willing to do a swap, like a week or 2 week in America, and you come here and stay here 2 week in Austria and detect, and I'm always willing to do that. I've got a big place, 4-bedroom, swimming pool, everything.
Oh, wow.
You're making that sound real good, Duro.
Yeah, but if
except for my husband won't get on a plane. My husband will not get on a plane, and he might object to me flitting off across the pond, so to speak, to hang out at some other guy's house.
I don't know. That sounds cool.
I think it sounds amazing.
Well,
I think that
Rob had me there for 2 weeks, and I'm waiting for Rob to come here. He's welcome. He knows it, and he'll get looked after. I'll pick him up at the airport, drop him back again, and look after him while he's here. He treats me
what is the political situation in Austria right now?
With regard to what? The Ukraine war and stuff?
Sure.
No.
Let's go with that. Or with regards to weird lockdowns, or with regards to anything that infringes upon one's individual freedoms.
No, you're free to do what you want. We don't have to wear masks. Just I've had a bit of therapy on my shoulder. I have to wear a mask when I go there. That's about it. But in the supermarkets and places, there's good stocks of everything, so we're not short of anything. They're helping us out. I'm pensionist now, so they just sent me an extra €400, which is on par with the dollar now, so like $400 to help with the gas. But they're taking a middle of the road stance.
Now, are you guys going to be in the what was that pipeline that from Russia? Are you guys going to be in an energy crisis?
From Russia, well, I'll be really honest with you. I don't mind if they cut it off. We'll survive. I've got a wood fire anyway. Because I think the sooner they get that Putin out of office, the sooner he gets a bullet between the eyes, I'll be happy. Now,
do you guys have smart meters installed in all of the? So you do have the smart meters, because I heard that just today that they can gate your thermostats with smart meters and turn down how much anybody gets. And that was something my husband mentioned today. Is that true?
they can cut it off for me. I don't care what they do. You know, I'll survive anyway.
Well, if you got wood, yeah, there's no reason, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, and I'll always find a way. And it's just a sad thing what's happening with Putin. I think I've had a collection for the Ukraine. We got a big lorry full, or a big truck full of stuff.
Okay.
We sent it to the Ukraine, and I'm doing another one at the moment, which will be completed. I just think somebody should bullet him between the eyes. He's an evil bastard. Forgive my language.
No, it's all right. It's actually really cool to actually get to connect with you and see your face, because our timing has never been good. Either
No,
it's in the middle of the night for me, or it's in the middle of the night for you. So
It's getting to the middle of night for me here, so I think I'm gonna. have to
oh
sign
yeah,
off.
Patrick, you've got to be dying over there. I so appreciate your being here,
Thank you
Patrick, and
so
hanging
much.
out
This
with
is so
me
much fun.
tonight.
We'll definitely
And
do it again.
yes, I think that I will figure out my sound issues as well, so we can do a little better job of playing your
It was
videos.
all fun, yeah.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Anita.
Thank
Nice
you.
meeting you, High Tones. Have a great night,
See
everyone.
you, Patrick. Yeah,
All right,
take
bye.
care, buddy.
Yeah. There we
Yeah.
go.
I'll show you these as well, if you can see that. That's
Here, let me grow you.
Get a
Hold on.
stamp.
there you go. That's
It looks like a wax seal.
Yeah, like
it
a
is
stamp.
exactly. That's what it is. Yeah,
Cool.
That's beautiful.
that's like.
And I'm not going to ask you if that's gold. I'm going to say, wow, that looks really great. It must be bronze, right?
Let me set the score straight. I've only ever found one item that's gold, and it was a coin, and it was dated 1636. It
Wow.
was called a ducat.
So tell me something. When you put those in a rock tumbler, are you putting them in with walnut medium, or you're putting them in with the gooey stuff, with the actual sand, grit, and water and soap?
I put them in with stainless steel, like shot size balls.
Okay. All right.
And I put in just a little squeeze of washing up liquid, and also a half a spoon of it's like lemon crystals.
Okay.
You know, it's like it acts as a mild acid, if you like.
Yeah, a little acidity there.
And they come out shining and gleaming like that if you leave them long enough.
Wow. Okay, so it is an actual rock tumbler, because we've got a tumbler that takes walnut medium and it doesn't take water, and my husband uses that to clean his brass. Yeah. So it's we reload, so he uses it for that. And I've thought about putting coins in there to see what happens to them, but I'm afraid he might get pissed if I put coins in there and messed up whatever he's got going on.
No, it won't. It won't hurt. It's I guess the drum is rubber, is it? Like mine?
It's oh gosh, is it in here? I think it's over on the other side. It looks like a cooking pot, but it's plastic. It doesn't have a drum. It's more like it agitates like this, so it doesn't tumble. It vibrates, I guess. But yeah, we use it just for cleaning brass and stuff. But I thought maybe because it's a softer medium, it might do good. I don't know. Hard to say.
I find a lot of these as well. I don't know. I don't know if you can see colours, but that's silver.
What is that? Is that
it's a coin? It's a bit dilapidated, but it's a coin. 1600s. Half of it's missing, but it's got the date on it, 1625 or something, or like that.
That's
but I find
beautiful.
a lot of them really thin. If I turn it sideways, you can hardly see it.
Did you find that with the AT Mat, or with your AT Pro, or with something else?
With the Deus.
With the Deus, because I was wondering what it would tone, because it looks like there's like nothing to it.
That's how thin they are. Yeah, find some really small pieces, and then I've got this. This is like a Roman bead. It's got a pattern on it. I hope you can see that.
Hold on, I'm going to grow you again. There we go. Wow, that's beautiful.
There's a pattern on it. I don't know if you can see it on the end, in the middle, and on both ends. And if I turn it sideways, you can see it's hollow. And I think
Uh-huh.
you put a string through that and it went round your neck. But that's Roman.
So
I thought it.
what was
it
the
was a
deal
bullet.
exactly with the Roman Empire? They were just all over everywhere in Europe at one point?
Well, I won't say everywhere, but most of it. They tried to conquer Germany. They got so much of it, and they got up to the Rhine. And
Uh-huh.
when they crossed the Rhine, they started making forts and places. But they got attacked by the local tribes, and there was one incident it's popular on YouTube. His name was Varus, and they were marching back over the Rhine for winter camping, and they got attacked by the local tribes, and there were 20,000 Romans slaughtered.
Oh, wow.
And it was called Teutoburg Forest. That was the name of the forest. If you put Teutoburg Forest Roman in
Uh-huh.
Google, it'll come up about this battle. And the Romans never ventured over that side of the Rhine again. Only once. They went once to bury the dead 6 years later, but they were just bones and everything. And they've
Oh,
never
can you
really
imagine
found that.
how nasty that is for the dead to be just laying around for 6 years before they come back
Yeah,
to bury
Yeah,
them?
yeah.
that
But
would be
imagine the
not
stuff that's
good.
buried there. Imagine the stuff that's there.
Oh, yeah.
They found
So
parts of it.
when you go hunting, do you hunt farm fields mostly, or where do you hunt?
Yeah, I get permissions. Just if you've got a pen handy, write this down. It's
Okay.
Carnuntum. I'll spell that for you. CARN. That's N for November, U for uniform, November again, and then Tango Uniform Mike. Carnuntum.
Okay. What is that?
It's a place here where the Romans settled about 50 AD or somewhere around there. So they've been here 2000, and they was here for 400 years. And
Okay.
there's Roman sites here, Roman gladiator
Uh-huh.
arenas. There's two arenas. And
Wow. Actually, I just pulled this up. Hold on. I'll share screen.
Carnuntum, yeah. And that's where I live. It's in between Vienna and Bratislava in Slovakia.
I pulled it up on Wikipedia, and I'll put a link in the chat. This is actually really cool. I'll go ahead and hit.
Yeah, you
Actually, I
can see
don't
all
want to.
them photos.
I want to see
That
pictures,
that
images.
arch there is called Heathen's Gate.
Is this you with the metal detector in the corner right there?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I hope it's not.
I swear it looks like there's a guy with a metal detector in the corner of this picture.
Yeah,
And look
maybe.
the way the thing is sketched out here. I don't know if I can grow this.
Hey, I just went. I was driving down the road the other day, quite near there. That's
Uh-huh.
5 minutes from me. That Heathen's Gate. That arch. That's 5 minutes from me by
It
car.
almost looks like L'Arc de Triomphe. I mean, that same sort of design
Yeah.
and things.
Well, it is, and you can see where they've extended it.
Yep.
That's
Well,
what
they're
it
showing
used to look
what
like.
used to be, and that's
Yeah.
really cool. And it's actually the guy in the corner has an umbrella, not a metal detector.
All
Which,
right.
you
I
know.
don't know who that is. Right.
I was looking at that. It looked like he had a metal detector, but no. He's
It don't rain that often here. It's quite a dry area of Austria. There's
yeah, she
hardly
probably
any
carries it
mountains.
for self-defense or something. But
People always think that Austria is mountains and snow, but there
so
is one mountain. It's right behind me here, literally right. I live right at the bottom of the mountain. There is
So
if you go to
do
YouTube,
you detected this place? This Carnenta? Have you detected here?
no, because it's forbidden.
Oh, okay.
You can't. I live maybe 3 miles from there, if that. And
Here's another picture of it.
I ask all the farmers around here if I can detect, and I've got like 300 or 400 Roman coins. I've got.
Oh my God.
I should send you a video on, because I made a coffee table about 4 feet
Uh-huh.
long and about 2 feet wide. I filled it full of stuff, and I got that much stuff left. I decided to make the dining table the same, which is about 5.5 feet long and about 3 feet wide, and I filled all that up with stuff, and I've still got enough stuff to make another table. A lot of it's
Wait a
Roman
minute.
stuff.
You're making a table out of Roman coins?
Yeah, wait, I'll show you.
Yeah, I want to see what you're talking about. Here, let me go solo layout on this one.
Right. There you go. There's a few
He's taking
things
us
on
for a
the
walk.
table. That's the
Oh
coffee table.
wow,
Okay.
that is awesome.
All the coins in the middle are Roman.
Uh-huh.
And
So are
most
these
of these
mounted,
are
or
Roman
is everything just loose and you can move them around and add more things if you want?
Yeah, I didn't glue anything down because it probably ruined
Okay.
the coin. That thing there, I don't know how well you can see it, but that's from the top of a Roman helmet. That's a Roman hairpin there. That's a
Okay.
Roman brooch. There's Roman rings, Roman buckles, everything, you name it. And then my wife liked that. She says, why don't you do the dining table the same? So I did that too.
Oh wow, that is so cool.
This is Roman pottery, and there's nothing Roman in there, but there's some old stuff, rings. There's even a couple of Morgan dollars in there.
Uh-huh.
And some.
Did you find those? Did you find those in Austria, or you found them in the States?
No. They were given to me.
Oh, okay.
By American friends, and then there's some English silver coins which are found from the 1930s and 40s.
Now, what is that ship's wheel?
Yeah, I found that here. It's probably off a model ship or something, but it is metal. I never cleaned it up. I just stuck it in there. Then there's medieval stuff, a couple of bits of medieval stuff, and these rings are probably off horses or something for reins. And then here you've got buckles of all ages, thimbles, trade weights, dog tags, not army dog tags, but literally from dogs, medieval stuff, buttons, interesting buttons at the top there. So
are those spoon bowls in the middle?
Sorry?
In the middle on that, are those spoon bowls that I'm looking at?
Thimbles? No, they're there.
No,
thimbles.
spoon.
There.
Spoon. They look like spoon bowls.
Where's that? Oh,
on the left-hand side. No, go over to your left.
Yeah.
What is that in the middle? That further to the left. Jump to the next section. What is that?
Okay.
What are those right there that look like yeah? Or are they footballs? What are they?
They're horse brasses. They're from horses. In the old days, they the horses on the reins and on the leatherwork, they used to put brasses, and I believe that they're from horse brasses, what we call horse brass.
Oh, all right. Let's we're gonna go ahead and shrink back down here.
I'll probably fill a box up every week.
There we go. We're gonna switch back over so we can see everybody.
Yeah, back in the bedroom.
Yeah. Well, listen, it has been really great catching up with you a little bit. It is 12:30 here, and so I am getting ready to turn into a pumpkin. Anita's ready to start her stream. Everybody's gonna jump over from here and head over to Anita's because she's Miss
Bed.
Night Owl.
I gotta be
Yeah.
up early in the morning.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get some detecting done tomorrow because it rained a little today, so I'm hoping that the ground might be conducive to finding some stuff. And
Well, good
Yeah,
luck,
I'm
We
really
gotta-
fellas
hoping it's not gonna
and
rain
ladies.
tomorrow.
it was really great to actually get to meet you, and I would love it if you wanted to come out to South Dakota. We'll put you up, but it's going to be not nearly as fancy as I'm sure as what you've got going on.
Yeah,
We don't
look,
have a pool; we have a farm with chickens and stuff on it.
well, you
But-
can't beat that. That's awesome. I mean, look, I'm just an ordinary guy. I left school at 15, so I'm no
Mhm.
snob or anything like that. I'm not one of them.
Okay.
I left school at 15, and America gave me my chance to get on in
Uh-huh.
life. I worked for 2 companies in the USA for 20 years: a scuba diving magazine in New York, and a diving equipment company also in upstate New York. And
So, what made you settle in Austria? What made you choose Austria for your country of where you live? Because you said
A
you grew
woman.
up in England. Ah, okay. All right, that makes sense. I just, it just seemed random, but that totally makes sense.
Well,
Okay.
I'm glad. I'm glad in a way that I left England. It's not a good country to live anymore. It's quite okay. It's not too bad. There's a few things I'm not happy with, but you can't be happy with everything, I guess. But I mean, I had my chance to live in the States. I should have took it 25 years ago, really, but too late now.
Well, things are different here than they were 25 years ago in the States.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it
that's
is. And I follow
quite
your
a bit
politics.
different
Really.
now.
So, I've lost quite a few friends because of my political views.
Uh-huh.
I just thought it was fantastic when Trump was in power. I made a video even when he beat Hillary Clinton.
I saw that.
Did you? I was so happy that he won.
I think I saw your Clinton went to jail video. I think that was the one.
I got $750,000 views on that. That made me €1,800. That one video.
Are you serious? Wow.
Yeah, $1,800. That made me. Yeah, that one video. Yeah,
That's funny. I tend to stay away from speaking too much about politics because I love metal detecting and I love history.
I know it was.
And I was raised in a way that my mom always said that nice girls don't discuss religion or politics. So I kind of, keep it clean. Everybody kind of has a feel for where I stand politically, but I don't shove it in anybody's throat. I'm just like, I want everybody to get along. That's what I want. And the more divisive people are, the more that plays into the powers that be, that they want people at each other's throats. And even the whole thing with the Ukraine and Putin and all that stuff, that whole thing is staged. Both of them are I just don't know. I just don't think there's a clear like good guy, bad guy thing. I think everybody that wages war in any direction is a bad guy. But
Absolutely.
I'm a libertarian, and I think that people should get along. I think that people should believe what they want to believe and be nice to each other. And tomorrow I am going to be promoting free love $1 because I want everybody to pay it forward and be nice to each other. And we need more of that in the world and less people, at each other's throats. Yeah. And my husband, he watches all the news and he gets all grumpy and I'm just like, what can you do to change the big picture?
I mean, I'm doing the best
the one thing you can do is to be kind to one another. That it actually makes a difference in somebody's life.
Don't it?
So
just, yeah.
That's And JP Lawns and More is in the house, and I enjoy watching people mow lawns now. I don't know why. It's just the weirdest thing. When you watch random things on YouTube, it's like, I like watching Tasty Candy too, where the girls make candy. It's like just really bizarre.
And
but
don't you watch Grassy House Lawn Care as well?
Actually, I don't remember who it was that was knocking on doors and fixing stuff, but it wasn't Gracias. Um,
I
I,
met
you know,
him in Georgia a few months ago. I met him.
you know what I've been really interested in watching lately, in our kind of our genre, is Monterey Magnet Man and Totally Gnarly Treasure. I swear those two are brothers. You know, they're like brothers from another mother, and they're both very entertaining to watch. They're just so like young and energetic, and they giggle when they find cool stuff. And Monterey Magnet Man says snarky things to like parents who
All the
aren't watching their
time.
kids on the beach.
So funny.
And I love that. I don't know why. Um, yeah, but you know, I just think all of this stuff is going to come to a head, and I think that you know, I hope that your neighbors all have wood too, and they don't come knock your door down and take yours. So that's
I'll
my
fight
thought at
first.
this point. Would you fight or would you share?
I would not let anybody come in and take what I've worked all my life for. No way. I'd
No,
die defending it.
but if your neighbors came and they said I'm cold, would you share? Would you say
Oh yeah,
come
of
on
course I
in?
would. Yeah, I
Okay.
wouldn't see anybody in pain or anything like that. But
Mhm.
I don't let anybody take anything what they want from me. You know,
Well, that's true.
when you've worked
I
hard
think
all your life.
I gotta go to bed, bro.
it was good to see you. Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Happy
Shoot me an
birthday, all
email.
the best.
You high tones. I
Shoot
just
me an
sent
email
you
so okay, because I need your card, your email address so I can send you an e-gift card from
Yeah,
Amazon.
did you get the email?
I don't know. I'm
Okay,
on.
I
I'm
did
like.
send you it, and it should be there.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good. I'll see you later. Good night.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah, I'm going to get up, get showered, I think, and
Yep.
do something
Oh,
with
well,
my life today.
Yep. Oh, JP Lawns just said happy birthday to Anita. I appreciate your coming up. And yes, I'm going to call this a night because we've been on for over 4 hours, and that's long for me. I usually wrap things up a little early and send everybody over to whatever next live stream is going on. But
I just looked.
I
JP Lawns says he met me.
what's that?
That JP Lawns and Moore says that he met me with Port Rat Pat and Rob.
Oh, okay.
So
There you go.
so
No, JP
in the-
Lawns said that he met Gracias.
yeah, I met him as well. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that sounds like you had a fantastic time when you were in Florida.
Oh, I did. I had a great time. It was fabulous. I love it in America. I love it.
Well, you know, if you go to Dallas, there's a few detectors down there. Patty DeSharoon is nearby, and so is Kay. Digging with Kay is down there as well.
Yeah, I've been detecting with Kay.
Okay. All right. Great. And
also Denise Kidder.
okay. And if you end up ever coming up towards Colorado, let me know. I'll come down from South Dakota. We'll find somewhere to hunt. Because
Yeah. I've not been to your state yet, so that'll be on the cards.
Well, I'm in South Dakota, and you could certainly come up here. But I also have lots of permissions and friends down in Colorado, and it's not that far for me to come down. So
Right, yeah, I don't think I've ever been to Colorado. I can't remember. I've done a lot of states in the South though, down there.
Oh, you would love Colorado. Colorado's beautiful.
Yeah, well, I love all the states. I love the states. Really, it's great. I like the people. Get on really well with the people. I just love it there.
Well, that is awesome. Well, thank you for coming up. I appreciate it. And we're going to call it a night. Guys, thank you for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we're going to exit full screen. There we go. JP Lawns is still in the house. I think Edward's here in the house. And everybody else has already fallen asleep. But for everybody who did join, appreciate it. Las Vegas Urban Treasure Hunter stopped in too. And it's earlier there for him. And yeah, I appreciate everybody who's come by. And we will be back tomorrow night. We're going to be doing Free Love $1. And then Monday we have Monday Digs. So we'll see you guys soon.
All right. Take care. All the best.
All right. Take care.
Bye.
Bye.